จริงมันถึกจังอะ
Match found
เมื่อวานมันไฟดับแล้วมันเซตติ้งมันไปหมดเลยเว้ยดียามบ่ายจะขอเล่นเกมก่อนแล้วกัน ระหว่างรอ ตอนนี้คือช่องวาโลหลักมันกำลังเข้าดาวอยู่แล้วเราก็เปิดไปกันแล้วกัน
Death match Warm up
อ้าว
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun, whichever.
Fight
Their fears.
อะไรอะวุฒดิฟัก
ทำไงได้ตานี้มาไม่ได้ใช้เนี่ยไม่น่าเอามาเลยวะเราปวดปีดมาเมื่อกี้
เอาว่ะผมวางเป้าแต่มันต้องวางเป้า
İyi geceler.
User joined your channel
ดีครับพี่แทนวันนี้เป็นไงให้พี่เปเปอร์เล็กเท่าไหร่เอาพี่ลำโพงพี่ลำโพงวันนี้มีคนมาแจมอีกไหมน่าจะมีพี่แทน X ที่ผมอยากหวีผมมากเลยว่ะว่าผมไม่ได้อาบน้ำสิเกลียดหวีเป็นเท็กเจอร์เลย
Match found
ทรงเนี้ยทรง
Death match Warm up
อ้าวแล้วผมกดเดนเมนมันทำไมวะเล่นก็เล่นวะ
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
วูดติ้งมันปรับมา
Fight
มันทำฟังก์ชันใหม่โคตรโหดเลย
You lose.
ลังแบบ Inception หลังแบบ Inception สุดๆหลังพวกคุณไม่หมด
I don't think so.
Display control
Do better.
โอ้โหอะไรขนาดนั้นน่ะไอ้สัส
I'm a good shot. That's 3.
คุณเข้าฟ่างนะครับพุ่งสวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีครับพี่ส้มถักเอชเบเบอร์นะวันนี้จะกินข้าวกับหลานแต่มาไม่ทันเชียร์นี่มีก้าด้วยครับเย้สวัสดีครับกดครับเข้าฟ่างอุ้ยเข้าไปก็ตรงหรือเปล่า
Dominating. Ten kills remaining.
Away with you.
โอ้โหยิงไปก่อนนี้
Kills remaining.
มันคมกันจังเลยวะไอ้สัตว์ไม่ว่ากูจะกระโดดท่าไหนจะสเตปแบบกูก็ยิงหัวกูสกอร์มันยังเข้า
One less.
ถ้ายิงไม่ไวกว่าพวกแม่งก็คือตายได้เลย
One kill remaining.
สวัสดีครับ มายังวะ
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Ben.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead,
Fight.
just taking a wee kit. Roll for initiative. Critical hit.
Oh. Aywa.
You dafty.
No!
Woo!
Oh.
That's a kill. Woo! That's 3.
ฆ่ามาแล้วเจ้าจ้า
10 kills remaining. Five kills remaining.
ไหนมันวะเฮ้ย
One kill remaining.
You nasty.
โอ้เปเปอร์เล็กครับเปเปอร์เล็กเปเปอร์เล็กมาแน่เปเปอร์เล็กมันต้องแก้แค้น G2 สิวะจะปล่อยให้เขาย้ำแค้นเพื่อใช่ไหม
Match found.
เออ
Death match. Warm up.
One dream ends, another begins.
Fight.
They are mine. Ah be abi.
Dominating.
That makes three. Goodbye. Typical.
EDG ชนะไหมภาพอยู่ครับว่า EDG ชนะ
That makes three.
ตรงนี้ไม่คนไม่ค่อยมีผมจำได้อย่ามาเล่นแถวนี้เลย holy เอ้า ซิ่งไม่โดนนั้นน่ะ
Enemy down. Hush. That makes 3.
Kills remaining.
Ow! Oh, bro.
Five kills remaining. Dominating.
Bro. ใส่ต้องใช้สกินใหม่นี่เรามาวอร์มทำไมผมชอบยิงมันไว้120วะไม่ให้เอามันตาย
One kill remaining.
Night.
เด็กออกสวัสดีครับกดรัวๆครับยังไม่มาเปเปอร์เล็กยังไม่มาเปเปอร์เล็กมาอีกทีหนึ่งมา10 นาทีอ่ะ15 นาที
Match found.
ไปตามหาน้องก้าเนี่ย
Let's go.
ให้ G2
ให้
2-1
G2
2-1
เป็นเล็ก20พี่
G2 มันไอ้นี่มันมานะ
Pushed and you pushed, agents. I was going to start fighting back sooner or later.
Go, go, go.
Begin.
I'm out of here.
Dizzy has targets.
ที่เราโยกเยอะไปเหรอวะคนต้องเยอะตั้งแยะ
Reloading.
Reloading. I'm out of here.
Spawning.
Reloading.
I'm out of here. Nice try.
เฮ้ยหลังเข้า
Reloading.
New stage in 10.
Ow.
Stage 2.
Go, go, go. Gotta go.
รู้ด้วยเหรอทักทายครับ
Reloading. Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
Reloading. Still
Go,
inside.
go, go. I'm out
โอ้
of
ย
here.
ติดเพื่อน
Reloading. Cutting their vision.
Kill.
10 seconds until stage
Reloading.
Reloading.
Stage 3. Got 4.
Done.
4 down.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Ready.
แปลก
Go get him, buddy.
Bye. Pissed. Go, go, go.
They're down.
I'm out of here. This.
Cutting their vision. Done. Parasite. Reload.
อุ้ย
Three. Stay down.
New stage in 10.
Target down. Yikes. Nailed it. Reloading.
Final stage.
ทำอะไรวะ
Gotta go.
เอาวะ
Get him, man. The hunt begins.
โอ้ยมันกระสุนมันถึงได้เยอะขนาดนี้วะ
15 kills remaining.
It's you and me.
Kills remaining.
Go, go, go!
Run, little man. They will come.
Headshot.
What's this? Bye-bye.
เฮ้ยเอากดผิด
Somebody. Reloading.
เนออ่ะเรามาดูวาโลน
Where he left off
อ้าว
Valorant. The guy continues to be
อีก
an
ไม่กี่นาทีก็จะเริ่มละ
I feel like it's such a blessing for the game that we get to see him continue to play. Yeah, at a tier 1 level in VCT.
Yeah, and I mean, he's, had a couple moments where teams have been able to get the better of him, but for the most part, very reliable from him. But of course, I'd be remiss to not mention Devi as well as another steady hand there on that team. He's been putting in so much work throughout this entire year, throughout their entire careers as a team together. People always say, like, oh, he's the unsung hero. We don't talk about Devi enough. I've been talking about this guy nonstop because he is incredible, but I have to continue doing so.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's really, you could take any of these players on this team and speak just so positively about them because of all the success that they've managed to find. And now what they want to do is turn that into a trophy. This team is an uncrowned king, if you will. They want to try and lift this trophy. They got to make it happen here. Let's see if that's the case. But earlier on in the show, we asked you guys about our MasterCard fan poll, who will be our first two-time champion, potentially. And you all said Aspas, which I think is funny because by relation, it would also be Calm.
No, absolutely. Calm's not gonna do it. It'll only be Ospas. They're actually grand finals map 5.
They're gonna play
Calm, you've lost your spot.
They're gonna play 4v5, and Aspas is just gonna, or he's gonna multi-box.
Yeah, just dying to get up and then go to the other side.
Besides just voting for Ospas because Ospas, I do legitimately think that Leviathan is the roster with the best chance out of those teams. They're at least the highest expectations to maybe win a trophy.
สวัสดีครับเยี่ยมเคยใช้ซุปเปอร์ไลท์2ไหมมันดีไหมแล้วมันมีแต่ซุปเปอร์ไลท์1ซุปเปอร์ไลท์2มันน่าจะแก้ปัญหาตรงนี้นะไม่รู้ว่าเคยมีใครอธิบายอยู่แล้วก็ผมว่าจะมีนี่อยู่นะใครบอกว่ามันเปลี่ยนอะไรเนี่ยสักอย่าง
Yeah, I mean, granted, we would also have Paper Thin backing us up, I'm sure, but he is off today. But, we got it. This is, again, such an anomalous team. We never know what to expect from them. You have to suspect that they have been prepping hard. They're not a squad that's going to sit back, rest on their laurels, not getting Prac in. These are guys that are going to be diving in and have been screaming every single day since that elimination from the lower final.
Yeah, but you also know on the other side, G2 Esports, I mean, they're going to be prepped, ready to go here, Mimi.
Absolutely. I think that's their biggest strength, coming in with prep work, coming in with the counter strat to what their opponent does. PRX is a good team to adapt and come up with new things for every match, but I think once you've played this team once, that shock factor disappears a little bit, even if they are coming up with new, exciting comps. But either way, this is going to be a tough match.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, and it's time to get the show started. G2 versus PRX, EDG versus FUT. Day 4 at Champion Seoul starts right now.
net bir favori yok bence. Herkes kazanabilir. O yüzden
EDG zaten ilk rakibimiz. EDG'yi
kazanırız.
inşallah kazanırız.
Zaten 2 sezondur da Çin'i domine eden takım. Yani tabii ki de regional
เยตูเจ้เหรอพี่เยตูเจ้พี่ฟุก
Evet, kolay olmayacak. Hiç maç kolay olmayacak bu saatte.
พี่ฟุกไปนั่งกินข้าวกับเขาด้วยเหรอ
Ama ben bize bakınca bizi daha üstün görüyorum. Ne yalan söyleyeyim gerçekten.
Benim bir lafım var biliyorsunuz. Yani büyük konuşan büyük yer. Onun için şunu yapacağız, böyle yapacağız demek istemiyorum.
Şampiyon olmaya. Şampiyon olmaya diye. 1, 2, 3. Şampiyon olmaya. Hadi bakalım.
แว่นผมนี่มันเกินเยียวยาจริงเลยพูดตรงๆเลยอันนี้พูดตรงๆเลยขนาดที่เช็ดแว่นแม่งยังเอาไม่ค่อยอยู่อะบอกเลยโดนนิดหน่อยฝ้าโดนนิดหน่อยแบบเป็นรอยเนอะบ่นได้ไงกระทั่งแว่นมีเรื่องให้บ่นเยอะแยะไม่หมดงงว่ะชีวิต
我觉得最困难的瞬间应该是上海大师赛输的那一次吧。
It's kind of tragic to see EDG go home this early.
这场啊，无所谓了，反正都已经这样了，所以说我们就只能在首尔好好打。In 21, I was more all over the place, like I can do whatever I want. But now I want to play with the team. I'm improving as a person. 以前打得好的时候都是 underdog， 因为今年前2次都没有当 underdog， 这次就当个 underdog 吧。EDG beat us when I played in Navi in 2023 in Tokyo. I want to take revenge. 我觉得现在可能更多是一个很有创造力，然后很大胆一个选手吧。而他可能会找到很多相似的人，但是我可能只有一个。
When I was in Tier 2 grinding, I've always watched people compete at champions, I watched people win champions, and I never had the opportunity to actually step foot on the stage myself. This time around, I'm in the position to compete.
The fact that we got G2 is kind of like fate to meet them. It didn't go in our way, but we could change that.
ว่ะไมค์ซูเปอร์สตาร์
This time around, I don't think it's going to be any different.
For us, I think we just have to find a balance to become W gaming sometimes and to not become W gaming.
PRX, right now we're 1-1. You beat us in Reykjavik, we beat you in Shanghai, and now it comes down to the decider at champs.
If we could be the world champion, the sacrifices that we had to make, I think means everything.
PRX D2 ไม่โดนพี่
I hope you're all ready for a battle because
E2
these
ได้
two
ที่สอง
teams
ปะ
are going
โด
to
นบ้าน
bring
เขา
it. They've met each other before in competitions just like this in the past, and each and every time it's been a fireworks display, and I'm expecting the same thing this time around, Mimi.
This is the game to settle the score. The first global event for this G2 core. They lost to PRX, went home early. They got their revenge the last time we saw them at an international. And now here at Champions, it's the one that matters
Rubber
most.
band match. You love to see it. Oof, and here is
เตรีย
your
มให้
series
เปเปอร์เล็ก
layout.
2-0
Icebox,
ตึงปะ
Lotus,
ตึงปะ
and Bind. And
Icebox is an interesting one to me. I was a little surprised to see PRX picking into that one because it's been a solid map for them, but it's one of the most normal maps for them. They're just playing like kind of the old school Jet Sage KO look here.
I think the other big surprising thing is it wasn't them picking the Lotus. That's something that they have felt very comfortable on, but G2 say, okay, you're going to take Icebox. We're going to go at you on Lotus, that map that you have been relying on so very much.
And I'm going to be real, not to lean back into the, oh, this comp isn't perfect and I'm going to freak out thing, but the No Sentinel Lotus comp, I'm not that sold on it. I think these slow attack side teams with really good mid-rounding, like G2, can exploit a lot of the
อั
gaps
นนี้
in
พี่เอ็ด
that
มาคนเดียว
composition.
ตอนนี้มี
Even
พี่
if
แทน
that's
กับ
the
พี่เอ๋ครับ
fireworks
น้อง
with
ก้า
the
ยังไม่ได้เข้า
neon
มา
with the Jet kind of stuff there.
when I look at this series
ฝาก
layout,
กดไลค์ด้วยนะ
though,
ขอบ
I
คุณ
do
ครับ
have to say it looks
พี่ไอ้
good
กับไอ้
for
บ็อกของ
G2.
เขา
I
สวัสดี
feel
ครับ
like
น้อง
the
โพลิกอน
Icebox solid for that team.
โดนเละแบบคินเนี่ยเลเวทาน
I mean, Fine feels like a big
แต่เมื่อวาน
advantage to
ผม
them at the end
ผม
there.
จะได้ดันบาย
It
อ่ะ
really does, but Seth, I know you're going to give me the counter opinion.
Look, there are some
ผมทารอน
concerns
อ่ะ
to have here.
เกือบอยู่นะ
Icebox,
เกือบ
that
อยู่
was where the 100 Thieves incident happened over and over again, frankly, for the side of PRX. Lotus was that second map, that first one rather, that G2 was able to take PRX down
น้อง
on
มันคม
when
จั
they
ด
faced off against each other. But we see here that there are going to be some adjustments as Forsaken's going to be flipping
เมื่อวานพี่บ้าน
onto
เงียบๆ
this
นะ
Silva.
พี่บ้านดูเงีย
Yeah,
บ
I'm a fan of it. I've never really seen the value of the KO over the Silva on this map. I think that drone is kind of an invaluable tool to have, although kind of playing exploitatively against the Harbor comp. I don't think it's bad, but
ผมลงปะ
overall, good adjustment here. G2 is one of the few teams sticking to the Harbor Viper ideas. They changed to that recently and beat Leviathan on this map. I
ผม
think
ลงนี่
Silva
เทคเจอร์เลย
really
มา
I was impressed with
มาครับ
Valen was playing on the Harbor.
I'm curious to see how practice this Silva looks. It's not something Forsaken has played much of in his career, something around 20 games worth.
That's right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action, shall we? And all
Ah.
that's left to do, send it
Yes,
over
and
to
jump
your
the wall.
casters. It's my BFFs from EMEA. You got Mitch and Tom on the call.
Thank you, buddy. Yes, it's time to get on into this matchup. PRX and G2. It's going to be hype. You've heard from the desk theories
ฟัง
about
แล้ว
it
ครับ
being
ฟังเมื่อตอน
mismatched
ตื่น
style. What's your take on
แล้ว
that?
เราทะเลาะเลยกับทีมอะไร
The thing is, I feel like
Vitality
you
ครับ
can go into so many games with PRX and go, it
Maybe
really
we'll
doesn't
say.
seem like their style's
Yeah,
going to match
right?
up, and then they win 13-3, and you're going.
จริงตอนแรกผม
Okay
ไว้
then,
ผม
like
ต
that's
ก
just
นะ
how
แต่
it
พ
is.
อ
They've come
ต้อง
into
มา
this
ไว้ผม
tournament, you kind
ขึ้
of
น
look
วิว
at them,
เพ
you
ราะว่า
go,
มัน
okay,
รำคาญหัว
they're not where they've been over the last year or so. Like you go back to last year, this was a team that was basically dominating Pacific, got to the
สองวอล
finals
เลย
of
ว่า G2
champions, and it's been a slow, seemingly decline. But at any moment, you always feel like this team
บอก
can
G2 ก็
come
บอก
back.
G2
For
ใช้คอมเดิม
G2, it has been an
ตอน
accelerated
ชนะเรียน
rise.
แทมอะ
You wouldn't think that this was a team coming in from Ascension, and now, well, they're one of the contenders.
Well, they absolutely are. G2 have looked fantastic, and even within Americas, they made the whole run all the way to the grand finals without dropping a series. This is a squad that PRX definitely can't underestimate, and well, if Mimi's right, and the matchup and style is going to be different, could give the edge over to that G2 squad. Attack side to start it out here on Icebox, and a slow push up to the A site. Spike waiting outside B. They're just taking space, contesting for some of those angles. PRX yet to react.
But that's
จะ
the
พลิ
thing,
กแล้ว
the defensive side for PRX, at least on A, it's that brawly old school style. You
ใคร
got
จะเป็นเหยื่อรายแรก
something, they're just looking for fights.
โอ้
They're looking to try
150
and battle. And this
เรื่
route
อง
has
ซัมติง
already
มันเหมือน
been
มัน
solved.
ขนลุก
There
ด้วย
was
นะ
only one
เปิด
defender,
เปิ
more
ด
of
แด
a
ดก่อน
retake
เหี้ย
setup for PRX, and I'll be honest with you.
สัมภาษณ์เหรอ
I think
มี
they're
คน
gonna have to
เหมือน
retake.
จะมีคนพีคเปิดแดดรอ
There's not much of a choice here. Even the spam's not going to yield
Yeah,
much if they
side
want to
wang.
go for them. Instead, grouping up. The
ไม่โดน
blob
เทรดแน่
play,
นอน
just leaving something to go through the kitchen. All the
เอา
rest
มาบด
look
แพ
for
น
the site control. Now G2 have their post plans.
เด็
Nobody's
ก55 ครับ
mid just yet, but I see Valen checking the flank, and perhaps that'll be late flank indeed. He's on his way. The timer starts ticking now for PRX to get on that spike and start the defuse. Back yellow finds the main point of contention, still being held onto by Leaf, getting closer to
Wall now
that
down.
defuse around the wall, and they're dropping bodies all over the place. Only left to divide, and he's quickly shut down. Valen's made it through on the flank, but the time's already gone. It's 1-0 for G2.
ตัวตั้งปุ๊บ
It's not the
ซัดเลย
greatest
อะจี
start
ดูอะ
either. That when you look at it from PRX, like this is a composition for G2 that you really don't want to allow them to get.
แล้วคนที่ยิงสามคือคนที่แม่งโลตอนแรก
You don't have that duelist because you have tons of utility to get you in and then plenty to get you out. And obviously the idea from PRX is try and use the wall to your advantage, but you can see G2 are more than happy to re-aggress. And this is a
ไอตัวนี้แหละที่เขาล่ำลือกัน
on utility as well. Like
ไอ้
you're
นี่
not
แหละ
going to have those major investments as you'll see in future rounds. It's only going to get more and more difficult for the side of PRX. The more economy advantage.
กี่โมงแล้วพี่กี่โมงละ
35 34
I can see some
33
investment back into a few
2
pistols. Again, a stack
10
up on the A site, expecting the pressure to be there. And well, I think Divine might have been spotted by the drone.
4
ปอ
3
บปุ๊บซัดเลย
Nice and easy. Leafs even managed to find Jing, but at the cost of his life, still just a pistol lost.
ได้ยัง
While they take control on the other
6
side of the map
15
and get the plant down.
14
Again, you're going to see the
13
post plant setup and the dangers of this round. Often you will see a bit of a danger if someone like Jing is still alive to put the wall down. Potentially, they can get a decent amount of ground on the defuse. We've certainly seen that in EMEA a couple of times. But
tank.
Yeah, Natonk. On or under the wall, he's just as effective. But for PRX, they don't have that option. And so it's going to be a pretty difficult time trying to do anything in the way. Something's made it up behind, though, and he might be able to drop a few weapons. A few nice shots, but down and another to GP. This is getting quite costly for G2. And something didn't look to be stopped anytime soon, but Valen
ถือว่าตัด
steps
เยอะ
in.
อยู่นะ
Still, 2
This is
rifles
looking
carried forward. That's decent damage for PRX.
Yeah, no, that's really not bad, especially out of so little. Him being able to do that much damage. He's a couple away from a Blade Storm, immediately going to invest straight into the Outlaw, which, again, I think if there's going to be win conditions, you're always going to look at the individuals on PRX. Like, they're a team that a lot of the time they're talking about the idea of rolling without an IG. Like, you know that it's going to come down to individual fights. If this man can start off strong, there's been so many highlights. Like, I think of even like the first, I think it was the first week he played Jet on this map. He had one of the craziest like Blade Storm plays you've ever seen in your entire life. So you always have to watch out. And for G2 in this round, there is going to be a piece missing. Of course, it's the 3 rifles. If you lose one, you're only going to have those extra couple brought back up. Not going to overinvest. But they do have themselves Thrash, the only ultimate that will be available in this round, unless, as said, something gets a couple of extra kills.
Well, Harbor's using all his utility to clear out the angle. They've gained space. Bear trying to see where the aggression was coming from. They found out the hard way. The Outlaw was posted up. Mid push from PRX. Attempt by Jonah P. Value because Valon's gone down through the spams.
ภาพมาเลยอย่างนี้ภาพมา
PRX gearing up for a retake. Just 2 players defending around that angle. Still the Killjoy utility on, so it's not like Jonah P is going to get a free fight onto these guys unaware.
มีอ่ะ
Yeah, might just be right about now, but the problem is there's no one left to draw their eye. It's only Jonah P. And well, his chances of stopping this defuse are
อุ้ยเราไม่ลดเลยเลือดไม่ลดเลยอ่ะ
ไม่ได้ยินเสียงพี่เลยพี่กำลังเชียร์อย่างเมามันไหนอ่ะเมามันอยู่คนเดียวด้วยกูไม่ได้แค่ไม่ได้กดไม้เฉย
การเงินดีเลยอ่ะไปเล็กอ่ะ
ไม่เสียเลือดเลย
พี่กำลังคุยกับแชทกำลังบอกว่า2ทีมนี้เขาแข่งกันมา
Perfect แล้วก็ Forest
กำลังศึกษาประวัติศาสตร์ VALORANT อยู่บอกว่าไอ้หมอนี่โดนตกรอบมาสเตอร์ไปแจ็คเขาว่างั้นแล้วคนเราอยู่ดีๆจะมาให้ตกอีกรอบทำไมกูงงอ่ะ
พี่พูดถูก
มันจะมันไม่จับฉลากไปแข่งกับทีมอื่นวะยังไม่ทันได้แบบว่าเล่นครบเจอทุกทีมในทัวร์เลยที่จะตกรอบอีกแล้ว
Well, early game plan is going to be a little bit of scouting coming in from Thrash, gone back around to the back of Yellow, so nice and easy to retrieve that.
How far up they are?
Yeah, big push from PRX. They've gone through A main,
เฮ้ย
starting to make that
เปลี่ยนจุดวางแล้ววนๆตั้ง
ช็อกดันเข้าไป
Come back to put his trap in play, and his alarm bot does
แต่
come
เจสัน
from
เล่น
the angle.
โซฟาโคตร
He's
โหดเลย
sticking
นะพี่
around as well to try to execute.
ผมไม่อยากจะพูดอย่างนั้น
อุ้ย
แต่ผมพูดไปแล้วอะ
Hot on his tail.
Now they know.
คือไม่อยากจะพูดแต่พูดไปแล้ว
Thrash is going to be utilized, and you can see.
เราต้องจริงเนียนไม่ไม่เนียน
It's going to be Jing caught. Can he try and defend it? No, he can't. Both players eliminated. And now the rest trying to wrap around the site. Jonah P, good position. Tries to use the time. Goes down.
ไปเกาหลีกับผม
Those
ไหม
trades are immediate from the G2 side.
ไปหรอพี่เดี๋ยวชวนพี่เอ๋ยไปด้วยเนี่ยพี่เอ๋ยไปวันที่เท่าไหร่
Valon looking even stronger.
เดี๋ยวนะ
3-1
ไป
immediate response.
มันไปพร้อมกันอยู่แล้วอ่ะ
ผมไปที่หลัง
ผมย้าย They are allowing that
ให้เขาไปที่หลังกันไงผมไป
ผมกับก้าย้ายวันอันนี้คือผมโทรไปคุยมาผมบอกว่าผมกินเหล้ากับก้า2 คนไม่สนุกขอพี่เอ๋ยไปด้วยได้ไหมเขาบอกก็ได้
เดี๋ยวนะดูวันก่อน
พี่ไป20ป่ะ
And once you eliminate something in Jing, well, the round gets a whole lot easier. 3-1 for G2, a solid start. Now a big challenge though. Round 5 sees PRX still investing, and with no shield, something's pulled out the operator.
ผมไปที่หลังพี่
It's a risk, but it just might pay off.
He could have just played
ว่าถ้าไปก่อนเดี๋ยวมันต้องไปทำงานตามตารางเขาไงแต่ถ้าไปที่หลังก็คือพี่ทำให้พวกผมก่อนโอ้ผมก็ฟรีเลยใช่พี่เดี๋ยวผมเบสละทีนี้คือเอาง่ายๆคือพวกผมขี้เกียจมีธุระกันพี่เลยไปช้าแต่เขาจะให้ไป19แต่ว่าขยับมาไป22ดีกว่า
อ๋อไป22 26ใช่ไหม
ใช่พี่กลับช่วงนั้นแหละ26
I think that was through the orb. The orb was up when that spam came in and through a wall as well.
He's broken it for his team.
อ๋อเข้าได้ใบอะไร KDE อันเก่ายังอยู่เลย
ผมไม่ได้ไป
เดี๋ยวก็มีใบรับรอง
You can see that on the other side, Forsaken is watching mid. He's keeping an eye on it, but he has no idea that somebody's already in kitchen.
แต่ผมยังไม่มี KDE เลยอ่ะ
ไปทำง่ายเดี๋ยวนี้ทำในเน็ตแป๊บเดียว
อันนั้น ETA เหรอ
ใช่ KTE หรือเปล่า
KTE ETA อย่าง
KETA
It's a big swing and one that works out.
น้อง
Leaving
ในมี
Jonah
ส่ง
P
มาให้เอ็ม
the
ส่งมาให้
flanker
อยู่
to
กั
do
น
it
แต่ว่า
all.
ไม่รู้มัน
Something
ต้อง
gets a
ทำยังไง
second lethal
เดี๋ยวเราเอ็ม
rifle
มาบอ
with
ก
the op. That might be all he needs, but Jonah P really starting to take a bite out of this round. 20 seconds left though. Spike quite
เอา
far
เราไม่ได้เป็นผู้
away.
เล่นแพ้เหรอ
Defended by Devi and an op on the rotation. A near impossible situation.
ไอซูเปอร์สตาร์ยังไง
A little bit of an overextension from Jing. There is still a chance if he can
และไอ้
quickly
หมอนี่
find
เขา
his
เดินมาให้ยิงเฉย
kill,
งง
but I think it's patient from Devi. He actually gets away.
อ้าว
There is a
อ้าว
chance from Devi.
เอาแล้ว
ไอ้
ได้
เหี้ยว
าง
ไป
เฉย
ดื้
เล
อๆ
ย
เลย
It's going to be the sprint straight
นี่
away.
ไง
Just trying to deny it on Devi. Great round from him. He's going to make sure that does not happen.
Got a little bit scary. It
เอ้
really
ย
did.
มา
He
แล้ว
had the opportunities, and there was a moment where something went down, right? He's 26 HP. One more bullet landed precisely. He could have been out of the game, and then that 1v1 might have even been taken.
คนหนึ่งเขา
on
มี
the
ตุ๊ก
spike.
ตาดาวไวใช้พัดลม
The round ultimately falls into the hands of PRX 3-2.
คือต้องจริง
Wow. Jing
Yo,
was lucky
Galop.
to avoid that in the first place.
Yeah, I think good ultimate from Forsaken, managing to cause sort of some disruption while Jing goes to swing, and then also the fact that he escapes, because I think Jing is almost immediately traded out from that mid lurk, and that is, again, something that G2 are doing very well, is just selling false information, like breaking that turret from a player further back, a clear plan to give space.
Let me go B
Something's got the kill anyways. It was broken from further back, and nice setup for PRX.
มาด้วยความมั่นใจอ่านเกมไว้โกนมาแน่
Likely to challenge that a second time. The push up though, it's going to be a little risky. Something's being surrounded on all sides. Jing's kept control over main, but they've lost the side itself. A nice kill by Mind Freak makes this a little bit more competitive. G2 down and out. Icy's the last one.
ระยะนี้แฟนทอมชนะเฉยเลย
5 HP on Mind Freak. That's probably the only thing we can look to as a positive. He's got some utility. That'll buy him some time. The wraparound up towards heaven. And they still think that he's pretty close. The alarm bells should be ringing, and now, well, now they've got the information on exactly where he is. Got to deal with this guy, but a double swing should put him in the ground. It's a little.
โอ้โหไม่พีมาจัดไม่พีมาจัด
Open up in this round again. I feel like there were players getting caught out by the reckoning, like forced out of position. The G2 players knew exactly where they were, but they're just hitting their shots. Like Mind Freak does very well to have that aggressive push initially, a fallback that still catches the player mid. And again, I don't necessarily mind the adaptation from G2. It's like, okay, they take an aggressive B control. Let's try and quickly split through mid. But it seemed like even though that control had been given up, PRX were very aware, and wow.
ถ้าแชมเปี้ยนเขาทำโมเดลรีคอนนี่จะเป็น
With
ยังไงพี่
absolute confidence, don't expect anything else.
Well, yeah, at this stage,
โมเดลรีคอน
something as well with the early picks. He's been up there. You can see the reality behind the operator by.
แต่มันไม่ค่อยมีเอฟเฟกต์เลยเขาไม่น่าทำหรอกเพราะมันเป็นแบบสกินพิเศษอะ
Now an opportunity for him on the A side. Early aggression coming out. All pushing up, covered by Jing yet again. Always has that second man behind him. But the wall is going to concede the space. They fall back. Set up for another pick. Good space taking.
The guns. It has to be a faster pace take. Yeah, Jonah
Hey,
P
hey,
is the
hey,
only one that
Dawai.
actually has a rifle. They haven't spotted him. He's got way too far, but it's only going to be the one. And now the rest, well, an immediate res to bring another back from the fray.
อุ้ยปืนประจำตัว
Something farming them
ไม่
off.
เสียงเกมมันเบาจังวะผมก็เปิดได้60
Again, a 1v5 this time, and not one he'll find.
อันนี้ทุกคนรับช
A
ม
little
ผ่าน
mistake
YouTube
from
กันถูกไหม
PRX. Probably good they got it out of the way in this round, but Devi moves out of range of that alarm bot, and
พี่ดู
at just
YouTube
the
ก็ได้
right second,
เราตอบเวลาให้
someone
ตอบ
walking past it.
ผมนับ
And
เวลา
Jonah P's
ใช้
flanks
โม
would
มัน
be
ง่ายดีกว่า
definitely something that's
คอ
going
ร์
to
โก
get in the back of PRX's head if it keeps up.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's unfortunate for the side of G2 is that's now 2 rounds that's happened. Again, maybe at some point you'll see it mentioned if there's a pause or something like that.
Yeah.
อย่างนี้ในแข่งเขาจะให้ใช้วูดติ้งฟังก์ชันใหม่
That's
ผม
going to
พี่
be frustrating because you've had the right time.
แต่มัน
you've
เดือ
had
ด
the
มากเลยนะ
moment to get the
ฟังก์
space,
ชันใหม่
but the reactions
โกง
of
ล่ะ
PRX
เหมือน
are
โดน
so
เก็บ
fast.
ป้ายยายังไงไม่รู้ว่าตอนเนี้ย
Instant
แบบ
the response.
ของมันต้องมี
4-3, lead taken
มัน
by
เป็นไงอะ
PRX. Something, as said, if this guy's online, it's
รู้แค่ว่ามัน
terrifying.
ตาม
คือมันเร็วมาก
เรา
คือ
น้ำหนักนิ้วเราอะ
แค่เราคิดมันก็ไปแล้วว่ายังไม่ได้กดเลย
Double push.
ไว
Yeah,
จัด
they've got
อะไรวะเนี่ยพี่
something as well. Straight down the tube. We saw him sprinting
ดู
right
ใน
at
คลิ
the
ปดีกว่า
start of the
อธิ
round.
บายยาก
They might be ready for the man up top.
ปกติเวลาเรากด AD ใช่ไหมเรากด D มันจะหยุดใช่ไหมแต่นี่
Sending
คือ
it
กด
out. Ops block.
จะให้
Rotations
priority
are in,
ของ
and they're
กลุ่มสุดท้าย
crossing that angle for free.
Also, Jing and something are like a
ดู
package
ดู
deal.
พูดแล้วง
So
ง
a
ดู
lot
คลิ
of
ป
the
เดียว
time
คุณ
we've
พี่ส่งไป
seen Jing, then you go.
รอคีย์บอร์ด
Alright,
ของ
there's
ไฟนอล
probably
เมา
an
ส์เนี่ยโดน
operator
หลอก
here.
ตบยัง
Let's
ไม่
be
มาขาย
careful
ที
with it. The early rotation
อ๋อ
that
ไอ้ที่มันแบบ
PRX is
ใสๆป่ะที่มี
Three players
ใช่
on
ใช่
this
ผม
side
อุ
of
ต
the
ส่าห์
map.
ซื้อเดอะลัสดีเจ
Again,
น
they
มา
haven't
เนี่ยเพื่อ
spotted
คี
any
ย์บอร์ด
sort
นะ
of
ผมไม่ได้อยากได้เมาส์อยากได้คีย์บอร์ด
cross-back with Thrash. About to clear out some of the closer angles, but that's irretrievable now. Can't be utilized again.
Yeah, they've got to get the kills. to take the space if that's going to be a factor in the late round, and by then you won't really need it. Mind Freak tucked up close, Orb goes up, blocking off that avenue. They're going to go back to the yellow push, and Viper's Pit, yeah, there it is. It's activated, so it's online for both squads. Curious to see if Jonah P is going to decide to activate his with a lockdown in play to push them out of the pit.
Mind Freak stay.
Take the space. No, he's out of here. And I think the pit's going to drop because of it.
Yeah, I don't think there shouldn't be enough time for him to get back into that. So that's actually huge. Removing that from play. There's a lockdown on the other side. This is just what I like to call
ติ Viper ไม่มีผลครับมีล็อกดาวน์
We're going to get the third person as now they do what was done to them, but I do believe just with the corner you might be able to hold on to this ultimate. I feel like G2 are going to try and do that.
They are, but you could see the pings from PRX. They want to compete for that back angle.
ให้ Yellow ยืนไม่ได้เลย
Success, Jing, something forsaken, all falling. Icy's having a
Yellow มันยืนได้
round, and now with the pit still standing, there's no chance. Surely PRX likely to head for the hills. Maybe looking to stick around and make this a bit more costly and eventually delete their enemy of Icy. Pick up the operator and look to save it. Being challenged on the way, though, there's no free escape with Divide falling. The op will not be carried through to the next, and this has been a costly round for the side of PRX with G2 equalizing.
Yeah, I like the way that was played by G2. I feel like that was a game of chicken. Like, you had a couple of ultimates in play, either side using basically exactly the same thing, and just having their lockdown to remove the pit, putting it in a place where they had to fully retreat, but then being able to hold on to their own because of the space that had quite been taken, and making sure that there was defense outside of the pit to make sure that nobody could really get that move. 4-4. Economy, although damage not broken, and there will still be an operator for something, and we've already seen that when he's in position, when he's able to be put into play, which I think he will be here, things are much, much tougher for the opponents.
Well, G2 are wasting no time in the A main control, sending Jonah P out to the B site. No surprise, he's on the lurk. The success, he's had a lot of success, but whenever he does, like you say, Tom, the main push is always the one that fails. Jonah P does well here, down to 46, but fails to get the kill on the jump peak, and the rotation's on its way. They're focused on the B site. PRX seem to have an idea that this is where it's coming through. You see the shift from Divide. He's closer by now in kitchen to help out.
Jing trying to keep his teammates safe from information, but
is
he likely going to do that? The immediate swing. Mind Freak still gets
เดี๋ยววอลติ๊กต็อกเอาเลยผมไม่ก็สูง
Leaf picks him out of the air.
แต่แม่งแม่นจัด
It's an angle that I feel like a lot of players would miss.
แตกเลย
But not Leaf. And now the retake's looking tough.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The numbers against them, and there it is. Thrash was online, activated now. Valorant tucked down below, manages to catch Deviant something off guard. And there's no need for any further aggression from this G2 side. Forsaken's out of here to try to save, but they've already got him boxed in. Like you said, Tom, Leaf right up behind him. The timing, he might actually have seen the barrel there. Yeah, now he's got a good idea, but that's one way to do it. The lead back in G2's hands, 5-4. Attack side really heating up.
Yeah, looking like a very competitive game at the moment. Now for, I think both of these squads, a lot of the time when they've had big success, it has been on that attacking side. So I don't think PRX is going to be too worried about this just yet, especially having that additional duelist. I am starting to think though how many times we've already seen that Thrash available. Like they have been farming that up on Icy. It's been used so many times throughout this, and the impact it has just being able to clear a lot of those close angles early on. It means that the pacing of G2's takes just goes through the roof. And it's one thing I would actually quite like to see a PRX attempt to run in the future, because I think that the Gecko in particular on this map is so ridiculously strong, and you already have the likes of something who has shown that he can use it to an incredibly high degree. I will say some of the angles he's taken he wouldn't be able to get to if he wasn't playing the Jet, but I don't know. I still think there might be more value in it for him.
Yeah, it's curious as well how quickly, and you saw in the replay, I didn't hear what he was saying, but I have an idea. Leaf seemed very happy to have picked Jing out of the air. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, right on Ascent, how many times did we see that Sage Wall up in main? It caught so many players off guard. And that's a bit more of an unusual one to see in play. So fair play to Leaf for reacting after just a few shots coming this way. PRX had a timeout here discussing what they want to do, but this is a very, very light buy from them. Some Guardians in play, couple pistols. I expect a much more direct defensive side aggression to start this one off.
I feel like they've gone for a lot of early A control throughout this game, and it's not really been met by anything. It's a lot more passive from the side of G2, and obviously a lot of the goal is just to try and collect the orbs. I don't think they're going to be able to get the one on the B site, though, because G2 have been, again, very heavy on the B lane. A lot of the time when it's gone in the other direction, it's been lower purchases. They just have an incredibly clean B execute and post plant, and they are abusing.
Look at how cautious G2 are being. Playing early, we saw on the A site, PRX took the control for free, like you said, and they grabbed themselves an orb. But G2 do just the same. Now pump the brakes, stand in a firing squad, a little bit of danger on the push, but it's dealt with immediately. Forsaken, able to step up for one. Second shot not going to land, and 64 HP. He's out of here with the Sheriff. Rotation off the A side, leaves Jing alone. He is tucked down below. An uncouth position. One Leaf has to be cautious of, but he was watching it as the peek comes in. Now Jing tagged low. At least get himself a little bit of a heal. Okay.
This doesn't think the heal played any part in that.
No, not at all. Got him back to 76 in the end, but they're set up in a decent position.
Yeah, both Hunters online now as well. Forsaken got it from getting that extra kill.
If
he can be disruptive here, that would be nice. The spot comes in from something. Dizzy not going to play a part, and now there goes that Hunter's Fury from the flank. It's not really going to do too much. 15 seconds now for the side of G2 to try and make their way in towards the side. Up above, it seemed like Jing may not have been paying attention, didn't hear the sounds, and even though it comes super late in the round, they're going to get that plant.
This is not a comfortable anti-eco, but they've managed to make it work. 3 versus 1. Forsaken to be behind. He threw out a dart a moment ago.
Square wheel.
นิ้วเบียดนิ้วเนี่ยลูกกิ้งเหรอ
2-round lead. Chance to extend it even more before the half is over.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to want to do that. We've seen them like not too long ago still have some struggles on this map, but it was normally the attack side when they played versus Lev that looked decent. So I think they're going to want to try and extend that to an 8-4 lead. And as said, like PRX on the attack, you've always got to be careful. But it has seemed that over the last few rounds, a lot of the early success they were having had the Jing show. I think G2 have done well to adapt. A lot of early map control. You can even see it now, throwing early flashes. They want to try and make sure that there's no angle, that something could just be sat on with an operator. He's back on the rifle. And again, it seems like every time we have the early aggression from PRX, they're a little bit unlucky because they're always on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they've pushed up on B this time, ready for any aggression out of G2, but players are going to be spotted outside of A. Maybe just the one scene now. Not a ton of information to work with. They're conscious of the flank.
ผมว่าเราสามารถดูใน YouTube แล้วกดเร่งเวลาแบบคูณ 2 เพื่อให้เวลาเป็นปัจจุบันแล้วดูพร้อมกันได้เลยนะ
อ๋ออันนี้มันจะหมุนมันจะกระตุกมันจะหมุน
ดูมาพักหนึ่งแล้วไม่เป็นนะ
มันจวดจัดเลย
now that they think
there could be a play towards the B side. Divide toyed with the idea of pushing mid. Luckily he didn't, because Jonah P was waiting as always.
อันตีเข้า A จากนั้นเจอตันก็จะเก็บ
5 เจ็ดเคมึงเห็นนะเขาขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
ไม่ต้องดูกดคูณ 2 ก็ได้มาละ
มึงเห็นไกลกับกูอีกอ่ะเห็น
นี่พี่โลตัสกำลังบุกอยู่ในเปเปอร์เล็ก
ไปไกลจัดเลย
Another easy post plant. Jonah P's just waiting, watching, knows that right now the flank is clear, even has support from Trent. It's going to be a very one-dimensional retake from PRX.
He's heard the steps, but he knows that's going to be a problem. Has to give it away. In comes the Hunter's Fury, taking down Forsaken. Divide falls too. They eventually deal with the flank they knew was coming, but there's still so many more to drop. There's Jing onto Icy. A chance now. Life breathed back into the side of PRX. But look, right down below, a sneaky spot from Leaf that gets his third of the round. That may well be the final nail in the coffin of this. With Jing left alive, time ticking away, and he just has to save that weapon, run for the hills, and concede a 7th to G2. A strong lead for the attacking side, and it isn't over yet.
Yeah, and also even just the casualties are meaningless. There's so much economy left for G2 that they can toy with their opponents in the late round. But no, it has just been, I feel like there's been some stellar positioning from the side of G2 when it's needed most. Like we spoke about those lurks, but Leaf here just playing a patient game. Something that, to be honest, he was seen. So they knew that he was around there, but I guess assuming that he'd fallen back for the late round post plan.
Yeah.
And now, well, with the extra kills he got in that round, one away from a lockdown, something I'm sure they're going to want to try and get online. In fact, already challenging early for the orb, but I was going to say it's gone all right until the extra swing in. Valen again.
Doesn't need the orb either, does he? Leaf's got his ult online from that pick. Yeah, that looked really good. The staggering utility from G2 pushed PRX back. They decided to stick around in the choke point, which is often a mistake, but they won the fight despite the util being thrown their way. But now the fact that Leaf got that pick, has the ultimate to work with, it's going to buy so much time. And then you've got to root these players out of position. Trent still has a shock dart to work with. I believe there's a nano on the spike alongside an alarm bot. This is going to be a very difficult round, as it has been for PRX in all of these retakes. This one feels that little bit more stacked against them. Shock dart the one to find the kill, and Device looking the wrong way into heavy traffic. 8-4. This has been a stellar first half from G2, and PRX better hope their attack can make up the gap.
Yeah, no, I think there was a bit in the middle.
ดันบุกดันบุกมีเพลงเขา
พี่
มัน
นายไปโพสใน X เลยดิ
โพสต์ว่า
เนี่ยแล้วแฮชแท็กว่า VALORANT Champion เนี่ย
แฮชแท็กว่า VALORANT Champion เหรอ
มันจะเอาขึ้นมา
เดี๋ยวกูลองดู ตอนนี้ใช่ป่ะมัน30 กว่าวิไม่น่าจะทันด้วยก็
มันน่าจะเอามาแบบรอบหน้ามั้ง
อันไหนก็ได้ใช่ป่ะมันมีอะไรแชมเปี้ยนที่มันเป็นไอ้นี่ด้วยอ่ะเดี๋ยวลองโพสต์ดูดูว่ามันขึ้นไหม
ผมว่ามันน่าจะคัดมานะ
อ้าวแล้วกูโพสต์ไปแล้วอ่ะ
ไม่ได้ดูดิ
มันอาจจะขึ้นรอบหน้าหรือเปล่า
เป็นไปได้
To Lotus, like it's been a strong map for them recently. I think Jing's Neon is something, but ultimately you're not going to want to lose your.
อันนี้เป็นPRXเลือกเหรอเนี่ย
I think they're going to have a very strong attack side. Now they normally do. As said, when they win this map, you're looking.
แบบนี้ G2 มันเล่นอยู่แล้วดิปัญหาเลย
ก็คือปล่อยให้เลือกไปเลย
เป็นเล็กมั่นใจก็เลยเลือกมาแต่ G2 ก็เล่นดีอยู่แล้วแบบนี้
เล่นเก่งมาก
Oh, sorry, Jing and something. A terrifying duo on the entry. But just look at already the aggressive stance that has been taken by G2 in mid.
Yeah, they're looking for the triple push off the back of the contact from Trent. And they're even hearing some of the steps that went around towards A main. Some information there. We'll see how quickly they get on that flank. The retake setup, though, certainly in play. You can see Leaf is just backing off, conceding this space. And in fact, the flank abandoned after breaking the turret. Now look to play this as a more conventional retake. Ball buys a little bit of time, and the plant should be in.
ถ้าได้ปืนพกก็ชนะเลย
Shock dart, though, for damage.
They have so much plant denial a lot of the time on the side of G2, but utilized for the retake.
โอ้ยคนเยอะหมด
อุ้ยไม่ฟีก
Mind freak with a couple.
อุ้ยเป้าอินจับ
to himself. But it's left
ไอ้เหี้ย
You would want anyone else to collapse, although he's
อุ้ย
taking it
อุ้ย
แล้วพีคจังหวะอย่างดี
It will
เกี่
be
ย
a
วเอวหลบ
last
ไอ้
second
สัตว์ธ
shot
นูถวย
that ends up giving PRX a much needed pistol round.
Well, that came
Ao
very
mới dù.
close. Travel time of that arrow, all that made the difference. But it's enough. PRX take the pistol,
คือไอ้แผ่น
and
เสียง
this
ส้
is
ม
a
เมื่อกี้รุ่นอะไร
much-needed win. An injection of rounds early
อา
on.
ติซาน
At
ส้ม
least
ป่ะ
if they can manage to convert
มา
the
แล้วเอาของดี
follow-up
ซานเหรอ
that they needed to
Aye.
close the gap after that first half. 5 rounds in a row before this.
ผมเคยใช้อันสีแดงอยู่แต่ว่าเลิกใช้ไป
Finally, we
แล้ว
see a stall out to that
ลุ้น
momentum.
ลุ้น
ตื้นไปคุมไม่อยู่
ไอ้เควิน
มันลื่นๆหน่อย
That job
ดีแฟร์400ผมเหมือนแม่งเล่นประมาณ600อะ
themselves back into the map and it looks like the
มันดีกับ
defensive side almost
เกม
trying to
แท็กกิ้ง
sell
นะ
confusion here. They've got the Viper screen
อ๋อ
combining.
ใช่พวกไอ้นี่ใช้กันเยอะพวกแบบเล่นเอเปกอะ
The thing is, it seems like PRX, similarly to the last round, are just happy to play around their opponent's utility, like almost use it to their advantage.
แม่ไม่ยิงสุ่มเข้าไปสักหน่อยวะน้อง
It's whether or not they can abuse the gaps more than their opponents can.
I mean, they've taken a big gamble. The turret is
เฮ้ย
walking
โดน
the
แล้ว
back, but they're committing 5
นี่
players
เอาไปก่อน
after making all this
Yeah.
noise. The stack up is
เอาไปอีกหนึ่
there
ง
from G2, but it doesn't seem to
เอาไปอีกหนึ่ง
matter. They're being shredded on the
เอาไปอี
site.
กหนึ่ง
On that wall, soon to fall, easy down, and Leaf to do it all. Let's see if we can find a 1v5 with a
เกลี้ยง
classic. No.
ก็ไม่เท่าไหร่
What a
ก็ไม่เท่าไหร่
surprise. 3 kills from
ดันบุก
something.
ดันบุกครับ
Big round for him, farming up some orbs.
ถึงเวลาได้ทำในสิ่งที่ตัวเองถนัด
falling for PRX.
Yeah, and the thing is, they invested in with 4 rifles, so normally you're expecting,
พี่เท
okay,
น
maybe
ไวอะ
you can afford to lose a
ต้อง
couple
ดู
of
เท่าไหร่
players.
กี่
In
วิ
that
อะ
case, they could
20
have, they kept it
19
so
กู
ridiculous.
15เนี่ย
Didn't really
พอดเลย
struggle.
พอดรอ
Orbs kind of spread across the
ได้
board,
แล้ว
which obviously
13
is nice in the
12
future, but
11
เท่ากัน
right now will
11
be a little bit more frustrating.
9
โอเคเท่ากันแล้ว
Back up with an outlaw as
โอ้
well. Like we
ไว
see this
กว่า
quite
ก็ไม่
often,
ได้
having
เฮีย
that low player just being able to hold down mid, watch anybody who's trying to push on the A site.
ไม่ได้เดี๋ยวเขางงกันเสียง
It's important
แบบ
round
ไหน
for G2.
เยี่ย
If
มั
they
น
lose
มัน
this
กำลังมัน
bonus, and it's a strong
เสียงมาจากอ
bonus,
นาคต
they're right back in the game. He's just full sprint. He's just okay. This W game.
Ui.
How could I forget?
เอ้า
การเข้าแบบใหม่
In case you
Cái
needed
tộc
a
ไก่
เหี้ยไก่โอกตายเลยอะ
ไก่โอกตายคม
lost his shift
เฮ้ยเราดู
keys, so he
GTV
finds it
งงเลย
soon, running back
คือแค่นี้ก็
down
คม
because he's been
ผม
hurt.
แล้ว
Leaf has a
พุ่งเข้ามา
very
ปั๊บ
high
เพื่อยิงไอตัวไก่โฮกเลยนะ
G2 to re-clearing out in kitchen. Player right down below him, and
เดี๋ยวมันไปไหนกันหมดเนี่ย
something is just playing an
เอา
unhinged.
ทำนี่
Player gets shot in the
โอ้
back.
ดีนะไม่ตาย
ไอ้
It's
หมอ
just a
นี่ว่าว
tickle, and that actually
Well, look at the
spurs him
execute.
forward to look
Ni ao
for
khưn,
another
chạc
fight.
khưn.
Joe
เอาดิ
Pete
มาดิ
ก็คง
โล
จะ
ก
มา
เลยสันติโลกเลย
เจ็ดคนเดียว
All the A
So
sites
focused
taken.
on him.
ไหนมาดิ
They're so
มันทำมิ่งมันแรงยิ่งอย่างวะ
focused.
โคตรดื้อเลยอะ
They've just walked into the site
Ui,
and
ui, ui, ui.
planted the spike. Like you can't
Something
blame
đưa
them.
chặt
When
à?
a guy is running around like a lunatic, you go,
Phường
okay, I
chặt.
should keep an eye on him, and
Ui,
you need
ui.
to still keep an eye on him.
Ooh.
There was a pixel there that made
Ui.
him
Ơi,
blind
ôi.
sight. Even
โอ้โห
spotting players
ทำ
around
มิ่ง
mid.
แต่ละ
They
ที
should know that
เฮ้ย
he's
จะไหว
still
นะ
เฉียวไปเฉียวมาอยู่
มั
นั่
น
น
ไม่ได้ยินนะ
They're just relying on this wall, the turret. Is he going to get past
เอ้า
เรียบร้อย
They're behind them. Only the one so far.
นี่
but
ปล่อย
they
หลอน
have
เลย
to deal with
พอแล้ว
this
พอแล้ว
man.
พอแล้วพอ
The
แล้ว
whole
ปล่อยหลอน
round
ปล่อยหลอน
has been about dealing with
เย็นใจเย็น
something.
ปล่อยหลอน
Haven't even seen
ปล่อย
it.
หลอน
ใจเย็นใจเย็นใจเย็น
Towards the spike, sure,
ใจ
but
เย็น
the guy
ปล่อยหลอน
is
จริง
still behind them.
ปล่อยหลอนดีกว่า
ไม่นับด้วย
Now the fight up in
Poi
front. Okay, something falls. So
Ừ.
does Divide.
Ui.
But Spike not even
Ừ.
out just
Ai
yet. The sprays are good. Mind
เอ้ย
เอ้ย
Close it out. All eyes are on
ยังเดือด
ไอ้เหี้ย
ต้อง
ร้อ
ผม
น
ใหม่ของเขาอะ
Magic.
โอ้ย
Yeah.
บ้าน
The
พี
Red
สิง
Bull
ชัด
clutch,
ชัด
it was
ควา
high
มหนาวมา
impact
กับ
for
ทรงผมใหม่
sure. But it's just, again, one of those rounds that you're going to look back on and go, well, they didn't forget about him, but it was like you forgot who he was, like what he was going to be doing. There was so many moments
และ
in
เป้า
that
แรก
round
ไม่
where
ยิง
you
หัวด้วย
just
ยิงหัวไหล่
even though something, yeah, he doesn't get like the triple kill, he doesn't get the multi. There was so little time left that it almost just became
โอ้โหตบซะแรงเลย
focused on killing
แล้วไปแบบ
one guy. And of course you
ไป
are.
จูมือฝั่งซ้ายด้วยนะ จูมือฝั่งขวาก็ได้ปปส
You're
กลัว
not going to expect him
เออต่อยเขาอีก
หลังลง
Hello, early fight. Valorant's not going to get anything, but Divide goes down. Early flank underway.
ชุบ
Turns
น้อง
more
เก็บ
passive,
ออฟ
so
ชุบ
Leaf will get pretty close. Not close enough to actually
อุ้ยเลยเขามาหลัง
take anyone down.
ผม
He
เพิ่งไป
could.
ฟังเพลงที่เขาแต่งตัวเป็นสปาร์ตันมา
Divide's the one that fell right away. So yeah, he's able to make it all the way up,
เดี๋ยว
making it into
แล้ว
heaven.
มีคนมาทำ
Grabbing
พิษแล้วเนี่ย
himself a weapon, and now a serious danger down
นี่
below.
ไง
He's
โดน
got
แล้ว
something to
โคตรไวเลย
right above it. Free
โอ้ my god โอ้พัง
a phenomenal
ยก
round.
แผง
He's
ไอ้
looking
เหี้ อ่ะ
Mind Freak has to do it again. This time a 4K against pistols, but he's 30 HP.
ใครแท้แพ้
เฮียวิ่งโลกเลยสัตว์
Forgot the turret was down. He got so much space. Mind Freak might get an isolated 1v1, but now the Sheriff, well, we normally talk about hitting a headshot. I They definitely don't need that. Body shot will do the job. He's trying to sell the
ถูก
idea
ต้อง
that
ไม
he's
ฟิก
pushing into the A
หัน
side,
ขวา
but
ที
that idea has not been
โอ้โห
sold
โอ้
whatsoever.
เข้ากระบาล
He's
เลย
gonna
เฮีย
get the headshot anyway. The Mastercard Thrifty will be what brings a round onto the board for G2. And while
โดยตรงที่คนที่ตายก่อนมีคิวจอยไง ไม่มีคนดูหลัง
The fact that Device first to die is unfortunate. Like you said, dropping the turret, his position, given a free weapon down below. The fact that the res goes in up top, just as something dies, they panic to try and cover Device so he doesn't die a second time, and that ends up giving a flurry of frags over the lead.
มันเอา
Now
คืนนะดิ
15
ช็อตเนี้ย
and
ไก่
11,
เป็น
and one away
คิวจอย
from a
ตาย
lockdown. G2 have a lot of high-value ultimates coming online. Same can be said for PRX here on the attack, though. This is where everything's going to be decided, 9-7. The gap either going to close or be extended massively by G2 here. Credits down to the last for PRX.
Yeah, it's done a lot of damage. The only thing that's going to pad the gap is the Viper's pit. By having a stinger in a pit, absolutely fine. But they need to get into the afterplan. Look how quick G2 are already moving around that flank. They're in the spawn already. But by the time they get there, the post plant will be set. This time, turret should be available.
เฮ้ยสวยเลยเนี่ย
Information, in fact, Forsaken
โอ้ย
is
อันติ
already
โคตร
watching.
งาม
He has
ย
Hunter's
ดย้อย
Oh, it's
Reckoning
actually
use.
got blasted, but the flash checks him anyway.
แม่งแปะ
Reckoning
หน้า
gonna
พอดี
clear a lot of space here as well. Give away that information. They know exactly where something is. He's stunned up, gunned up. Leaf able for one. Keeping it competitive. G2 3 versus 2. Having to fight through the pit though could be the advantage they need. In goes the Thrash. That Mind Freak can't quite dodge it. They know exactly where he is. The pressure is on Jing.
มาแล้ว
He
เฮีย
has to
มา
cover
แน่
this man to
เฮ้ย
keep
เอาดิ
ได้อยู่
to keep the chances there for PRX. And he'll get nothing. Bar the one. G2 now
Yeah, man, get
double
Pokemon.
digits on the board. Pit invested for PRX. And credits are going to be, well, out of reach for a full buy.
ยิ้มไอสัตว์ยิ้ม
It's definitely not going to be an ideal scenario.
ทำทรง
I don't think that's quite. Not sure it works like that.
That's how the finisher goes, but.
Oh yeah, no, beautiful retake, but also the read initially. Like the flank came through so fast that although I was a little bit worried, this is the thing that's great about G2 is they're so methodical. They put the reckoning through and I go, okay, there's a gap. And that gap is where Forsaken is. Flash, just around the corner, just to make sure. It's so clean with making sure that there isn't those gaps left. And while put them into a great position. Still though, Blade Storm, something, mentioned it in the first half. We know what this guy can do with it. Already going to take a lot of early space. They also have the Hunter's Fury as well, so if this can get into the late round, it could get dangerous, but that lockdown's available for the other side.
PRX are so fast. Usually that drone will slow you down a bit, but they just sprint straight at it, taking control over the site, and that gets the lockdown into play. Shock darts to harass the planter.
ไอ้เครื่องล็อกดาวน์นี่มันยิงทิ้งได้ไหม
Flank was attempted for a
ได้
moment.
ได้
G2 though seem to have fallen back.
ต้องไปยิง
Maybe
ที่เครื่อง
assuming
มัน
that
ถูกไหม
the lockdown
ยิงก่อนที่มันจะ
is
ระเบิด
the other direction, but they might not know PRX. This is a team that isn't keen to give up on the A game.
โอ้แล้วมัน
Still
ดันหลัง
looking
มาอีกแล้ว
for
อ่ะ
the A side.
And now that flank starts to adjust again. Clearing in middle, getting all the information. The plant is going to be enabled and something is
มัน
desperately
ปั่นป่วนด้วยมันวอลปิดป้อมแล้วไม่ตุ๋ยอะ
such a huge disadvantage for
เจ
the
สัน
rest of
มา
the
รอ
team.
แล้ว
Levi at least has a gun, but everything else is going to be those stingers. He just wants to try and get something
ติง
อุ้ยเยอะๆด้วย
field,
เจ็บเกือบ
but does have support.
Well, that flash
Get
sends
go.
all the support backwards. Jing's caught,
Die.
still blinded up. Hunter's Fury goes through, though. Forsaken, able to trade out on the Icy. Gets the push out of Devi. Back and forth, the kills go, but it's still G2.
ไปฟรีอีกแล้วครับผมช็อตนี้
They catch
หนึ่ง
Mind free. It could be something.
สองเฮ้ยโอ้โห
Gliding Leaf down. The defuse already halfway. He's sticking it.
Oh.
Forsaken. Fallon on a sliver of health gets it across
ทำดี
the
ที่สุดแล้ว
line
วะ
with
ตอนนี้
plenty of time left. It's
พยายามอย่างมาก
11-7. The lead for G2 cemented, and they're in the home stretch now.
He's never going to get to use it. He's trying so hard to do the finisher, but never quite gets it done. Always so low on the time, but this must have been just the biggest jump scare ever. 20 HP. It wasn't far away for Forsaken.
หน้าแดงแล้ว
Alex
โมโห
needs to breathe, needs to get the frustration out because he's about to talk to the boys. That's what he
ไป
always
เบี่ยง
says.
หมัดใส่คน
I get the
ข้างๆที
คน
frustration
ละ
จริง
มูนเลยอ่ะ
and I talk to them in a calm manner. But they've lost 3 rounds in a row. They're 2 away from losing their own map choice.
แต่โดนละ
And he's got to try and
กู
come
ว่า
up
โด
with
นละ
something here because
โดนสวด
โดนสวนละ
ไม่เป็นไรน่าจะเป็นคุยเรื่องอารมณ์ในทีมมากกว่าตอนนี้
ตอนที่มึงอยู่ในทีมแล้วเขาทำเอาเขาพูดยังไงอะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องอารมณ์อะ
เขาก็จะพูดประมาณว่าแบบถ้าสิ่งที่เราทำตอนนี้มันคือสิ่งที่ไม่ดีหยุดทำมันแต่ถ้าสิ่งที่คิดว่ามันดีก็ไม่ต้องทำมันเหมือนกันไม่มีโอกาสแล้วพวกมึงอะกลับบ้านนี่พูดอย่างนี้เลย
พูดกับมึงอย่างนั้นจริงๆเหรอวะ
ขึ้นเลยพูดงี้
เขาพูดกับมึงอย่างนั้นได้ยังไงวะ
ใช่พี่
ก็ทำกับซุปเปอร์สตาร์อย่างนี้ได้ยังไง
จริงๆไม่ต้องพูดเลยแค่พูดว่ากลับบ้านคือจบเลย
อันนี้คือกูจะไม่ได้คำตอบที่เป็นสาระจริงๆใช่ไหมเนี่ยไอ้กล้ากรรมกรกูอยากเรียนสาระแล้ว
that it'd be around the choke point, but instead it's further up, just covering.
แบบพูดเกี่ยวกับเรื่องอารมณ์พูดยังไงแบบใจเย็นๆเงี้ย
ไม่นะ Cover the right. A really nice setup. It's going to leave him in a very favorable fight either way. And if someone pushes the alarm bot, Nano goes up, and Jonah can just fall back a little bit and play passive.
เข้าใจเรื่องอารมณ์แบบมันประมาณคำพูดแบบไหนล่ะที่อยากรู้นั่นแหละ
ก็ถ้าสมมติว่าพี่มีอารมณ์อย่างเงี้ยพี่ก็ต้องใจเย็น
แล้วเขาดูยังไงดูจากสีหน้าในกล้องนี้เหรอ
มันดูออกพี่
อ๋อถ้าเกิดนักกีฬาเครียดเกินไปอะไรเงี้ยนะ
ฮะ
ตึงเกินอะไรอย่างงี้
ใช่ดูจากการซ้อมอะไรเงี้ย
แต่เขาไม่ได้บอกแบบบอกแผนบอกอะไรอย่างงี้ใช่ปะ
ส่วนใหญ่เขาก็บอกโอ้โหแต่ส่วนใหญ่แล้วแผนเราเขาจะแบบ
Almost extended on. Shot just swinging from players, but
อะไรวะเนี่ย
down, yeah.
ก็ยิงแม่นคุยอะไรขนาดนั้นแต่เกมยิงปืนพวกยิงธนูเหี้ยเสือเก่งด้วย
That's exactly what they're going to try to do. Something in Forsaken, the sprays just avoid it. To go on the push. Forsaken good for one, but the ball and the trades are there. Forsaken keeping it alive on the site, but he can't do much from that corner. And close as it was to a collat, it won't get it done. 12 rounds on the board for G2. 5 chances to close this one out. Lotus up next, and Bind if they need to go all the way. That's a really good safety net for them.
Yeah, but again, you're going into your map choice, and with the preparation that's clearly there for G2. As I said, this round, it looks like they orchestrated it. It literally looked like they handed them a script and said, this is what you're going to do, and PRX went, yeah, all right.
But he fired a shock dart for default, immediately popped the ult, and then fired it
เดี๋ยวนี้เวลาหลบอันติโซว่าคือพี่วิ่งตรงหนึ่งเดียวบางทีมันรอดบ่อยกัน
ถ้าเจอโปโปยืนเฉยๆเดี๋ยวอาร์ติก็หลบเองอะไปหลบตามเขาแกว่ง
3 retakes in a row now for G2, and they haven't, other than the one with the classic, they haven't had too many problems. There we go though, the battle for B. I think the expectation was after the A hit, it's going to eventually fall back in its direction.
2 ตัวแล้วไม่น่ามีแล้วดูดิ
ก็แบบเราโดนอารมณ์
เอ้า
โอ้โห
Just
โอ้หวยตุ๋ยเฮียดักมุมไม่สัตว์ไม่ซึ่งหน้า
I like the balance.
วิ่งโลกเลยมึง
Giving up that space. He'll use his wall to hopefully slow them down. Time won't be bought for the flank. Leaf still alive. Device still alive, pardon. He got the turret up. Leaf wants to flank, but he'll be giving away that information soon. Lockdown in play. Gets them the space on the site. Advantage there. Damage done to Valen. This seems to certainly be a favored round for PRX. Perhaps the start of the comeback. Shock Dart's good for some damage. A few of these players now lit up.
เฮ้ยไม่ซุปเปอร์สตาร์
One for Leaf, but again, no chance with the trade. Jung gonna heal himself back up and leaves just a couple standing. Valen trying to him, but they put him into
เซอร์ไพรส์แฮปปี้เบิร์ดเดย์
เลย
จริงจังหวะเล่นเลย
PRX, well, they need 4 more.
4 in a row. It's doable. We saw G2 close out the half in just the same fashion.
สู้ๆครับอีก4 ราวด์ 4 วิน
But for G2, the other thing is, you take a look at those credits. They're starting to run a little dry. This squad does have Reckoning to work with. No other ultimates close to being online. It looks like a light buy based around the Outlaw. Big fan of this kind of setup. Question is where it's going to be used. And for Leaf, seems to be a middle peak. He'll have his turret covering it. And they are moving towards him. We'll see if that Outlaw can have the impact. We hear the shots fire, but they don't find their mark.
Nope, not going to be anything. And it's
อุ้
the
ย
same
อุ้ย
again.
หูแล้วกลาง
กลางอากาศ
Someone's been doing their aim training, that's for sure.
อุ้ย
Oh no.
โอ้โห
Good or not like this.
แปลก
This
จริ
would
ง
be the worst way to let a map slip away.
เหี้ยแปลกแต่จริง
ก็เดี๋ยว
Is he just misclicked? Is he just
Oh.
Misclicked and he meant to drone.
Oh, that's just. It's
เว้ย
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะ
ทำไมฟิกมา
ระเบิดฟอร์ม
This round was
เหี้ย
looking
ไอ
like
ฟี่
it was
กูเป็น
more
ไอ
in the
ซาก
Albania
เลย
the
สัตว์
most uncharacteristic way. They might take it anyway. Flank coming in.
Ui.
That's the major
Ui, lặng
danger.
khâu.
And now it's left all onto Jing. It's not been a
Phải
great
đã.
round. And now he's under real pressure. The spike gonna take some serious damage.
น้อง
And he's. Oh, I think he's just got lost in
PP
the source.
เลยครับ
Leaf is gonna be there to
โอ้
come.
ยเฮียเมื่อกี้ไมฟิกเอาไป3อย่างเท่
หลังพุนเลย
มันดันยับเลย G2 อ่ะ
Step of the way. Now we look Lotus forward to bind and think.
มันชิวจัดเลย ดันไอ้คนดันเนี่ย
เออดันแบบรัวๆเลยอะ
เฮ้ยกล้าเดี๋ยวดูว่ามีข้อความกูขึ้นไหม
ขึ้นนี่มาแล้วพี่แทนจะพิมพ์ว่าอะไร
กูพิมพ์ไปแล้ว
รอ
เราเขาคัดขึ้นมาอยู่เนี่ย
รอก็คัดขึ้นมา
คิดถึงสมัยเด็กที่ส่ง SMS แล้วรอหน้าทีวีให้มันขึ้น
เคยด้วยเหรอ
เคย
เอฟส่งอะไรอะรายการข่าวเหรอ
ในการข่าวเนี่ย
จริงปะเนี่ย
จำไม่ได้ช่องไหนลืมไปแล้วตั้งแต่เด็กๆนั่นนะ
ไม่มาหรอพี่ ต้องเป็นตอนพักครึ่งนั่นแหละเอ้ยนี่ไงมาแล้ว
โอ้ย นี่ไงแทน X
ยัง
suffering
ไหนข้อความกูวะ
มันไม่เอาพี่ขึ้นวะ
ข้อความที่เขาเอามาขึ้นอ่ะ มันก็ไม่ใช่อันที่ปัจจุบันนะกล้า
จริงเหรอพี่
ใช่กูเลื่อนดูอยู่ตอนเนี้ยอันที่ขึ้นเนี่ยไม่ใช่อันที่แบบ คนกดกันปัจจุบันอ่ะ เหมือนกับว่าอย่างที่บอกเขาน่าจะกองไว้อ่ะ
เขาในยากองแล้วเตรียมมารอไว้แล้ว
ใช่เตรียมมาเราไว้ซึ่งของกูน่าจะไม่ขึ้นนะทั้งนั้นอ่ะ กูพิมพ์ไปว่าคนไทยครับ แบบคาราโอเกะอ่ะ
ถ้าเขากองก็ไม่น่าจะขึ้นแล้วถึงนั้นอะ
แต่ก็แฮชแท็กเขาก็ขึ้นเลยเนี่ย
แค่รูป
เอ้ยไอ้นี่มันส่งรูปมาไง
ส่งรูปขึ้นเฉยเลย
เอาไม่โดนเลือกจริงเหรอ
อาจจะต้องอัพแบบรอคู่หน้า
พี่อัพรอกูหน้าเลย
หรือว่าอัพรอมแบบเนี่ยมันมีแบบเหมือนคนแมปวันเนี่ย หรือว่าแมปต่อแมปอาจจะขึ้นแมป2ก็ได้นะอัพตอนเนี้ย
ไงเดี๋ยวผมลองกดอีกรอบนี่ผมต้องเอาอีกรอบหนึ่งเนี่ย
มันซ้ำแล้วเนี่ยมันวนมาซ้ำแล้ว
เดี๋ยวเอาอีกรอบหนึ่งแล้วกันนะ
แสดงว่าถูกคัดกรองคงไปออกตอนแมป2
งั้นเดี๋ยวเราลองโพสต์เป็นรูปมีมเข้าไปดีกว่า
รูปมีม
ไม่เขาน่าจะกองอาทิตย์ต่ออาทิตย์ปะพี่ต้องส่งอาทิตย์นี้อาทิตย์หน้าเพิ่งขึ้น
What the
ยา
fuck
วนานจัง
อย่าเอาหน้าผมขึ้นก็พอพี่แทนแต่พี่จะเอามีม
ไม่มี
อ๋อ
นี่ไงกูเดี๋ยวเอามีมตัวการ์ตูนของเปเปอร์เล็กมีรูปมึงจริงๆด้วย
ฮะ
รูปมึงใส่เสื้อเปเปอร์เล็กรูปไหนที่มันจะขึ้น ไปที่ไอ้นั่นได้วะ เดี๋ยวไปหาเซฟมาจาก Google กันกูโพสต์ใหม่แล้วไอ้ก้าคราวนี้โพสต์รูปมีมด้วยเห็นเมื่อกี้เขาโพสต์รูปแล้วขึ้นเดี๋ยวกูลองโพสต์ใหม่บ้างน่าจะได้อยู่ไหม
พี่แทนลงอะไร
ลงรูปมีมเป็นรูปแมวใส่เสื้อเปเปอร์เร็กถือปืนเคยเห็นไหมกดเข้าไปดูดิเมื่อกี้เห็นเขาลงรูปแล้วมันขึ้นไงก็เลยลองลงดูบ้าง เห็นไหม
And it wasn't just Mind Freak in this round, it was this like crazy disruptive idea with something like solo faking in mid-set.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good ideas, and I think you can see some of those improvements coming through. There's a attempt here at that backstab, getting ready to come in, something able to just go ahead, skirt around that turret, be able to dodge that out, and then suddenly it's like, okay, we think that we're protected, we think that we're safe. He strikes, can't quite find that second kill as instantly. Jonah P starts doing Jonah P things, starts popping off, but Mind Freak, this was, I think, a lot of plays in this icebox of Mind Freak being that stone cold killer, being that clutch machine. We saw him just trying to hang on. I mean, even in that last round, was, trying to bail them out and keep them afloat in this one. Sure. This was a very good game overall from the side of Mind Freak, but there was still too many errors being shown here that just ended up unraveling things for PRX.
In that round, though, I think we saw the biggest difference from the G2 that played today and that guard team who lost to them all the way back in Iceland. The round state kind of exploded there. I mean, something broke the turret. He was running around in mid. He was causing so much disruption. But G2 still had really good ideas to deal with it. They re-cleared their space in mid. They still set up for a clean retake. And they did end up losing to the clutch. But I think they've gotten so much better as a team at dealing with those unexpected round states and adapting on the fly, which is, in my opinion, the most important thing when you're playing against PRX.
Oh, couldn't agree more on that one. All right, well, things are interesting in the PRX camp right now, so let's go ahead and hear from Coach Alex, hear what he has to say as they get ready for map 2.
I'm here right now with Alex of PRX. Alex, that was a really frustrating first map. What do you think the team was lacking on Icebox that you hope will be remedied or fixed on map number 2?
Yeah, we had a game plan going in, but we didn't really follow it on our attack side, so that's a little bit disappointing. I hope that on game 2 we will, I think, calm ourselves down a little bit and step it up.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, and we're going to see if PRX can take Lotus from G2.
Pressure, of course, is on, and you hear Coach Alex talking about keeping those nerves, keeping the team calm. They're going to need to do that as they're going to be facing the series point here between against G2. Lotus coming up next, G2's pick, and I'm curious to see what we're going to get really from both squads out of this one, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if there's any pivots in the composition for the side of PRX. I think that widely their Lotus has looked very good. Granted, yes, last time they played against G2 over in Shanghai, this was that first map pickup for the side of G2. That was when that download really started to come through for Valen. So I'm curious if they're going to have something different to throw at them, a bit of a curveball, change that composition, maybe reintroducing something like, the Killjoy into the mix here. or if it is just going to be straight up, something back here on that jet, as well as Raze there for Jing.
Yeah, for context, when we've seen this PaperX team play on Lotus before, they're playing no Sentinel on this map, a double duelist comp with the Neon and the Jet in the mix, which is extremely unusual here, especially when you contrast them with G2, who plays the basic Fnatic comp, but I think plays it really well. They're the best defensive team in VCT Americas, and I think that's really where they shine here. Their retake protocols in particular, and how they're able to kind of adapt with when they're going for the more aggressive forward plays, and when they're falling back, playing a little bit more passive into those retakes.
I appreciate you pointing that out, because genuinely that Neon is not something that we've seen too much from the side of Jing, but it's been what he's been bringing to the table on Lotus as of late. So curious to see if he's going to be sticking with that, or if it's back to Old Faithful.
All right, well, let's find out if this one makes it to map 3.
คนดูผมบอกว่า G2 กินน้ำมันพืชแต่พี่ดูดิ มันแบบเหี้ยเลี่ยนมาเลยเหี้ยแสงโต๊ะไอสัตว์เหลืองเลยเหี้ยแสงน้ำมันพืช
Fantastic one, assuming he's still playing that Neon.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised.
ถึงว่าวันนี้มันพลิกเป็นพิเศษ
ถ้าเป็นแทนนั่งอยู่
ความลับของพวกทีม
ถ้าแทนนั่งอยู่เขาอาจจะไม่ได้บอกว่ากินน้ำมันพืช
PRX, yeah, they're okay. They're kind of good at the map.
ตามหมัก
Yeah, I think ultimately I'd be very
ว่าแล้วกระสุนเป็นเล็กนี่คือลอยผ่านไปเลย
just like I think it was a
เหี้ยสไลด์ผ่านผิวหนังเลยใช่ป่ะ
Leviathan for G2 and a 3-map win streak for the side of PaperX. So I don't think I would be very surprised if they were going to go, okay, we need to completely revolutionize everything we're doing within the composition. But ultimately, it's more so just some of the stuff we saw in the last map that I'm a little bit more worried about. Like, if there were opportunities for the likes of Leaf to get into really awkward positions, as it was mentioned on the desk, they don't have themselves a Sentinel in the comp that they normally run. So there's going to be a lot of
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยมีคนรีตั้ง3เกือบ400อันนี้คือประชาชนรวมใจเพื่อให้กูขึ้นไปในจอเขาเลยตอนเนี้ยเดี๋ยวถ้าเกิดมันขึ้นจริงๆกูจะถ่ายเก็บไปอวดแม่จัดรวมแรงร่วมใจกันขนาดนี้แม่ครับผมได้ออกทีวี
it could be very problematic. The only thing I will say is that when you're running a Jet Neon comp, a lot of the time you're going to be more direct. You're going to be more precise.
ทำไมเจสันมันยิ่งโตมันยิ่งหล่อจังวะ
จริงพี่
มันหมดคาบเด็กเกรียนตอนนู่นไปเลยอะสมัยนู่นที่เล่นจีตอนนู่นเลยยิ่งโตมันยิ่งหล่อวะ
หล่อจัดอะ
ทำไมกูยิ่งโตกูยิ่งแก่ไม่เห็นเหมือนกันเลย
On the other hand, just looking at the last map, the fact that Jonah P was able to find so much space, the fact that in the second half, Leaf was able to get behind them so many times and cause problems, that's something that they almost don't have the option to slow it down unless you are committing that player to stay behind. And thinking about the fact that PaperX, we just heard from Alex down the stage. He said they weren't following their game plan. That's a worrying sign.
That's a really worrying sign.
You don't want to see that. And now bouncing off of a 13-8 on their own pick, they've got to move on to Lotus, somewhere that, yeah, they're not uncomfortable on. We've seen them do well, but the reality is there's a lot then to adjust behind the scenes for them to hit their stride here.
กูกำลังจะสั่งมัทฉะเอสเปรสโซ่
ชาไทยครับพี่
ก็ชาไทยกาแฟกูชงกินที่บ้านนะเนี่ยมึงรู้หรือเปล่าแต่กูชงชาไทยไม่เป็นกูให้แม่ชงแล้วกูก็ทำกาแฟเอง
Firstly, the amount of delay on the defense that Viper can bring, in the retakes having, like especially on the B side, being able to lock off certain angles.
ไม่ลองมาเป็นแบบว่ามัทฉะมั้งเหรอ
It's going to have to be again
ไม่
much faster, much less reactive, and you're not going to be
เดี๋ยวมึงก็เปลี่ยนมึงกินตลอดไม่ได้หรอกมึงเดี๋ยวมึงก็เบื่อ
straight up running it down.
เป็นเลข3 รอบชนะมาหมดเลยครับ
They've got
โล
the
ตัส
decent win percentage on this one over the last stage. So even though it is a choice of G2, and clearly they've come in with a game plan,
เฮ้ย
knowing
ต้อง
what
จ
they
ริง
want to do,
เอเปกเลเจนด์เพลเยอ
confident
ร์
in their map choice. It's still a very good map for PaperX. I don't think
และไอ้หมอนี่เลือกด่านที่ตัวเองชนะแค่ 60% มาอย่างนี้เหรอ
Jing was taking a couple of
เลือกให้ไง
couple of individuals.
อ๋อเลือกให้
Sure,
สลับกันไป
especially in the first half, he had something with him. There was always that
ไม่เป็นไรก็เลือกให้เขาเหมือนกันไอ้
You're
บ็อก
not going to see that most likely this time
นี่
around
นัด
because
กัน
this
มา
whole
ปะเนี่ย
competition is made to set the two of them up, to have them take the space together, and I think that solves some of the issues. For me, the difference in the last map, G2 were playing as a cohesive unit. They were a team, and it showed in every decision, in every moment, in how disciplined they were before the retakes, in re-clearing space. When you look at PaperX, we didn't see that same level. We saw them get caught off guard, and now I hope that won't be the same.
Think about the 3-man B pushes that they were doing, where they were able to flank so fast into all of those A takes because of the control they had. that's more difficult to avoid when it comes to a map like Lotus when you're not running a Sentinel. So it's definitely going to have to be something in the back of PRX's mind that, okay, they're going to try and challenge us for space. Are they going to be making those like deep A pushes as we see so regularly? Are they going to have a sort of jump spotter on C that can give them that early information? And if they are, how do we shut that down? How do we make them play a little bit more scared? Because if you allow G2 to have all of that control on that defensive side, you're going to get blasted. I'll be honest. So you can't allow that to happen.
No, you really can't. For PRX, the pressure is most certainly on. This map and the next need to go their way.
คู่สองพี่ให้ใคร
Well, they seem to be the more refined
พุทธ
team,
ครับ
at least on the first map. We'll see if that
EDG ครับพี่
as we're about to get into Lotus. G2's map pick.
เปเปอร์เล็กครับเปเปอร์เล็กเปเปอร์เล็ก
Yeah, I'm ready to get
เดี๋ยวกูจะสั่งชาไทยมาให้มึงแก้วหนึ่ง
ชาไทย
having that map sort of
เป็นชาไทยใส่นมแอลมอนด์ได้ไหม
like having
ไม่ได้
the ability to set the
ใส่
pace.
อะไรอ่ะ
That pace is going to be high
ไม่กิน
tempo.
อิ่มแล้วพี่
For now though,
อ้าว
it's more of a spot. Jonah P's just looking for
กูสั่งนม
information,
แอลมอนด์
but he's taken it
โจน่า
clean off.
โอ้โหดูมัน
Not the man I
พี่ดูมัน
expected to be going first, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, last map, we saw him go first, and it was a disastrous round, but at least finding a 4K. The A site taken by PRX, at least they'll trade out the life of a man for the site control. Losing out on that Fade utility hasn't stopped them putting boots on the ground. But the retake from G2, quite quick. Paranoia is absolutely perfect. Something still gets away with one, and the nade is slowing them down. Nice disruption from
โดน
PRX
เท่า
to
กัน
start this off.
เลือดฝั่งนู้นน้อยกว่า
Jonah
โอ้ย
P! He's just
เกิน
taken
ไปเปล่า
3 headshots already. That sheriff in his hand. It's looking like it has aim lock. Looking for a little bit more, but the trade backs are still good. It might be all on Jonah P. A fourth in the round, and finally he's but Leaf is there to pick up the pieces. What a pistol round. Now I know what the P stands for.
ไอ้เนี้ยมันดวงไปพี่ยิงขวาระยะนั้นน่ะ
1-0 for G2, and my goodness, yeah, we talked about Leaf, we talked about Jonah P, more so in their ability to get behind you and find those free kills when you ain't looking, but seems Jonah P stepped it up a little bit. Look at this. Gorgeous first shot, and then these follow-ups are absolutely clinical. Another to make it doable for Leaf in the end. Might have come close down to 7 HP. Good round, but it's not close enough.
It's literally only because Leaf has shields. That's the difference.
ที่ขวามันทรงพลังขนาดนั้นเดี๋ยวระยะอย่างเงี้ย
a hero that saves them because PRX did very well and they forced. They're going straight into the B side. They've got looking for those SMGs already. Speaking about the pistols with the trade from Trent gives them the advantage and he backs away.
He's doubled up, still has a Prowler to work with. Icy needs to keep control over Heaven. He's under pressure. Something they know that he's there, and the swing in from Leaf closes this one out. A double on the Stinger to put 2-0 on the board. Weapons upgraded as well. Same thing as last map. It's a decent follow-up round from PRX, but they force bought. That's the real problem. Like round 2, that kind of damage, usually great, but now you haven't got the credits to capitalize on it.
Yeah, it means that likely into the next round they'll come in with a full buy with everything they could ever need. Like there won't be maybe light shields or something like you might normally see, but it also gives another round for economy to be built up. So you can see a slightly better buy than what they had in the last round for G2.
เมื่อกี้ฟอร์ดไม่ได้ดู
ฟอร์ดบ้าง
พี่
It is PRX.
หายละอุ้ยเข้าหน้าเลย
แม่นนักไอ้สัตว์
Marshall.
They've still gone for the Sheriffs, though. You know, even though things haven't been going their way, PRX are not going to lose their mojo. Still coming in. An opening pick towards the A site. Weapon on the floor. I actually think that was a Phantom, too, because there was a lot more upgrades than you might have thought in the last couple seconds before the barriers went up. Trent does well to manage the numbers of PRX. The Prowlers cleared out a lot of close space. They'll get back towards the stairs, but they're conscious that someone could already be close.
He's kind of good with the Bulldog, you know? He's kind of good with it.
Oh, something!
All three.
It's not going to overface.
ไอ้เหี้ยไม่เรียกไม่หัน
Not really any need to. Icy already reclaiming a little bit of ground. Something does have the gun, but he's desperately low on health.
ปล่อยทุกอย่างเลยไอ้เหี้ย
Fight to go down behind him. That is
Sees nade.
Troublesome position now. Something needing. Oh, maybe one of the craziest plays with how low he is. Having the rifle's not even that much of a hit because a single bullet will leave him down in the dirt.
มาแล้ว
โอ้ไม่ใจเย็นมากเลยอะ
Well,
โอ้
ปีภาพ
still hinging on something, and especially with Mind Freak going down. Once he finds the first, that's where things should stop. They haven't cleared him just yet, but, well, now he's been seen. Taken down, and the upgrades just fine for G2. 3 players surviving. Phantom to be taken through to the next round. Some Bulldogs as well. At Bulldog, at Guardian. Perfect stuff. 3-0. Solid start for the defensive side. PaperX, they've certainly shown that they're willing to brawl and able. And that may stand to them in the next round, but not just here.
Yeah, the problem is, although they've kept the economy relatively honest, you're still going to have 5 rifles. You're still going to have enough to probably invest into the next round anyway. And you got a 3-0 start. So it really does just put them on the back foot almost immediately.
ผมก็ไม่รู้ครับ
PaperX don't find a response here. This could very quickly get out of control.
Oh yeah, it could spiral. Trent. Well, I liked his Bulldog. Let's see how much I like his Odin. Sat inside of tree, spam already, gonna light up Jing a little bit and slow down the rest of the squad in clearing out that space. Slowing down PaperX is something not a lot of players can do. He's just getting all the walls lit up, turning them into Swiss cheese, but PaperX have waited out the spams.
And in fact, they're gonna fall back off it. Maybe just wanting to set up Mind Freak, but no, it's in fact just a ruse. No aggression on the other side. They've also baited out that they could have taken some tree control, and they are just going to full sprint their way towards the other side of the map. Now, it has been spotted. The deep turret gives Leaf the information, and they do have Nightfall to play with, so that's the other thing. It's possible that they're just going to look to play this as a retake, but instead, especially after the utility goes down, just going to fall back. I say that, still within the site, who hasn't been spotted again. It's Danger Man, Jonah P.
Yeah. Sat in the smoke, waiting for it to fade. It's going to be a duel between himself and Jing, and it's Jonah P to win it. And Devi's gone too. That should have been the trade. And instead,
กูเริ่มไม่ชอบหน้าไอ้นี่แล้วว่าไอ้โจนาอะไรเนี่ย
and Nade used
จะเก่งควยอะไรขนาดนั้นก็ไม่รู้ไอ้เหี้ย
know roughly where he is, and now the rest of the
โอ้โหดูมันใช้ของดิ
ไอ้เหี้ยยิงแบบว่าน้องๆไม่เอาส่งเลย
That's an absolutely gorgeous play. And a solid economy farming round for G2. 4-0 up, 4 players alive. Those credits are going to be sky high.
Yeah, PaperX got more done with the low buy. It really was. And again, you said it, the way that they saved a lot of their utility, like what they did there was put the snake bite on the left, so if he does manage to touch the C's, he's getting vulnerable and then the player swings, or he gets hit by the C's and he has basically, I think it was 30 HP to try and fight versus the entirety of the team. They're so good at just putting their utility into the right place.
เย่โดนยิงจนไทม์เอาท์เลยสัตว์ คนไหนคือโจนาวะเดี๋ยวกูจะปริ้นรูปแม่งไปติดกับตุ๊กตาวูดูไอ้สัตว์ เล่นของแม่งเลยเฮีย
คนที่หวีผมเรียบร้อยหน่อย
อ๋อเนี่ยคนขวาเนี่ยขวาสุดปะ
ใช่ขวาสุด
หวีผม
อย่ามองไกลๆนึกว่าพี่เบน
Like again, like they just seem to be so good at grouping up for the late round retakes and playing as a squad, or even just in that round where you had a surprise player that actually caught PaperX off guard, which was the whole idea when we talk about PaperX potentially winning this one, is can you beat them with the pacing? And as Mimi said on the desk, she thinks it's a great matchup for G2. Right now it is looking that way. There needs to be some sort of response, and while with how many rounds they've lost in a row, the loss bonus is there. Bladestorm available for something. Let's hope this is the start of something.
Trent opening the door? He's trying to spot how many players are outside. And now he hears the steps up close, so a little bit late. But that could have been something. Still something to be afraid of on the side of PaperX. You can see them taking their time and closing the distance. They've heard the reload. They know there's another wave of spams about to go, and they think they've bypassed it, but there's still someone covering it on the walk through. They've seen that one man of something has already crossed. Nightfall to be used, but something's around the back. He's gotten closer than expected. Icy covering it from up top, though. Now they maintain their control, slow the push from PaperX, send them in the other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual. The last man standing. Another Unbelievable round from G2. They barely break a sweat unless Devi can turn up the heat, and he doesn't know that there's a player sneaking right around behind him.
They've got the spike as well. It was irrelevant whether or not he managed to win the battle over on the A site with the spike being down on B, but yeah, Jonah P today, it's just having one hell of a performance. He's pretty good in the last round, but this has been ridiculous. Like, being able to re-isolate each one of those jewels, it's just solid positioning. Dodges the initial utility, re-peeks back into the second player, and then just tries to catch a time. Like, he knows if he just allows him to swing, he's definitely dead. But that's got, it's got to be infuriating.
It's even the fact that he pulls back around the corner for a second. These players hit by Nightfall, running the other direction. They're thinking he's going to jump on the box. He's low HP. No, he just wide swings them again and again. Gorgeous play. And 5-0 for a reason. G2 are looking unbelievable. PRX struggling to get even a round on the board just yet. A rifle for something and pistols to back them up. This is the kind of round where they have so far done the most damage. We'll see if that carries through and converts to a round win.
I think the Nightfall overdrive, it's a pretty nasty combo.
Yep.
But then again, look at the position that Trent is playing in. Like, just consider that right now. He is literally just playing full retake. They've got the Viper's Pit down on one side. They know that in these moments, there you go. They've expected the Nightfall. As said, sometimes it really does look like PRX are just reading from the hymn sheet of the opponents because they've used their ult. It's not really gained anything, and G2 are very happy to play the retake.
Yep. They were ready for this from the get-go. One fight position from Forsaken, though, that could catch them off guard. Look at that. He's got a nasty angle. A taste of his rifle to be recovered. With a standstill fight from Jing's caught off. The finger gun's not doing the damage. They'll concede the space, let them down the stairs and fight them on the site, but Leap wins that one too. Now looking for control over Tree. They'll find it for free. It's Maine. They've got a fight, and the swing is good. With Leap getting his third of the round. It's another successful defensive side already. Guaranteed to be equal at the half, and I don't think G2 are going to slow down.
เกมต้องดูช่องหลักไปได้เลยอ่านไปเรื่อยๆ
confident they're playing. As said, like to just completely give up the site to PRX. Have that much faith in your ability to retake.
แม่งเล่นอยู่ฝั่งเดียวเลยอ่ะไอ้เกมเขาแข่งกัน2ฝั่งเล่นอยู่ฝั่งเดียวเลย
they have on the board are off the back of retakes. Maybe some less so than others in how the rounds were actually played out, but it wasn't even that close in the end with how much time they actually allowed them to set up. I think, what, like 2.5 seconds still remaining. They are looking super comfortable. Again, we're going to see an investment, but using that Nightfall in the last round to very little effect. It was more the lack of information that gave them that sight. Operator in for something as an attempt at a change.
The thing is, though, that it's not like there's been big peaks coming out of G2. They're very happy to sit back and let PRX push into them. Lockdown in play. Again, the position was perfect, but he positioned himself right in front of Devi's spray.
ยังดีก็เทรดคืนมาให้
ค่าตัวเท่าไหร่วะเนี่ย
At least PRX have managed to keep one of the better opportunities they've had. Now it's going to split the defense quite a bit more. Showstopper is available for Icy. So again, if they wanted to, they could lean further into these retakes. But you can see Valorant is just going to be jump spotting. Now, all he's looking for is information.
มันมีมีแชมป์อะไรบ้างไหมไอ G2 เนี่ย
That may have to wait and
เป็น
see.
แค่ลองแชมป์ของสเตท
โอ้โหนี่ลองเหรอเนี่ย
Where Trent's playing.
ของส
If
เตท
Leaf
2
swings this and they get the kill, they will run back in the other direction. In fact, they're going to
เป็น
do
แช
it
มป์แข่งไป
anyways.
เมื่อวานที่เจอทารอน
Now moving through to re-clear this space. He hasn't gotten the peak he wanted. The patience of G2 is
มันก็มาแบบสูสีนะ
commendable, to say the least. This swing, yes, it works out. Icy's down, but the trade is there.
ยังไง
Shorty closing the distance. Something playing a crazy game. Upgraded to the rifle.
กดไม่ลง
ไอ้เหี้ยมันจะเอา2อีกเหรอ
แม่งเอา2ตลอดเลย
And Trent, Mind Freak knows he's up close, but now the info goes both ways. The spray comes close. Double the first
นี่ก็ฉลาดเหมือนกัน
หลอนไอ้สัตว์หลอน
Yeah, I think again, a lot of it comes down to just being able to get into that
ไอ้เหี้ย
site
งงเลย
and
เจอหัน
find
หน้าหัน
the
หลัง
opener.
ฟุบฟับ
Something does well with the operator and then just playing off of that late round. And again, even just the trade out through the smoke was pretty big because we've seen such high impact rounds from Jonah.
ไม่ได้แต่ช็อตนี้วิ่งมายิงได้เท่มากเลย
Get them onto the board. It's just whether or not they can now try to extend things. Luckily, they do save that operator, so that's still going to be in play for this next round. And they have themselves the null command, which will have value in reducing Leaf setup. Instead, though, the defense have got aggressive on both sides of the map.
Wow. We usually talk about the push and the pull, but this was just the push. PRX found themselves the pick. It's been traded out on the other side. C-site left for a retake. Nano's broken already, one activated. We'll slow them down, section them off, but, well, actually, I love this. I adore this. A little bit of damage done. Jing and Forsaken now decently low, but the plant will come through. PRX have some ground to fight from.
Trans trying to sell the ruse.
Oh, here we
Nade
go.
one side.
What?
Wow. Denied. Well, denied the ult. Maybe not denied the kills. Icy still going strong. Sees to the backside. We'll let them know that there's at least was no one there. And the rest of the team just looking to push together. It's all going to be on to one. And while Devi, try as he might, won't manage to get anything.
ทำไมมันดูเหมือน
Yeah, they
ยิง
might
สู้
have hit
เขา
him
ไม่
with
ได้
the
เลยว่าหรือ
knife,
กู
but
คิด
he
ไปเองวะ
stopped the show himself. Gorgeous stuff from Icy. Really impressed by him in this series so far, and by G2 in general. We
พว
expect
กเป
this
เปอร์
to
เล็ก
be
ก็
a
ยิงเก่ง
close
แต่ทำ
one
ไมอัน
on
นี้
a
มันดูเหมือน
surface
ยิงสู้
level.
ไม่ได้เลยวะ
There's
ที่
always
นี่
the
เขา
chance
เก่ง
of a
ที่ผ่ายเลย
mismatch
มันยิง
of
อย่างนี้อยู่แล้ว
styles
อ่ะ
for
เดี๋ยวมันเพิ่งจะมา
PRX.
ท็อปฟอร์ม
Look,
ในแมต
like
ช์นี้
you pointed out earlier, Tom, on a downward trajectory in terms of international
ฟิลมัน
events.
ประมาณนี้อยู่แล้ว
Last time they were at a champs,
เนี่ยขอบ
grand
คุณเอฟ
finals.
มากที่ตอบพี่เหมือนทุกคนกำลังอึ้ง
Now
อยู่
they're being challenged in the first round.
ไม่มีใคร
Not a
คุยกับ
good
กูเลย
look, but it's a fantastic look for G2 coming from
ไอ้กล้ากรรมกร
the challengers section
ผ
of
มหลุดไปแล้ว
Valorant.
พี่
The
Move it
heights they've
up.
reached already, unbelievable. They may just be about to 2-0 PRX, certainly if it keeps going this way.
Even bit back before they made it into the VCT, there was conversations about could this team just beat them anyway.
Yeah.
I think that was answered fairly quick. PRX again down to a shoddy by 3 pistols, a couple of guardians. We haven't quite seen those same hero plays that we've wanted to at least. There was 1 or 2 on the previous map, but I guess Mindfreak's double is about the best we've had so far. He did get them their first round. Now an attempt to just walk through. Well, that's going to be revealed. Solid utility. Maybe not the goal for it, or maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I take it back. Somehow Trent's made that work. Well, he's finally put down. Too little, too late.
Well, you say that. Maybe don't count the Vi out just yet. 45 seconds.
นี่
He's
คือ
got
ภาพ
himself
ของ
a
ทีม
rifle
ที่
now.
มีคนยิง
HP
เก่งทุก
quite
คน
low.
เลยอะ
The chance for a
เหมือน
big
แบบ
play.
ไอ้เหี้ยตัวนั้น
PRX needs
ตายแล้วเรา
something.
คิดว่าน่าจะเล่น
They'll
ง่าย
take
ไอ้
any
สัตว์
chance
ไอ้เหี้ย
they
นี่ก็
can
เสือก
get,
เก่ง
but
อี
look
ก
at G2. We talk
ไป
about
ไป
the
มาเก่งทุกคน
discipline.
เลย
Good
จริง
attempt by
ๆจริง
Devi.
ๆชุดเนี้ย
Baits
มัน
out the first
มัน
fight.
เก่ง
Knows
มานาน
there'll
แล้ว
be
นะ
a swing
เก่ง
back
ได้
some
แบบเคย
because
ได้แชมป์
they played
ใน
enough
อเมริ
rounds
กา
against G2. This isn't a squad that's going to send
แต่
individual
ว่าพ
after
อ
individual to fight you.
มีลีก
They
เฟรน
group
ไชาย
up
มันไม่ได้
and
คัด
play
เลือกมา
together, and their reward is an 8-1 lead. But this man felt my heart skip a beat.
It's the moment of realization. I think he sees the little bit of
แม่ง
like
ยิงหมดเลยอ่ะ
smoke from
ยัง
the
ไม่แบ่ง
dash.
เพื่อนเลยเพื่อนนั่งมองตาปิดๆไปน่ะ
Still manages to get the kill. Had a little bit of support from his friends. 8-1. Whether you were a G2 or PRX fan, I don't think you expected it to be this dominant. They have looked incredibly strong. As said, on the first map, PRX were in it at a point, and then the adaptations came in. At this point, it seems like G2 have been ready from the get-go.
And G2 are adapting again. Aggressive push up on B. They hear that A main control and they realize it's just going to be the same old playbook. They're taking control, taking tree, and fighting sight. And that early flank is catching them off. No one's
มัน
ready
จะช
for
นะ
it.
เขาได้ยังไงวะ
Look at Mindfreak. He's staring forward. Jing's just about spotted them. And he will manage to at least do damage, making it doable for Mindfreak, who's
ไอ้เหี้ย
grabbed
ไอ้
the
โจนา
double.
มันยิง
But
อีกแล้ว
again, the trades keep swinging in the other
โจนา
direction. Thanks to players like Jonah P. I don't understand how he does it again and again. Devi now has it all to do. He's got the right gun for the job. Gonna try to brr them out of this one, but it's gonna be difficult. Nice lineup. Good spam, but they're going right back. They're playing the same game. Diffuse already past half, and it's too far gone. The spray might be good for one.
He jumped across and killed him.
But one's all they get. 9-1 on the board, Tom. This is a devastating start to map 2. And
น้องๆเจอสถานการณ์นี้จะเป็นยังไงไว้กล้า
I suppose.
Yeah, even still, like
it's
been a solid fight for PRX. They're just getting shut
ให้ทุกอย่างไฟดับและทำให้ทุกอย่างรีเซ็ตใหม่ดิดนิ้วทานอส
Like he's not been in the game
แต่เขาแคปสกอร์ไว้เดี๋ยวเริ่มจากตรงนั้นต่อ
อย่างไรได้ดึงโมเมนตัมหน่อย
That never happens.
พอแล้วเป็นเล็ก
One of the best individual.
คุณน้องปามี่50 เดือนครับ500 ปีเลย
from the pistol.
They're just outclassing.
Oh, 100%. Like
เดี๋ยวจบเร็ววะเนี่ยคู่แรก
MEA. This is their number 2. I mean, they're playing a damn clean game. I'm getting worried. I'm starting to sweat a little bit, and I don't think it's just the temperature here. G2.
Well, I'll also say, I feel like there's even an argument if they are the number 2 because of how close.
Their final, right?
Yeah.
It was OTs and
13, 15, 14, 16. Then they won 13-9 and lost it.
Yep.
This team is
number 2 in a technicality.
Yeah. And after their performance at the last international.
Yep.
Even less so. They have looked incredibly good.
But this is just every single round, man. It's just clean. The ideas, the executions. Nobody is greedy on this squad. Everyone's just playing it for the numbers to win the game, and that's all you can ask for.
Valen starts it off. Will be a trade, but
he's
taking a lot of damage. A more direct approach this time from PRX, but I'm going to sound like a broken record. These retakes have been stellar. Something's trying to get ahead of it. I really don't mind him pushing up. Trying to fight more aggressively. They haven't been able to hold it again.
โดนนับ
มันจะต้องมีไอ้เหี้ยนี่ที่ยิงได้ตลอดเสมอ
He's left to fight
มันดูคลีนมากเลยโช
Oh, it's a bit of a
คือมันยิงทีหลังเขาด้วยนะ
เอาลงยากมากตัวนี้
มันยิงทีหลังเขาด้วยนะไอ้หมอนี่เนี่ย
At least something. Maybe they can start looking at curses.
แมปกันแหละ
We're gonna definitely hope that
ใช่ไหม
the 9-3 exists.
แบบกันใช่ไหมพูดได้ไม่เต็มปากว่าแบบกัน
It used to be
เล่นมันเนี่ย
PRX gonna have to perform a ritual to bring it back. I'll need to find this round at least, and Tom
Maybe
so
Paper
far.
Thing can do it. I've heard he's pretty good at rituals. I've seen him with the
ตาม
DRX
หลักก็คือ
jersey.
ทีมบุกต้องได้วินที่เยอะกว่าถูกไหมได้เปรียบ
So he'll have to. I don't know. It means he can go out in the street.
คุณเลยสัตว์
In fact, that's what I want to see.
You want to see Paper Thin in the street doing a ritual?
Yes, that's what it is.
All right, we'll see if we can
arrange that. That's the
arrange
content I desire.
All right, well.
ไอ้หมอนี่มันกลางน้ำเมือกออกมายิงแล้วน่ะ
No way he's going straight through it. There's no way. Jonah P's positioning has been unbelievable. Trent, I love you, man.
นี่ลงแล้ว
สวยกับไมค์ซุปเปอร์
มั
ตาน ร์
มีโอกาสยิงได้ก่อนเยอะมากเลยไอ้ทีมนั้นน่ะ
Okay, he's revealed. He's revealed. He has to break it. Now they
แม่ง
know.
ยิง
Now the flash goes through. Gorgeous.
สวย
สวย
สวย
ต้องการอย่างนี้
เดาไว้
ดันออกไป
It might be a little late in the half, but they've
โอ้
got
โห
the
ต้องให้หลับตา
foundations
ยิง
laid.
ไอ้เหี้ย
Could bridge the gap, but they're gonna need it.
Yeah,
He's
we
about back hand
finally
and
saw
ยิง
some
ได้
life in the squad. Like reading
He hit
what's
เลย
going to be
กล้องจับ
done by Jonah P. I think that's the first
รอดู
time
พี่แทนได้
that
เลย
he's actually been
เฮ้ย
caught.
มาแล้ว กูต้องมีกูว่าอันเนี้ยแม่งคัดแล้วกูว่า
แทนสมมติว่าถ้ากล้องเสียบผ่านแคปเจอร์แล้วติดๆดับนี่มีสิทธิ์แคปเจอร์พังปะ
เป็นไม่ได้ครับพี่ พี่ก็ลองถอดแคปเจอร์แล้วเสียบ เอ้ยพี่ใช้กล้องเลย
กล้องโซนี่อ่ะ
พี่ลองเอากล้องมาเปิดปกติได้ปะ
เปิดได้คือ
งั้น
ก
แส
ล้
ด
อง
งว่าอาจจะเป็นที่แคปเจอร์พี่
ได้พื้นพุกมีลุ้นครับ
หรือไม่พี่ก็ลองเปลี่ยนรู USB อยู่ ไหนรูปกู
รอเลยครับ นี่ไงใช่ปะ
ไม่ใช่โอ้โหเหี้ยไม่ใช่ แต่แม่งแมวเหมือนกันเลยของกูเป็นแมวใส่เสื้อเปเปอร์เล็กถือปืน
เอ้า
เฮ้ยทำไมไม่มีพี่ผมวะ
เออ ใครเป็นคนคัดไอ้นี่ขึ้นไปวะ
เฮ้ยทำไมไอ้หมอ
ไอ้
นี่
นี่มัน
แล้ว
2
เนี่ย
รอบแล้วเนี่ย
เออ
นี่เด็กเส้นปะเนี่ยคือวันนี้กูจะไม่สมหวังอะไรเลยเหรอ โอ้ย it hurt watching Pepper Lake in this position เหี้ยเศร้าๆแล้วมาเลย
โอ้โหไม่มีพี่โหได้ไงอ่ะ
Number 2
ทำไมถึงไม่มีเรา
เรานี่ไหมพี่แดนเราสแปมสัก1,000 คอมเมนต์อะแบบมันต้องได้สักอันนึง
โอ้โห
เน้นจำนวน
อย่างนี้คือทวิตเตอร์พี่ก็จะกลายเป็นแบบเหมือนเป็นแอคขยะเลยนะแบบสแปมเมอร์ กูโพสเป็นพันโพสอะ
ดูเป็นเกียร์ไปเลยอะ
ดูเป็นเด็กเกียนเลยอะ
อาทิตย์หน้าใหม่พี่
กูต้องรออาทิตย์หน้าเหรอ คือเขาแข่งอีกทีหนึ่งคืออาทิตย์หน้าเลยเหรอ
น่าจะใช่
It's like this to start to
หรือ
close
เปล่า
out the last half
วันที่6 Gen
วันที่ 6วันที่ 6
โอ้โห
วันที่6 Gen
กูคน
G
กดไลค์แบบ
พัก
ว่า
สอง
500 กว่าคนรีโพสต์ตั้ง
Don't win this one
เกือบ 800 ยังไม่
Again, the
ขึ้น
home
เลย
stretch
อ่ะ
from G2,
จริง
we saw it. It was
ใคร
just
เป็น
too
คน
far
คัด
out of
วะ
reach on Icebox for PRX to come back into. G2 didn't slow down. Barriers about to go up. The challenge, not to lose 4 players to Jonah P's headshots.
You know what? He doesn't have a sheriff this time, so I'm not a believer. Already though.
สู้มัน
Well, yeah, see,
สู้
it's
มัน
not quite as controlled, aggressive from the defensive side. They've met them outside B, and well, just about going to be the retreat.
นี่แหละ
Keeps
ให้
things
มันจบ
even,
กันตรง
but
นี้แหละ
neither team is shying away from this. They want to fight. Well, maybe I was
Oh,
wrong.
Jonah.
It's not going to be 4, you know, not possible, but it's still pretty good. Last man standing, something. Wow. I believed in the post plants of G2 throughout the entirety of these series, and I don't think I'm going to start to not believe now.
No, I don't really care what the number is for Jonah P. He needs a raise. He's putting in the goddamn work at this point. Trent with a Bulldog, Trent with an Odin, didn't matter. I'm becoming a fan of this team very quickly.
Are you just trying to get the whole team a raise? Is that the goal?
At this point in time, you disagree?
ใช้ของดิแบบ
It's been unbelievable, and although something grabs one, that is
Somewhere out
all
there,
she
the
wrote.
G2 manager's going, shut up, shut up.
10-3, double digits found in the first round of the second half. G2 certainly seemed to be in the home stretch. We saw a force buy from PRX on their attack that didn't work. I'm not sure that we'll see it here, but
if they do it on defense, then I think Prey's almost just GG the game. Like you're not going to have that extra injection of having the plant, so it's not. And the last time out, it was one player standing and they got a plant. It wasn't even close. So you're basically just going to go in with sheriffs or stingers with no shields or light shields. It's just not worth it. So it is just going to have to be the hard eco. Jing, a solo sheriff. And although, yeah, if they do lose this round, it will be a massive jinx. The way that G2 have been playing, I would be gobsmacked if they lose this round.
Absolutely. Yeah, they have been so disciplined. The teams that lose these rounds tend to be much more loosey-goosey, taking risks. You can see that on the side of PRX, they're willing to group up and do a little exec play. All the util thrown outside of A at Rubble. All the dashes used, the space taken, and there's no one here. Now they've got to go to the other side of the map, which is wide open. Typically, you'll have your Sentinel on this side when you go for those big gamble plays, at least getting you the information early. PRX will struggle with that, as they don't have one.
Already. They're just set up, watching for the door. Wow. Something. He's going to be met by Leaf. It's only a pistol player, so not the end of the world, but we'll garner him an extra orb at least. For the rest, yeah, they've dropped a couple of players. This really is a plan. Where did that come from?
ตัวไหนไม่มีปืนด้วยโหจะโลหมดแล้วดิ
Giving them at least a lot. There's time for this.
เห็นได้
They're going to have to move quickly, and they're desperately low. Valen, a safe pair of hands. Maybe the caster curse does exist because somehow they managed to win that round.
Unbelievable, 42 HP between them as well. MasterCard 3 pulled out of absolutely nowhere. Typically when we see those, there's at least a small bit of investment, but this
ก็
This
รอบ
really
รอบ
came
นี้แหละ
out of the blue.
เปิดประ ร ส อบบ นี้ การณ์ น่าจะกิน
Double digits for G2, sure, but that lead not
บอกว่าเดี๋ยวพี่
extended
เลี้ยง
on, and now the economy in a tough spot. Hey, of all the ways to start this half out, this may well end up being one of the best for PaperX, surprisingly.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it as something you should attempt.
That's
but
not a foolproof strategy, that's for sure.
It's
อ่ะ
funny
ผม
as
เลี้ยง
well
เหล้าพี่
because
เลี้ยง
the
กัญ
time
ชา
they
เก็บป่ะ
invested
โอเค
into round number 2 as a force buy it failed miserably. And the time they
แล้วเขียน
did
มาด้วย
they win with 2 players standing. It's the most PaperX thing on the planet. And
Ui.
here goes Jing, continuing
มึงเจอบิกาจูแน่ไอ้สัตว์
battle and brawl, maybe get some confidence back. He's
สวยครับ
definitely had a bit of a rough map so far, but I don't think anybody's
ในแหล่ง
doubting
เมื่อวานแม่งโดนแบบนี้
that he can turn it around.
Yeah, that was his 3rd kill so far. Push up from something, good
กล้า
space
เจสัน
taken.
ยังเป็นเยาวชนอยู่ป่ะ
Turn on watching this angle and it's left
ยังไม่ถึง
open for a
20อ่ะ
moment. He has the
ไอ้
timing.
เหี้ยอันนี้เรื่องจริ
He
งไหม
has
เนี่ย
it perfectly, and he's not greedy. Just taking the one and backing off, holding the
หลอน
position.
เลยข้างหลัง
Trent and Icy, the last 2 standing. And it
นี่เป็น
looks
ยุค
like
เก่านี่คือ
PaperX
ไปอีกแล้วนะ
really found
เดิน
themselves
เพิ่ม
a way back into this series, back into this
ไม่มีหยุด
map
ยุค
more
เก่า
importantly.
ไอ้ยุคเก่านี่คือได้ไปต่อ
5th soon to come on the board with this
ผมว่าตอนนี้คือสูญ
firing
เสีย
squad
ตัวตน
waiting
ว่ะ
for them. And it's nice and easy, just leaving Trent, just a
สูญเสีย
sheriff.
ตัว
And
ตน
if
เล
he
ย
wins this one, PaperX may just walk off the stage. 10-5.
แม่งมาเกมจริงนะพูดถึงอะแบบ
It's still
โด
a
น
long,
หนักๆ
long
เข้ามาอย่าง
road
เงี้ย
to go, and I think we know that getting back into the buy rounds is where
ถ้าไม่คิดว่าเป็นเล็กจะโดนขนาดนี้
the expectation
มี
changes.
แบบว่า
But
แข่ง
I
แม
do
ตช์ไหน
think
ที่มัน
that's
ซุน
just
กว่านี้ไหม
boost of confidence. Like winning a round like that.
ก็มีอยู่นะ ที่เจอ
gets
เฟนัติ
everybody
กด่าน
hyped
นี้
up,
เหมือนกัน
gets the blood
อันนี้
pumping.
เหรอ
Also
โดน
just
ไปเท่าไหร่
shows,
อะ
you know, we can take these rounds away from them. We
คือแบบว่า
with the
ตีไม่
stuff
เข้าเลย
we've been attempting and that's
ก็จบ
failed.
ที่ประมาณเท่าไหร่ไม่จำไม่ได้แต่โดนยับจริงๆตอนนั้น
A lot of the time puts the world on his
เมื่อ
back
ปี
when
ที่แล้ว
things are going bad. We saw that in Madrid as well. One of the craziest shotgun plays. Like, no, the
แต่มัน
craziest
ก็มีส่วน
shotgun
ใหญ่จะไป
play
ตบ
I've
เขา
ever
ยับ
seen.
มากกว่า2-0 เลยเนี่ย
How far does that go?
Forsaken certainly not afraid. And you mentioned about the confidence. It's a big factor. Something certainly has it. Already going up aggressive on A. He's got backup. Prowler coming around, spotting a player close left, and he decides to back off. Yeah, this is a wise choice, knowing there could be a swing coming out from both directions. Can't see someone like Jing slow it down even after a couple of bad rounds. Well, more than a couple. This Neon, he needs to be taking space, and he's done just that. Now they can start to rotate to the other side of the map. They'll be a little bit late, and Mind Freak seems to be just conceding the control.
Forsaken's knife not yet back online. He's put the fragment in, but it's only going to deny them the close corner. I think they're going to have to give this one up. Again, looking to play the retake. Plant. Not going to be denied just yet as they wait patiently for everybody to arrive.
Taking a leaf out of G2's book. PaperX on the way in, and up he goes, but Jing not landing the shot. The trade is good nonetheless. He calls it Chaos. Trent, though, manages the recovery, and Jonah P's there to help out. Forsaken, now the last man standing, misses the jump on the jumper. Maybe he intended to stay below. He almost got turned off guard, but the reactions of this guy, unbelievable. Another triple for Trent, and 11 rounds now on the board. The home stretch well and truly in full swing for G2.
God, it's not like the other side where G2 can wait for their retakes and just everything falls into
เฮีย
place.
ทีมที่เชียร์
I
ก็
don't
จะ
mind the
แพ้
idea of the sort of the
สอง
jump
ทวีต
up
ที่รีไปก็
from Jing, even if it's
ไม่
just
ได้
the
ขึ้นทีวี
surprise factor of it. But again,
ไม่มีอะไรสมหวังเลยวัน
whether
นี้
it's Jonah P, whether it's Trent, like just having these positions to just almost maneuver around. That seems to be what's just so impressive about every player on this squad is their positioning. Again though, financially, PaperX after the round, they won off pistols. Economically going to be good. That looked close, but no cigar.
Just a hair away, but it's enough. PaperX don't claim the early advantage. G2 stacked up and ready to blitz out of this choke point. If they go for it, they could be in trouble. You've got Jing and Mind Freak ready to exact vengeance on them. But instead, the spike is shifting towards the B side. A bit of a split with some going C where they know that there's an op. You have to imagine there'll be deep utility used here to push them off the angle. Indeed, it's going to be the Prowler sent through, and it's caught him up close, got the op shot out. Now they've claimed the angle on the side of G2, but is the spike going towards B? I mean, Leaf's already taken the space. The door's open. Nightfall goes through. It's a confusing one for PRX to read, and if they had an IGL, he'd be panicking about now. Forsaken, under pressure, manages the one, but they need a little bit more, and it's something.
Now
he can back out of there. Has the spike in his hand. They know exactly where he is. But a little bit too quick to allow him to get away. A 6th round onto the board for PRX, a big one to win as well. It's going to put the economy of their opponents right on the back foot once again. And that is, again, the thing. Just how disruptive this team can be. The rotations of Forsaken selling the idea that, okay, he's gone down, Jin can now swing off the same position. And then this man at the back of the site, they give him anything, and he's not going to miss those shots. Still, a long way back. But these sort of back and forth rounds, well, at least winning one and then losing it straight back, it's probably the best thing that could have happened for PRX, because it means that financially, again, G2 are in trouble.
Op reposition this time, playing on the A site to allow PRX to push up on C and take that space. Problem is they can't commit to so many players on Mound because they have to go back to clear B. That leaves Jing isolated when the fight comes down. G2 able to take that pick for free. And now well, the world's their oyster. They can take it where they want. Turret's still covering their back, but it's about to be out of range. Looks like commitment to the C site, and it certainly is. Straight through his Icy, has Showstopper to use, but not anymore. Mindfreak keeping control over the back. He's lit down by the spams and has to be a bit more passive now. The rest of his team on the rotation.
มันทิ้งไอ้นี่ไว้เลยมันทิ้งตัวบั๊กไว้อะ
That the snake in the grass yet again. The Viper down
อันนี้รู้ป่ะนี่ไม่รู้ป่ะ
is on his way, and he's just wrapping
แม่ง
for
มาแล้วไอ้
free.
สัต
It
ว์
could be an easy kill. He's going to the smoke though. A moment of solace for Mindfreak.
แล้วไม่รู้
He
นะ
doesn't
เนี่ย
expect there to be a player there. Forsaken's blindsided, and Mindfreak low on the site will struggle to stop this plant.
คือทามมิ่งแม่งเป๊ะทุกอย่างนะ
เราไม่ได้วางครับ
At least one comes up for Divine. Now the time is ticking. This brings things back to even. It's whether or not they're going to try and use the Viper's pit, but it might make it for Mindfreak. Low. It has to be Trent. It needs to be him to try and 15 seconds left. Plenty. Mindfreak with 3.
สัตว์ผี
Reason
เจ
to
อ
have
พระ
this
ยัด
man's
แม่
jersey at home. Phenomenal player.
ไกลเข้ามาเรื่อย
From him, dodging the spams at first, his timing on the shrouded step was unbelievable. Forsaken was unfortunate to get caught blindsided as he walked back through. But the spams here,
โดนสวนไปที
absolutely gorgeous. Not just
ทะลุ
taking
กำแพง
down Valen, not just taking down Jonah P. I believe it was there. You see it in the kill feed. Leaf as well. 3 players going down through the wall.
The play cam there is quite funny. It looks like he's celebrating before he got the kill.
He's gonna peek me. Watch this.
11-7. PRX are on that road to recovery. Now the ultimates weren't used by G2, so they still have them going into this round. Viper's Pit, Showstopper, but they built up on the other side as well. A matchup that, if PRX can win, they really are getting to the point where they're back in the game. An immediate teleport. Valen, I was about to say, if he sticks that, that's a bold attempt. Instead, though, it was just used to give them the information. Nightfall used very early, but Jonah P's lurk caught
หล
by
อนไอ้
something.
สัตว์โดนไปลาวเมื่อกี้หลอน
He would be lurking in this game.
เริ่มมีช็อตหลอนๆโผล่มาให้เห็น
Now the steps are heard. Leaving the B site, although, okay, the knife gets thrown through, so Forsaken knows there's someone outside B. He'll stick in position. C site, 3 players just outside it. They had success, 3 kills in the last round off just spamming the wall and denying the plant. Looks like they're not going for that this time.
Pikachu มาแล้วไอ้สัตว์
to use this
ก็
ult
เป็นมาทำไมหาย2เลยอะ
This round was looking done. It looked like it was already in the
ภาพ
bag.
เปลี่ยนเฉย
There is going to be a challenge.
ที่สำคัญมาก
เหมือนได้เปรียบแล้ววะ
For spamming through that wall. Something has to hope that he'll find an angle. Leaf knows once this ult goes off, he has time to get the plant in. He's going for it. Something's wild, spams, perhaps no. He's instead going to close the distance, keep the element of surprise up his sleeve, and try to isolate this man. Caught scoping in. There's a big...
อยู่ดีๆก็มีเซนส์
They pushed up to 8.
เอาหัวเลย
It's just a back and forth. It feels like they've pulled
ใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
the mania that is
ขยับเข้า
PRX
ไปอีกนิด
with battles and brawls, a 3v1 that Leaf almost
ส
manages
รุป
to
นี่ด่านบุก
turn,
จริงหรือ
but
ไม่
again, a safe pair of hands is something with that
ตั้มเริ่ม
operator.
มา
Jing though, like, they're just the fact he's playing again. We've seen this earlier in the tournament, just playing.
โอ้
all the
กูว่า
fragments.
แล้วทำไมแม่งสวนไป2เลยวะไอ้เหี้ย
Just couldn't quite get it done on the last G2 after losing
เวอร์จัด
5 of the last 6 rounds. They're going to take
ยังแม่ง
themselves
ยิง
a
แบบ
pause.
บ้าไปแล้ว
I think a necessary one as well because we've said in the last map they were able to weather the
อ้า
storm.
ว
They were
ทาม
able
เอา
to
เลยมึงหน้าเสียแล้วสิ
play up against PRX's style with them
แด
taking
กเข้าไปน้ำมัน
aggressive
พื
big
ชอะ
control, them running it down. They were playing it perfectly in those retakes, and in the post plants they were sublime. PRX have started to deny them getting those plants, and that's where it becomes a little bit more problematic.
Well, you're seeing the first timeout for G2. They haven't had to use any so far. Remember, this was, what, 9-3 at the halftime? An impressive, and the pistol went to G2. So a really
This
impressive
could have been
recovery.
over like 10 minutes ago.
In fact, with most teams, with most games, it would have been over.
Yeah.
But PRX have started to find themselves a little bit. And with 3 rounds in between them, it is definitely the time for G2 to touch base with the coaching staff. This round, not likely to be the one that they win. They've got pistols. They're very light investing. No heavy shields whatsoever. A few ultimates online. But, again, unless you see Jonah P headshot 3 people, or 2 maybe, you're not likely to see that showstopper pulled into effect. Unless there's a big mistake from PRX.
Yeah, same for his Viper's pit as well. It's like you've got a stinger in case that eventuality comes about, but a lot more is needed. It's so aggressive. Already, immediately taking control towards that C site. It's left something alone. This could actually be the bigger problem for them. He's going to manage to dodge, but they're trying to pressure with a low buy, looking to get as close as they can. He's repositioned, but the shots are missed. He's now somewhat stuck in the mud, and they're waiting for that rotation to come back in. Shots connected. Icy goes for even more. And not even needing that showstopper when he's got the pistol in hand.
Trent's behind as well. He was biding his time on B, and there's no way they expect him to be here at this stage. He's recovered a rifle, and it's the freest kill of his life with Jing down and out. What a way to push up to 12 from G2, a round that seemed like they wouldn't have a chance in. They had nothing but pistols for the most part, and here they are. Just Devi, 1 against 4. A Viper's pit to fight through. Icy, who's popping off everyone on rifles, bar Jonah P, who doesn't give a damn inside his pit. And a showstopper just for good measure. This is a disastrous outcome. Sure, he takes down 1, but that matters little to G2 right now. A 3K for Icy, a MasterCard Thrifty, and with that, 4 chances to take the series with a G2-0.
It's going to be the thorn in their side, a slip up, and one that it's unfortunate. Like, you put your operator on one side, and I thought that was going to be the main problem of the round, but it's mainly just the fact that Icy's able to wrap back in, and then I think he spots, it's just the shrouded step. He sees just a tiny bit of information and is completely ready for anything Mind Freak is going to do. 12-8. Operator now gone as well. Can't be back on the board for PRX in this round. It's been a huge part of what they have. Jing, he's gone as well.
And the showstopper's active, but Mind Freak's up top. No one was close enough to trade him out. Big swing from Devi as well. They'll double up on it. PRX now with the advantage. They punish the early rubble control.
เมื่อกี้เหมือน P5 ก่อนสไลด์ออกมาเลยปะพอออกมาโดนเลย
The steps are heard as Valen moves up towards B
มัน
main.
จะเป๊ะขนาด
They
นั้น
know
เหรอ
that he's on his way here, and something is more than ready to execute him. But
จังหวะได้
starts to run
ขอบ
back.
คุณพี่เอ๋ยที่ตอบผม
Timing for something isn't great because the turret's still
ทุก
there.
คน
It's
สูญ
gonna
เสีย
catch him
ตัว
and
ตน
give
ไป
the
กับเปเปอร์
information.
เล็กแล้วตอน
They
นี้
know that push has come through, but it does get the
ล่องลอย
rotation to the C site.
ทุกคนล่องลอย
If he doesn't peak that, it will have actually been a perfect stack up for them on the C site. Now G2 can call into question, okay, if he's pushed up, they know it's not B. They know the fake that we sold isn't going to be there. Forsaken under pressure, but he can't afford to give the game away here. And well, with now already they've lost 1. This is an awkward fight to take. He's just about going to make it around the corner.
Trent is so smart. He throws the reveal and then just swings it, knowing that they're probably going to go for the peak. Nightfall goes through in the back of that. Forsaken catches Valen, though. A huge kill, but with the Nightfall hitting, Trent takes his moment to go for the flank, moving around through heaven. Sees that it's clear. Now you know that the defender spawn is not where they're coming from. It refocuses Leaf. He's now looking towards the water where he's already heard Mind Freak TP across, waiting for the steps, and he's turned the wrong way. Free kill. Trent now has to do it all. He's pulled out multi kills so many times in the past, and the first is his, but he's got to swing in and deny that
ไปกัน
defuse.
ต่อครับ
ใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อยๆเรื่อย
ทุกคนอย่านั่งเงียบกูเหงา
เอาดีลุ้นอยู่พี่ลุ้นอยู่
คุยกันหน่อยคุยกันหน่อย
คุยอยู่ครับผม
กูดูไม่รู้เรื่องอยู่คนเดียวเนี่ย การคนช่วยบอก
Nice attempt to turn back around after the early battles. It was looking
โอ้โห
rough,
นัด
especially
สุด
with
ท้าย
the
เหี้ยโดน
something
ด้วย
was able to get with such a deep position. But even still, once Leaf went down, the position for the retake or the clutch for Trent wasn't a good one.
ยิ้มแล้วยิ้มแฉ่ง
ยิ้มแล้วยิ้มแล้ว
Again,
น้ำมันพืชเริ่มทำงาน
look to rise. Economically, though, again, they're still almost
ๆอยาก
fighting
เล่นดัน
the
บาย
back
ครับ
of that pistol, and it's given them enough to purchase once more. And no surprise, we're seeing a push up on A.
They've had success taking it. Mind Freak
ไม่
alongside
ชินกับการเล่นเปเปอร์เล็กปกติแบบ
really
คม
nice
คาม
for info on C.
โคมคามไม่ได้มันโดนดักเลย
Successful, at least in the last round for the information. First fight doesn't go their way. Mound control given over to the side of G2. Orb to be taken. 2 away now from a lockdown and the push up.
เอ้ยกลับเลยกลับเลย
โดนลูกคมไอ้สัตว์
Jonah P didn't
อยาก
stand
ชน
it.
เด็กแว้นน่ะเด็กแว้นมึงชน
It's got to be infuriating. The amount of times he's been picked off by an operator pushing him, and now
บอสไปด้วย
sliding into position.
ดีค้าตรงนี้
The B site looks to be the point of contention. Smokes out, paranoia, utility, but there seems to be a point where they might look to just push through this. I didn't expect that. No,
ไอซี่หันข้างเข้าด้วยอ่ะ
จริง
That's not the play you expect to see with the Odin. And
โอ้โห
GG
ครับ
the perfect combo. It's left onto the man who started this comeback.
เหี้ย
Forsaken, 1v4.
นี่แหละจังหวะสร้างฮีโร่
Devastating round. Let's see if he can do it. And no.
จีขออนุญาตเลย ไฟแมตช์เกมนี้ตาหนึ่งอะไรสายล่างยังมี
น่าต้องไปงั้นกับ EDG
อุ้ยเป็นงานกับฟุตหรือเปล่าพี่
EDG
แองตาเสียงเพลงอะไรอ่ะ
ตอนเขาชนหมัดกันก็พูดว่าอะไรวะกะขอบคุณครับเนี่ยเหรอ
ฟักอยู่
พูดเกม
อันนี้ประสบการณ์ตรงจากมึงใช่ไหมเนี่ย
หยอกไม่หยอก
กูเชื่อเนี่ย
ในหัวก็พูดอย่างนั้นแหละ
fuck you เนี่ย
เมื่อวานทีมอะไรนะเทสอีสปอร์ตที่ร้องไห้อ่ะโหถ้าโดนชนหมัดแล้วยังฟักยูใส่
นี้ไปเล่นสายล่างแล้วถ้าเกิดแพ้อีกก็คือตกรอบแล้วป่ะ
ใช่
แต่ชนะ
แล้วเราไปก็ไม่เจอเปเปอร์เล็กนี้เหรอ
ใช่
เอ้าไอ้เหี้ย น้องๆเล่นคุยอะไรกันเนี่ยชนะเดี๋ยวนี้ ไอ้สัตว์ทิปกูล่มเลยนะไอ้เหี้ยจากจะได้นั่งล่างเวทีเชียร์เปเปอร์เล็กบนเวทีจะได้นั่งข้างๆเปเปอร์เล็กแล้วเชียร์ใครก็ไม่รู้ทีนี้ไอ้เหี้ย
ไม่ไรผมฝากเชียร์เจนจีฮารอนไปนี่
เจนจีพี่เจนจี
ได้มึงเชียร์ไหนกูไปด้วยน่ะ ไม่รู้จักใครแล้วไอ้เหี้ยรู้จักอยู่ทีมเดียว
เหงาเลย เราเริ่มจากแปซิฟิกก่อนพี่ไปแปซิฟิกมีทารอนเจนจีเปเปอร์เล็กแล้วก็ PRX
โอ้ไปเจอท่านนี่หว่าโอ้ท่านคนไทยชวนท่านกินเหล้าดีกว่ากล้าท่านนะคนไทยชวนให้ชวนท่านกินเหล้าดีกว่า
ทารอนเจนจี
ก็คือถ้าทีมเราก็เชียร์ไล่ๆไปใช่ไหม
ใช่
ไป
โอ้โหไอซี่แม่งแบบเสกวินรัว
คือกูคิดว่าแบบยิงไอโจนาไปก่อนแล้วจะเล่นง่ายไอ้เหี้ยตัวที่เหลือก็โหดเหมือนกัน
บอสเหมือนกัน
บอสจัดอะ
เอาผมเล่น TFT โดยที่เปิดเสียงเหรออะไร
อ่ะจากประสบการณ์การไปอยู่เกาหลีมาแปลเลยก็
โอ้โหพี่ แพงไงก่อน
อ๋อโอเคภาษาอังกฤษละ
Who wants a piece of this?
เยี่ยมคิดไงกับ12เพลินๆดีครับผมปิดเบาเสียง TFT ไว้โอเคมีใครรู้แล้วว่าผมเล่น TFT อยู่
ไอ้ก้าแข่งเสร็จเขาต้องเก็บเก้าอี้ด้วยเหรอ
เก็บทำไมอะพี่
ก็เมื่อกี้เห็นเขาเข็นเก้าอี้ไปข้างหลังอะเนี่ยเห็นไหม
เขาเปลี่ยนทำไมอ่ะ
ขอดูหน่อยอยากดูอ่ะได้ผมจะแคปยังไงดีวะแป๊บนึงนะแคปเกม
ไอ้แชทช่องกูบอกเขาเข็นเล่น what the fuck
ผมไปพักก่อนพี่ เจอกัน
แล้วเกมที่เรานัดเล่นด้วยกันล่ะ
เล่นตอนคืนได้ปะผมนอนพักก่อน
นอนเถอะ
ปวดหัวเนี่ย
ปวดหัวเลยเหรอ
ไม่ผมโควิดไงยังไม่หายเลย
อ๋อโอเคนอนเถอะ
โอ้แล้วแม่งแล้วผมเล่นนี่แม่งได้สตาร์ติกชีพแย่จัด
User disconnected from your channel.
ยกกล้องให้หน่อยเลยเทียบเชียร์ EDG ครับคู่2อุ้ยถ้าไอ้นี่มันเล่นวอลวิกนะอย่างมันอ่ะอุ้ยอย่างกวนตีเลยยิงข้างหลัง EDG ครับ EDG มาเชียร์คังกันเนี่ยใครมาทำอะไร อยากเห็นสโมกกี้เล่นเจ็ตอุ้ยนี่โหดต้องไปใส่กับคาม่า ได้เลือกก่อนมันยังไงอยากได้ตัวก่อนก็ได้ที่ลบกล่องก็ดีใช่ปะล่ะคุณโวบีมายนะครับสำหรับสมาชิกนะใส่อะไรเป็น BIS ดีวะตูฟิตโบนแล้วก็ลาดวิปปะเฮ้ยนี่ทีเด็ดเลยปังโอ้ my god ใส่ทิตาน่าไปแล้วมั้ยเอาหรือลืมอัพเวลโอเคช่างมันสมมติว่าเจนจีเพิ่งชนะเซนติเนมาต้องชนะเฮเรติกอ๋อหมายถึงสมมติให้คนอื่นฟังเรียกไหมอี20ครับ20มีพวกเรือนทีมอื่นมาดูช่องท็อกซิตไปร้านวิปไม่ต้องทำแล้วดิมีเอเวนชาวแล้วทำไอ้นี่กี่ช่องวะ2คอนเทสต์ป่ะนี่โอ้ยอันนี้เพลินๆอยู่Exterminate โอ้โหแล้วเลี้ยว2ตัวไม่แล้วไอ้ที่ผมไปไหนอะไปคอกแมวเนี่ยมือโอ้ยมาจริงใส่วาวไปเลยดีกว่าชิด กี่ช่อง2 ช่องใส่ไปก่อนไม่รู้โคกแมวไปไหนหมดอะเพื่อนไม่มีใครเล่นเลยนะไม่มาสักตัวเลยเหรอ
care of everything.
All part of the plan I just laid out.
จนด้วยว่ะ
Who wants a piece of this?
Here I am.
พี่อันยองวันนี้มาจุ่มก่อนไปดูเดดพูลได้เลยครับอย่าบอกนะเขาแข่งเร็วนะ 5 นาทีปกติเวลาสับคู่เล่น TFT ได้ตาหนึ่งเลยนะโอ้ยอย่าเพิ่งเก็บของตัวเต็ม
Wanna see the fireworks?
คู่นี้แบบซัดกันระเบิดแน่นอนเสียงอะรอดูเลย
ระเบิดเลย
ไอ้นี่ตัวเสียงดังเลยเยตูเจ
ถ่ายวรัดไปเนี่ยเฮียคอมยังลงตัวไปไง
Magic. Who wants a piece of this?
All part of the plan I just made up.
โยคอกแมวเพิ่ง2 ดาวเหรอจะเชื่อปะยีตูเจเฮ้ยลัมเบิลจะ3 ดาวดินั่นเดียวโอ้นี่เดี๋ยวช่วยกันทำดาเมจFT จะทันดูเกมไหมคิดว่าน่าจะทันนะ ไม่ทันก็ดูเกมครับปิดเสียงแล้วก็ปล่อยตายเศร้า
โค้ชที่อารมณ์ดีที่สุดในทัวร์นาเมนต์เต่าดง
แต่ผู้เล่นไปเป็นโค้ชแทนใช่ไหมประหยัดคนดีนะ
I think what is interesting though is that they don't play the standard Fnatic comp. They've been locking in instead a look with the Jet and the Breach. Well, they have shifted away from like only playing KO. CNET still only plays Jet and Raze for this team. They haven't picked up any of the new stuff with Neon, any of the Yoru ideas. They're very much a team that is committed to their read.
Yeah, whereas on the other side, we have actually seen, kind of for some of the first times, Kong flexing over to some different roles, picking up some different things such as that Gecko and whatnot. So curious to see if there's going to be any big changes in the overarching compositions from EDG, where they want to just really force Kong back onto those hard-hitting duels where he can have that monstrous carry potential, or if it is still going to be a bit more flexibility coming out of this superstar.
And even on those carry roles, he's buying new ones. This map, we're likely to see him lock in the Neon, something that we did not really see until stage 2 of VCT. They also play a unique comp. They have a Clove in the mix, and an Omen as well, playing a double controller with no Viper, maybe taking somewhat of a leaf out of their CN brethren FPX's book, who favors a lot of those kind of like Omen, Clove, double smoker ideas.
Mr. Fallen out there bopping his head quite a bit. I got to know what this deal with the octopus is, but there you go. The lock-in comes through here. You're getting Clove. You're getting Kong on that Neon. I'm excited to see him break some ankles out here potentially, but what we should be expecting with this compositions?
I mean, the big thing that I'm looking at is going to be Kong and that new player of Simon. That Breach is there to help set up the Neon on these pushes alongside the relay bolt coming through. Get those dazes out, get those slides going, and get that pinpoint accuracy on display.
On EDG's attack, watch how they'll slowly kind of clear through space. When they go towards A, they're going to smoke close, take that space early with their stunts, and then kind of set it up into a two-stage fight with the amount of smokes they have. Normally, when you're only playing Omen, you don't have that potential. This Clove adds an extra little bit, and you're combining that with the Neon too. There's a lot of cool ideas to show here, and FUT has never played against a comp like this.
Oh, I'm excited. All right, let's go ahead and jump into map 1, shall we? And send it over to your casters, who, by the way, are taking a break from getting rinsed on the Pacific servers. It's Brendan's
I never played on the Pacific servers. I've never been rinsed in my life on the Pacific servers.
Yeah, you
I'm taking
have.
over. No, that's a lie, actually. Singapore servers after 6 p.m. demon time. don't play on those servers, I'm telling you now. We got FUT versus EDG here for our opening matchup, really, between these two teams. The first signs of life that we're going to see at them in champs so far. And there's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss at the desk. It's already been bringing out, but we are jumping straight into the pistol round. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to break down all sorts of narratives circulating around these teams. But the big one is that EDG are under a lot of pressure. They need to have a good, strong opening.
They absolutely do. Those Chinese fans can be brutal, and EDG have seen so many other squads from China have success recently. They want a taste of that themselves again. FUT was stacking up over towards C at the start of this pistol round, and it looks like they're playing A towards a bit of a retake setup. Both teams playing a breach, seeing Cracks hold the fault line.
Just in cases here, Simon's going to go for that plant. Full stick, EDG, push that away as well. Against the backside of the wall, holding the flash as well for.
ทำไมต้องเลือกด่านนี้มาอันแรกด้วยจะดูพี่เก
EDG love to get aggressive.
มันแบบเก่งฟุตเนี่ย
See if they got anything clear in the one-way fault line.
And
the paranoia, right clicks, a bit of panic settling in. Trying to cover it just over the shoulder as well. Kang still alive. It's off to the side here, making sure that he can hold this one back, but already overwhelmed and swarmed by the FUT players. The front side control. They've taken out almost everybody. Smoggy, last one to be alive here, and Crack sticking at the fuse.
Oh! That's a
CDG team need it.
Oh,
great play there towards He got enough chip damage on the first try of going at things. Both of those players super weak. It made the frenzy very useful in that spot. Nice Red Bull clutch that Smoggy pulls out early on. Like he said, very needed. Other than that, their post-plant aggression didn't really work. It looked like FUT's coordination on the retake was working as well. EDG needed someone to come up huge.
Smoggy was the man for the job.
I'll tell you in general, FUT love contacting around places.
It's not a high utility composition that they're running here. You don't have the raise, you don't have the fade, you just got a breach.
Yeah.
And they normally save that utility for like big retakes or big executes, depending on what side they're on. So there's going to be a lot of raw gunfights happening. And when you have that kind of clash between teams like this, form is crazy important. Whether the EDG and FUT players are feeling it today and can access their full potential. And in terms of the peaks that we've seen, players in this server have just put on absolute God mode tournaments occasionally.
We'll see if those individuals are firing off. EDG are making this one. It's quite cautious at the beginning into this eco round. Of course, they don't want to give away any lives unnecessarily. Cnade gets at least 2 chances there to potentially rip off some heads, but he's back at the site here and with only the sheriff in hand. Wouldn't be too much danger. Yeah, he's cleaned up, so EDG going for that plan at this point here. There's a bit of time as well. I mean, we've already kind of briefly mentioned how unorthodox these compositions are. These teams, you know, FUT and EDG, they have been playing it in their regions. It's not like we've seen this for the first time.
No, but we haven't seen them clash against each other.
Yeah.
EDG's comp, in my opinion, is really attack-sided, crazy attack-sided. And then when EDG go onto defense, they try to save up, get an operator into Kangkang's hand, and they're like, would you mind winning us a few rounds with the op? Because the actual compositional setups are not that great on the defense. So I'm expecting EDG here to run up the scoreline at least to a comfortable level for them. And if they don't, they might be in a bit of trouble.
EDG just going to be going down to the spike here. So another one followed up by EDG, putting that second round on the board.
I also think it's really remarkable that, I mean, maybe it's not remarkable because they've got G2 and PRX in their group, but the community had both of these teams as like 25%ers, 3rd and 4th in the group. Only 25% of people thought that they were going to exit the group, basically.
Right.
I think this group could be rife for upsets. PRX is waiting. Whoever loses this, I don't think PRX has an enormous edge over either of these two teams, but neither of them are going to want to be in that position.
Yeah, looking to grab a win nice and early in their group here. Bonus round for EDG. Definitely a lot of danger towards it. Big stack and group up by the FUT players. A fault line and a paranoia. Give some access to that A-Robble control. Might be looking to cement it, but already you're seeing a fast pivot and EDG just trying to play off of that. A lot of Utopian using EDG. Barely alive, but a stun still flying, and he's able to trade out these kills. Kill trade. Right off of this guy. There's electric right now. Anchoring defender. EDG now going to be licking their wounds, I think, looking for options and ways back into this round.
Already I can tell that FUT have been watching the VODs. That aftershock comes out from Simon every time, and EDG made sure his trips did not get broken by it. That was massive.
And now FUT just hold, waiting for it. Signs of live contact, the head's just peeking up and over. Ripped clean off.
Such a clean round, and so important for FUT to showcase early on in this defense half that they can hold on to a site. When there's only one player, you know, a flood coming through. It was just EDG there, and a captain comes to try to reinforce. To be honest, Kangkang should probably be favored in that kind of situation, but if EDG is hitting,
แฮกมันต้องแบบว่าซีนสุดท้ายเนี่ย
But yeah, pay attention to where these trips are, because Simon's aftershock is supposed to break those trips.
มาแล้ว
And EDG is putting them down in spots that'll avoid that.
And now Robinson into the skirmish, both of these teams, but nobody considering that Chichu could have already got past that TP with Cnade removed. Robble control going to be made that much more easier here for EDG.
I think it's going to be a mistake for FUT to opt into these rubble fights. EDG's composition is much better in those spots.
Yeah. Like we were already talking about, I mean, the utility that FUT have to work with is pretty low. In terms of if you're trying to go, you know, pound for pound against this composition that EDG have, you know, the double initiator, the duelist. Neon stuns are just brutal for trying to find that one early. And a contact reclear is called here by FUT. Had a captain just hold under one line. EDG.
He's got a good idea.
Very good idea. Just sees the jiggle as well. Gives it up, doesn't he? Spoiler. And already stands up, gliding forwards. Kangkang can follow up. Out from mounds and ducking, weaving, dodging EDG only with the 2 before the trade comes through. Still, 2 left to stand here for FUT, and that does give them chances and opportunities, but they want to make their way back over towards A now. EDG. Chichu didn't give up that position earlier, so just holding on to that A control for most of the round gives them that option.
It's a nice call.
แต่บอสฝั่ง EDG ไม่ใช่มีแค่คำนะผมสมอกกี้ที่ตัวเดือดเลย
Might have an opportunity. Shut down.
Yeah, crosshair placement just wasn't quite there. Already adjusting,
and that should secure the round up.
เบรกปืนพกไปด้วยสโมกกี้
We'll have to be keeping an eye on these kind of mid-round calls that are going on for EDG. I feel like a lot of the time things are extremely hectic in the EDG camp, especially since they've decided to bench Haodong, put him into the 6th man assisted.
ใช้มีทงมีแท็บให้เล่นดันไปซะ
Bring nobody in to make a lot of the calls for them.
Max is trying to make a go at this. I don't really understand the logic behind it.
เลือดมันร้อน
Yeah, he really does. He's got no money to buy another one. The rest of his team does, so he's going to get out of there. Not going to get punished for the hubris of trying to make that attempt. But you're right. You know, EDG. There's been even comments from themselves. You know, I was talking about Yinsu ahead of this match as well, just trying to get that extra information heading into it about EDG. But you know, even Kangkangers was talking about how they get chaotic in the mid round sometimes. They lose track of what decisions they should be making.
Frankly,
gets a little bit messy.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever when you put a player who's known for his unorthodox plays and strange read on the game and feast or famine play style, and you put him into an IGL position. But it feels like Edward Gaming are just trying to figure out what their mentality is, what their ethos is, their style of play. All right. CNED's going to pick up an operator. Go to look for an early pick out here towards C. Got to imagine there's util to push him back.
Yeah, I mean they have boatloads of it.
Okay.
Oh, net
dangerous near-sighted just by the Prowler. Was not broken up by EDG. It gives it full sight over towards the C mound angle. Door's going to be even opened here, not even contested, at least with that Nightfall. Scatters its way across. There's no follow-up though with the wall in their face and the haunt and the paranoia. Plenty more where that came from. EDG garner and gain that access into the C site, but the question is, are they going to come out unscathed? Need to get this plant down. Plenty
of shots
and opportunities handed to CNED, but
3 ผ่านไปยังไม่มีศพ
damage done to Smoggy. Not quite the kill he's looking for though. Still has the blade storm, so the
เอาอีก
is
ไม่ไหว
there.
แล้วมีดก็ได้เอาอีกนัดนึง
Making a decent go of it. Teams grouped up now. 5 versus 5 onto the retake. Backside control. Aim to be held. Kang. It's an off angle. Just down onto the ramp as well, but he needs to land it. Shot down with the rest of his team. It's led just through and followed through with the kills. By EDG.
Very nicely done there. EDG, when I was watching them in China on this map, they loved fighting aggressively in the post plant for waterfall control. This time, they planted, but they all stayed on site. They didn't
เน็ตเพื่อนไม่เอาเลยเหรอ
but they also didn't back off over to mound, which means it's massively important that you stand your ground, hold crossfires with each other, and hit these important
Nobody
shots.
ใช้ภาพตัวอ้วนอ่ะ
It's a really crucial one to take down CNED, who had knives online. This is putting EDG well ahead now.
น่าจะใช้อ้วนแบบ
Yeah, ult's starting to get generated already. See the rolling thunder. Simon holding on to it. And Captain Zioni want to hold back this A approach. It's a weaker buy by FUT.
Yeah, the attack side operator is now coming out as well.
พูดเล่นไม่เอาเลย
They tend to play a lot slower when Kangkang
ก็
is
จะ
โอ้โห on the side of EDG, but Smoggy will happily fulfill that role. With the raw aim and gunfire. I mean, listen, there's always danger. The sheriffs are in the hands of these FUT players. They're demons with it, but it's all cleaned up.
ไปเลยสายบน EDG.
It's pretty nice for the next round. You now have Breach Ult, Clovolt online. Smoggy can go really deep off the back of it.
The last 2 players as well. Caught off into the corner.
What?
โอ้ยมีโอเวอร์เหมือนกัน
Whoa, cracks! He's given it the lifeline and a chance, an opportunity that it's just open pride. Wide open, 5 health though to his name. It's a 1v1, isolated down in the blink of an eye. Expecting already the cross up from Smoggy to pre-fire. No. But my God, did it get dangerous?
There's just a taster of what this match might end up devolving into.
Listen, man, I said it could get dangerous and they got the sheriffs in their hands.
It's absolutely bonkers what these players are able to do with light weaponry. I mean, the first shot is labored, but onto nobody and onto Simon. And Kangkang, it's so clean. If Ada Captain hadn't let face first into the aftershock there, they actually could have had a 2v1. Maybe secured the round.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้จานฟุกไม่โดนเนี่ยได้เล่นอยู่
2 คนนะ
Ults online like.
จะทำเอาเลย
Is picking up the operator. I'd like to see Cena try and take an aggressive angle. You know, maybe over towards C, maybe even fighting from the kind of A site kind of area, but something that forces out that breach ult so that then his team can play retake. It's just so important that he at least creates pressure and then gets out alive.
And that's a difficulty, I think, for FUT as well. Their composition is... It's hard to walk that tightrope of not over-investing into somebody's fight. Seen it again.
โดนกับมันอ่ะนี่อ่ะว่าแล้ว โดน
onto the corner, stun already connecting. Seen it just trying to get the hell out of there.
ดีนะ
He does cover it.
เยไม่มาช่วยเรียบร้อย
That rolling retreat, they're just backing away now. The rolling thunder of itself cracks. He lets it loose, lets it rip now. Everybody pushed up back into the corner, but cosmetic stuns is the nature of this game sometimes. Smoggy not dead yet. Back into the fight, but falling from the side, instantly traded once more.
โยกเลย
The pause, scatter and running away. EDG, they want to try and make their mark. Moves over towards the A side. Cnet, he's fast onto it, but players up into his face as well, up and down the road. Making this one dangerous.
ดุ้ง
Awkward. Cnet's
อะไรวะ
ซีเน็ตมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับซีเน็ตวันนี้ ตัวลายหมดละ
Bit of calm for once in the middle of the round. FUT sure to play this one together. Holding just in case. Flank possibility. He's got a contact peek, doubled up.
Cnet
Quite ready for it.
ดังอีกก่อนซีเน็ตจะโดนกี่โมง
He has missed. 2v3 EDG. Smoking their face. Chichu could cross this
โดน
one up
พี่
as
ฟุกแน่
well. And for FUT, the pressure's on them to try and push past this one without a captain low. Horns not seeing too much. Jumping peak. Swing is there. Yedaje finally, but Chichu contains 1v1 and a tap. Issue has forced Chichu though. Ice cold.
โอ้โดนดึง
Backs
ชิง
away. No one Yedaje is not playing towards this one, and there's a 1 round out. Beautiful work once more. All piece to finish and
เจอหนาด้วยตัวนี้
Immaculately
ดู
played
ซีเน็ตหมด
clutch
แล้ว
there by Jishu.
หมดแล้วหมดจริงซีเน็ต
All
อ่ะ
of the info knew exactly that Yedaje was just going to be tapping on that first one. There were so many missed opportunities there, though, from both teams. I'm talking about the form of the players and seeing which team's sharp. There were so many spots in that where there was missed opportunities. Cnet probably should have died way earlier on if we're going to look at who had more chances to kill each other. But EDG continue this spiral up and onwards. Can't be stopped.
No. It's relentless. Nothing to break the haunt either, so again, peace of mind granted to EDG. They're giving up that front section of A.
Once more, it looks like a
มา
bait
แน่
and
ดี
switch
ๆ
setup
ส
where
ม็อกกี้
Cnet's
ตัว
decided
เดือด
to take contact, dash back out, and then play in at a captain and Yedaje. Very similar to what he
ไซ
did
มอน
on
นี่
B.
โหดกว่าฮาวดองปะ
This time,
ที่ดูก็
Kangkang's not even
ก
in the
ลาง
right
ๆ
area
ไม่
of
ได้
the
แบบ
map
โด
to
ดเด่น
take that carrot on a stick. Poison carrot on a stick, I suppose it would be at that point.
Smoggy's task was just holding down the flank here.
แล้วเปลี่ยนจากไซมอนเป็นไอตัวเมื่อวานอะไอโอเมน พี่ลวกคิงโคตรโหดเลย อุ้ย
Sliding Kang. Listen, he's not going to take no for an answer. He wants this sight and he wants it
ผม
now.
สี
Brilliant way of using the neon movement there against the eco round. It's so difficult to hit sheriff shots when the neon's running at your face.
Oh yeah.
And then wiggling around on the floor.
ซีเน็ตหมดแล้ว
That contact on the players as well. It's a
โอ้ย
little
มา
bit
แล้ว
disjointed here from the FUT
บอก
attempt.
ใครบอกผมหมด
นี่อ่ะ
It's not gonna be
ไป
able
แล้ว
to get this
มา
one
แล้ว
over the
มาได้
line
ตัวเดี
here.
ยว
For now, EDG are in
No big
full
deal.
ไปต่อ
control. 7-1, and now is a great time to just to bring up, you know, talking about the pressure that they had. I think coming off the back of that Shanghai performance.
เดี๋ยวฟุตมันเก่งด่านนี้มากมันจะโดนจริงเหรอวะ
Much heavier, I think, when it's in their home country playing that tournament. 2 weeks back.
But they bomb.
They did bomb out.
I mean, yeah, they didn't even have one of their.
ทางมันเลย
They look good, but then they don't make
วิ่ง
it.
เป็นสนามเด็กเล่นเลย
Completely flat.
It was extremely flat, and the Chinese fans
ที่เน็ตซื้อออกไปแล้วพี่
demanded more and made their voices very heard.
เรามาดูกันว่าออฟ
คิดว่า
เน็ต
ยิ
จะ
ง
ได้
ได้ไหม
กี่ตัว
น่าจะไม่ได้
ผมว่าไม่ได้
ไม่ได้
มันส่งของกันดีอ่ะเป็นจังหวะแบบนี้นี่แหละ
เฮ้ย
And this
นี่
time,
ไง
Wolf
มาแล้ว
succeeds. Pluck Smoggy out of the picture.
ได้
Nice
สอง
and
ด้วย
easy.
นะอีกตัวหนึงโล
Ball bang through onto Simon there
ได้
as
ตัว
well.
เศษ
Look at the health 15.
จริงซีเน็ตยิงไม่ได้นะเดี๋ยวนี้พี่เอ๋ยเอาให้ไม่ไหวแล้ว
เจอเนี่ย
ต้อง
จะ
เอาให้
ไม่
หน่
ได้
อย
เมื่อกี้
Honestly, the Quiz's really been going their way. Prowler
พี่เอ๋ยบอกต้องเอาให้หน่อย
with the op shot fired off. They now know exactly where CNED is. Kang sport up, chewed up. At least by the trap. Farlin in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though with that connection after struck. He's going to be dodged. He needs to help the rest of his team in the overdrive. Is just swatted away. Kang does not stand a chance. But Simon quick on the next approach. Will trade it, slowing it down. Patience has to be played now because it's still a 2 versus 4 for EDG. Risks might need to be taken for any chance of them winning this. Pre-fires onto the corner, 2 players into the pit, just holding it. Chichu trying to take it. What is that? Adjustment flicked to the side. EDG barely puts him to rest. Simon, 15 health left, tagged up by the cam. Not long for this one, so FUT finally going to be able to get another one on the board up to that second round.
And that's a massively important one for FUT. They're very, very good on Lotus, so don't get too worried about them just yet. But if they end up going down 8-1 and their economy's broken, doesn't matter how attack-sided EDG's comp is, at that point, you've set yourself up for a very, very rough ending to Lotus. So that's important, stabilizes the economy, gets him into a decent spot. They know that
เสียงมันดังมาถึง
find
นี้
those opportunities with the op. It's just about putting him in the right place, trying to figure out where EDG might go next. And EDG are headed towards A on that classic rubble kind of fight again.
At this point pretty much being handed over for free. CNED again. He's going to make another go of things, isn't he? It's where he found success last time, just peeking through B main.
May catch nobody.
Jump spot. Does he hear this? Pre-aims? Nobody though. Already crossed up onto the spot, barely a shoulder, but this
และตอน
time
นี้ยุคซีเน็ตได้กลับมาแล้ว
on fire with it.
Are so sharp. At some point, you got to imagine Kangkang is gonna feel like he wants to go for the ego battle. It might be too late in this half, but certainly on defense.
Back towards the rubble with the TP here. There's a lot of players though. Does he get that confirmation?
วาร์ปไปดูเลย
Mr.
วะ
Farland?
ที่สงสัยเลยกัน
Not liking what he saw. Smoggy on the meanwhile. He's making sure to take this one slow and steady. Has got them a lot of control up towards C. Door opens up. EDG making the call here for the mid-round pivot. 40 seconds left. Stunned up. Mr. Farland has
วันนี้ถ้าเข้ามีตายนะโอเมน
Smoggy spotted. He might have just given the game away with only 36 seconds left. Had a captain. He's going to reinforce
Không
this
mấy chưa
side.
đấy nhỉ?
Still has a snake bite in his back pocket. Smokes are up as well. Orb up to respond.
Oh.
Blind though. There's no molly at the feet, so EDG are going to be able to get into this one essentially for free.
แต่ของโคตรเดือด
It's all about whether or not you can get this plant down still. Simon, not just a tap, a full stick, doesn't want to try and bait out any of that util, and there's nothing used as a response, no spam.
เรียก
Side FUT.
No spam, I think, because they're worried about EDG pushing waterfall. Like I said, they do that all the time in China.
Smokes placed, propped up. Kang. This one going to be dissipating though, does need to be worried about it. Retaking with the op, never quite ideal. Kang. First casualty, Chicho's there, right through the wall. EDG is frying, farming, Cloudburst to try and get them into the site. And the last player left is Simon, overwhelmed. Too many targets to really
ซี
overcome.
เน็ตยิงได้อะไรก็เปลี่ยนไป
And suddenly, a map where EDG were fully in control, and now FUT making a decent little comeback. Those 2 rounds, they might not look like much, but with how EDG's composition is so reliant on getting their economy flourishing and getting an op into Kangkang's hand on the defense side, any kind of damage done here is going to add up. These last 2 rounds, crucially important. They make all the difference between a 7-5 half or a 9-3.
เศร้าเอเนอร์จีมัน
And that's either a close half or a blowout. Yeah, EDG's been feasting. He's got 12 kills currently. Anytime they've hit the C site, he's been good for it. Hitting shots while stunned on Kangkang to open up the map twice. And
ดูโค้ดอะเห่าโยกไม่หยุดเลยมันมีอะไรวะน่ะ
ตื่นเต้นเนี่ยพี่ ทุกคนคนซ้ายดิ
เพราะคนอื่นเขาเครียดกันอ่ะไอเนี่ยมันนั่งยิ้มแบบเนี่ยตั้งแต่เวทีจีนละ
FUT can't probably where EDG are going. And you can see here that FUT making the read to stack over towards A because they expect, I would believe, EDG to be looking for this ult orb over here.
Be a hard task trying to win it.
Enormous hard read.
Yeah, skirmish will be occurring. The question is who will be the winner. Now, last time Chichu TP'd back Rubble and it did put the punish onto CNED. We'll see if that happens again or FUT has something to counteract it. Paranoid looks like it's pre-aimed just for the middle uncenter piece of the choke point. Fault line slows them down. TP through the back again, up and around with the updraft. CNED really alive here still. Inside the cloud burst was the play inside of it. Chichu
ลำบากเลยทีนี้
ของลงเลย ของลงเลยขึ้นได้แป๊บเดียว
hard committed into this spot, son, and there is really no escape. But Anna Captain will help him out. Shot from the side and a follow up again.
Yeah, he cracked.
Can't be denied.
แม่เอาให้
FUT just absolutely smashed them into
แผน
dust.
เลขจับโอเปอเร
Quick
เตอร์
look at the stage. Did CNED just jump into Krax's chair for a moment
What
there?
happened there?
Possess his body, take him over. What are those two up shots? Coming out from a player that I've only ever seen with a rifle in hand. That's nasty. Krax was completely stuck. The door had not been pre-fired, so he was trying to use a
แต่ที่
classic
โชว์
to
เขา
get
บอก
through it.
ไซมอนมึงมาบังกูทำไม
Please let me escape. Get me through to B, and he decided to turn, stand,
มัน
and
กระโดด
fight.
ตีไซมอนปะวะ
But now EDG have those ults online. Now in the final round of the half, they've got massive tools to work with.
We've seen again the same fight taken. Valendo, oh my goodness, revealed up by the Horde as well. He needs to get the hell out of their door in his face. TP through into the smoke and the bullets just won't connect into the end. EDG not to be denied that space, and they have a lot of ults to make usage of. Nightfall, primed and ready, finally let loose. Fallen drops the smoke. CNED anti-synergy almost, but the Blade Storm now the stuns connecting up. This is chaos and anarchy occurring. Save you, Kang, hunting them all down. Finally put a stop to all of it. Rolling Thunder does not deny the plan. Might be able to get at least put back into it. Nobody tucked to the corner.
ใครเขาโดดมาเข้าเป้าวะน่ะ
With the upgrade occurred finally. A trade online. Yet a Jado. No effect will reveal. Everybody's position into the 3v2. Isolated now to 2v2. In through tree, Smoggy out wide, and what an adjustment it
แม่ง
is.
พีไฟเลยเมื่อกี้
P5 วะ
Catch
เมื่อกี้
that
ใช่
final kill. It looks like he just whipped that rifle all the way around for the 8-4 finish.
Didn't even need his ultimate to close that one out. And it would have been a checkmate situation towards the end, I think. So it's a good half from EDG.
เหมือนจะโดนมาแมปแรก
อาคางก็ดุไป
โอ้โหมันเข้าหัวด้วยพี่ ตัวสองอะสม็อกกี้ ทำไมผมรู้สึกว่าเปเปอร์เล็กมันเล่นสไตล์เดิม โอเคดูไอ้นี่กว่านะ
เล่นยากเล่นยากแล้วสไตล์เดิมอะตอนเนี้ย
แต่ตอนนี้สไตล์นี้มันก็ดูแบบ ดูไม่ค่อยไหว
ไม่สุดใช่ไหม
ดูไม่สุดเลย ดูแบบมันไม่ต่างกับทีมที่แบบ ทีมทั่วไปอะ จริงมันก็ยังเล่นได้นะพี่ ดู EDG มันยังซิ่งเลยนะ
แต่ว่ามันปิ้งแบบ ฟังแมปไปเล็กมันโนเซนไปเลยอะ
แต่ก็ยากอยู่นะเพราะว่าอันนี้เนี่ยแมปพูลเปลี่ยนอะแค่เอาบีทออกโอ้สปิดนะ
Clash on a map.
And EDG, because they can't occupy 3 sites. They don't have the Viper. Now in China, they left the weak. I think now you're seeing them leave the A site weak on the pistol to avoid that anti-stratting that FUT would have done. Does FUT care? Are FUT going for the C site? No, not at all.
That's all 5 players grouped
มันดู
up.
ไม่สุด
But I think EDG are going to end up on attack here.
จะเร็วก็เร็วไปเลย
The map.
แค่นั้นเอง
EDG. This guy is about to be receiving.
ให้เป็นเรื่องของโมเมนตัม
Might just win the round for them
แต่ก็
single-handedly.
อย่างที่บอกอะถ้าเจอเกมตึง
Early
มั
fight
นจะ
taken.
ถ้าเล่นส
Almost
ไตล์
lost
เดิมมัน
out.
จะ
Kang drops
แบ
him
งค์ไม่ค่อย
down.
ได้
Released
เฮ้ย
11.
เรียนไป
No
เกินไป
way.
เปล่า
Dodges the bullets.
เฮ้ยมันเป็นไซเฟอร์ด้วย
อาคารรู้ทัน
Be spotted and finally rooted out.
แย่ละ
There's that first kill
สงสัย
advantage.
หน่อย
EDG maybe something to work with. Door again opened wide.
เอ้า
Molly's a little
โอ้
bit
เจอไวสวิง พี่ฟุกเสียเชิงเลย ดันฟุก
player advantage. Mr. Fallen and seen it to do the most here, leaving it just down to Fallen. And now overwhelmed at the back. Nice and swinging. We are
กระสุนหม
getting
ด
scrappy.
That's a major pistol round for EDG to be able to get. They played it really nicely, but there were so many spots there where a FUT player could have had impact.
จะมาห่วงเรื่องคัม
EDG
แบ็ก
tucked
แพ้
into
ก็
the
แพ้
corner, couldn't do anything. Great shutdown from Kang. And then also Adakaptain, another spot where Kang probably should have died. He's vulnerable, swinging through, but Adakaptain can't get his weapon out in time. FUT letting that one slip a little, a fumble that they can't afford with only 4 rounds in the bag. EDG, this is perfect for them. Again, their defense strategy revolves around getting an op into Kang's hands. Winning the pistol, you're loving that.
Yeah,
you're going to be able to get your economy flourishing.
ต้องจะสูญเสียอัตลักษณ์ของตัวเองไป
But we'll make a go of things here. Slow spread default into the Rico. Maybe just aiming to hopefully farm up some ores. That's the trouble with their own composition as well. You can't even rely too much on the ultimates they've got available. Chichu, Paranoia, flies forwards. A couple of shots fired out as well. He's going to be blind himself. He needs some help and backup. Has arrived in the form of Kang, but he's swiftly dealt with. That was a rifle. Dropped down. Chichu though, still a problem. And Smoggy happy to deliver the death blow from the side. EDG classic in hand. There's enough to dismiss them. Even just weapon loud in the process, I guess, because they can make it themselves.
ไอ้หอนี่อย่างแบกเลยดูดิ
Weapons down over towards Rubble. If he had the spike, this would be
Yep, up real
a great
cool.
situation to threaten that he was heading off elsewhere and
เก็บ
going
ออฟแล้ววิ่งอ้อมไป
pick
เอง
one of those up. But
แผน
like you said, where is he going? But where can he go? He has to be predictable here.
ทำ
and
ไม
go
หน้า
over
บี
towards
ถึง
A.
ไม่มี
He's
ออ
just
ฟวะดันนี้
trying to ult max.
Of course, that really important neural theft.
Hey, listen, on the attack side, it actually can win you some really important rounds, especially when you're
ด้าน
playing
หนึ่ง
against
ที่
a
ออฟเยอะ
sentinel comp.
ไอ้
If
เฟ
he
ก
gets
เจอร์
that
วะ
down, he's going to figure out where the gaps are.
Alert timings here.
Aye.
Nobody's going to keep watching. Yeah, just for the smoke peek.
I think
All
the question more so than what is the neural theft going to do is, what is a round going to do at this point for FUT? There's 6 behind.
จริงไม่ต้องอะไรมากเลย
Not only do
เก็
they
ตเลส
need
ปก
this
ติ
one,
อะก็เล่นไว
they need to then break the economy of
ๆแต่อย่าง
EDG
ว่า
and
แหละเขาปรับ
start
แผน
spiral
มา
of
เขา
their
ก็ต้อง
own.
ให้มันนี่
And FUT's comp, while they've had quite a lot of success with it, and it's been good for them,
พ
it's
อเราไป
not
เล่นเหมือน
an
คนอื่นเขาแล้วมัน
ultimate
แบบ
comp. It's not like you have
ก็ทรงๆ
the lockdown and the showstopper and the nightfall to be able to work with. So
อาจ
this
จะสูญ
one's
เสีย
still
ความ
going to
มั่
be
นใจ
scrappy, still going to be difficult for FUT, even if they get on a roll.
Early push back there on the EDG. Standard attack side here for FUT, but you're right. Rifles in the hands. This is where you really need to get going. If you are FUT, you are being pressured like hell. EDG
แต่ไม่เป็นไรอะคือ
needs some
เล่น
support,
ซิ่ง
needs some help.
มันได้นี่
Squeeze is occurring, but
ได้
heads
มัน
to the side. Nobody really watching
ดู
for
มั
him.
น
Smoggy
มันคนดูคนเล่นอาจจะไม่มันก็ได้
Felt like EDG was calling for help. Adakaptain came back and got counter-called, and FUT
แต่
went
ผม
into
เชื่อ
C
นะว่ามัน
instead.
ยังซิ่งได้อยู่
EDG strung out to dry, but takes one down.
ตัวค้างเป็นตัวอย่าง
Like these kind of setups. It doesn't matter if they're playing full retake every time, as if they have the entirety of the map control.
เราดูไปละพิษร้ายแรงกำลังคืบคลานเข้าไป
They realize they put them out.
Mound?
Yeah.
You can't play for Mound when they're coming Mound.
They already have control of
นี่
it.
ไงอาจารย์ฟุกก็รู้ทัน
It's a little bit easier now. Only one real direction to pay attention to. Smoke in their faces. Util's going to be exchanged. Aftershock in through the choke as well, and rifles reloaded. EDG just primed and ready. Without a kill. Finding it lacking that initiating power, I think, to even get themselves in. Already time ticking away from them with the spike and with the position it's placed in as well. There is no more chances to win this one out. They're looking to do that economical damage if possible.
โคตรสปอยเลยเสียงไอ้เยติเย่พี่ได้ยินว่าคนดังเข้าไปในคนพลาด
They can keep rifles up for round 16. At the moment, what we're seeing is EDG leave one site completely open and pushing heavily the other two. Trying to condition this idea that they are always going to be pushing, even on the defense side. But FUT are finding the right reactions here, which is to go into the free area and play a post-plant setup where you have space somewhere else.
As long as EDG just make it incredibly obvious of what they're trying to push and fight over, FUT's decision-making is going to get that much more easier here. Kankang though, pushes his way up, fault line, does catch. Off onto Mound, he needs a little bit of help here. He's quite hard committed. They heard a TP, they think it's in the one-way, but Farland's already crossed up.
FUT at this point can tell it's not the same as the previous rounds. Prowler's coming out A.
A peak call here by nobody. Side by side with Simon. Aftershocks there, takes a good timing with it right as the wall was going down. So FUT
จริงๆเป็นเล็กเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากนะที่แบบว่าจะได้
มันเบรกโคตรดีเลย
Gone taken out.
ต้องโยกกลับไป4เลย
Not too sure what the decisions now made here.
ว่าจะพยายามแล้วก็ได้
Down to that 50-second mark, Chichu.
แค่ผมแค่เห็นแก่ตัวเขาอยากดูสไตล์
Paranoia's going to be forced to result. Chichu knowing he can't play there, repositions, backs away. EDG is split up though, they can't hard anchor onto this side, and with that util saved into the back,
มันต้องเจอทีมแบบเต็มที่เว้ยหรือว่าไปคล้ายๆกัน
starting to barrel their way through and over onto the seaside, but they made it quite obvious at this point. 30 seconds now, EDG getting some bodies into the fray, into the fight, but it's still that 3v5, and Cracks is not pushed back from that plant.
EDG ฟอร์มแชมป์
Sows into it, flash to at least get Chichu and playing inside, Cam up into his face, can land and adjust the shot in time. Seen there dropping him, full control towards the back of the site. Need a miracle from EDG, you need mistakes from FUT. Stun into the back, there's no swing attempt off of the back of this here, almost lining up for some sort of potential from nobody there, but FUT once more going to walk away with another round and starting to string them together at this point. That's 6 on the board.
And you're seeing the weaknesses of EDG's composition on the defense side. There were 2 players there ready to anchor the site, but they can't really do too much. Chishu's already used his paranoia to try to get out of the really uncomfortable spot he's in, and that neural theft that you were poo-pooing earlier on came through fairly handy, didn't it?
It did help, yeah.
It also gave them an amazing paranoia that knew where both players were and blinded both of them too. FUT are back into this game.
มันใช้เสียงอย่างนี้มากๆมันจะเป็นอะไรไหม
Interesting. That is really interesting.
Disguising where you put the cam so that it survives for a little longer.
Yeah, it's a real interesting way to take that C mount control. Early fight there, taken. Kankang, I believe, had the marshal in hand. Just to see if he could potentially get that first kill advantage on their own half. By EDG have stacked this one with quite a lot of players. CNET is aware of the possibility, and even just pre-firing into tree. Won't catch this guy sleeping, not right now. Yeah, he is popping off after a relatively slow beginning.
เกิดไหมล่ะเกิดไหม
Don't use the ult. Yeah, do not use that one. Save that one for another round here. This is a close and shut case here for FUT.
If we want to talk about the ults just for a second, while Smoggy has his as well, it's going to be very difficult for Smoggy to find good opportunities to use that. If he gets picked in a spot like this, even if it's rifles online 5v5, he can't sprint at FUT out through Mound. So he's kind of got to save it for retake scenarios.
Yeah.
And what we saw from him on the attack side is, often, if things are going well enough that you would want to use the ult, then you didn't need to use the ult. Kankang finally gets up in hand. The economy damage that FUT did early on, and the fact that they've been winning these rifle rounds, has stopped Kankang from getting that weapon that he's known for. He is a sniper at his heart. He's picking it up and playing over towards A.
The amount of targets that are going to be afforded to him at few and far between. It's only EDG, and he's not really going to be choosing to opt into that fight as well. The horns and the stun will push him away. Smoggy willing to disrespect control over towards C Mound. TP across again. Cloudburst and a flash over the top. This is a beautiful takeaway. You need to kill Smoggy in this spot. He's getting away with murder right now. Only 4 bullets left, but will he opt into using the ult to get back into the fight? Doesn't look likely.
CNED's got 2 health. What a whiff from him after he's been playing so well this map.
Yeah, real scrappy.
งานงอกเลยนี้
Noise cue given away by the cage, and Simon gives up his life. This is all over the place at this point here, but FUT are still in that driving seat despite the damage done to CNED and Ada Captain.
EDG need a huge play from somebody now.
And Kang, 1 kill offered up.
ได้เล่นอยู่น่ะ
Question is it even enough? Farland, plant, stuck and committed. Extension now into the round, into the post plant. Paranoia is set up, Prowler as well. That gets the confirmation and acknowledgement, but a shot missed. Drive round to the side in the corner, no one to play off of it. In for the back end of sight, lining them all up. Kang with 3. Nightfall is beautiful. Cracks.
เรียบร้อย
One left, and he is gone.
They needed a miracle, and Kang delivered. Of course it was him. The op shot on the entry, the pop of the overdrive, following up off the back of his initiator utility, and dodging that breach ult.
ตัวจ่ายสกิลมันเยอะจัดเลย EDG อ่ะ
Completely stuck
ลอง
there.
เทียบกับไอ้เป
Not
เป
a
อร์เล็ก
great
อ่ะ
post
มัน
plant setup either from FUT, trying to play very heavy on site.
อันนี้มันลูกเล่นเยอะกว่า
Against that Nightfall.
จ่ายเยอะ
Difficult to make that work. But there you go. As soon as you get the op into Kang's hand, suddenly the defense looks like it works.
It's value earned. EDG stem the bleeding for just a little bit here, and they still, of course, hold the advantage in terms of rounds. This time, adjusting and moving up that positioning. Kang upping over towards C, wants to play in front of the Viper Orb.
And the cage did not defend the cam this time. It was broken. FUT are also jump peeking this at the start every time. They do that jump peek from on top of the boxes where you can just get your head over the top and see if there's an opper playing C.
เปลี่ยนเป็นเซมอนแต่ลีกที่แล้ว
In the meantime, yeah, full control over towards A, but the question is, can they clear Chichu? Cloudburst, intelligent way to try and get your way and slip past into the side as well. Chichu steals it up, still lands 2. My goodness, he's under a tremendous amount of pressure. For EDG now, that lifeline is delivered, and this could be that 12th round that they were looking for. TP, evacuation, backing away, Pit into the post, and Smoggy's fast, rapid into it, ult, not dead yet, he's back into the fray, back into the fight, pressing forward, that is absurd. Seized connects onto the feet, and Ada Captain rooted to the side, needs that bailout fun, spraying and praying. Kang left alone now. 1v2, just the operator in his hands, he might have to call this one quits.
If he goes for it, he won't be able to buy an op again. EDG are at 11. They're already in the lead. You don't need to take risks like this and potentially lose a weapon that's so important for making your defense function. So as heartbreaking as it is, he's got to just let this one slip away. He had a J. He's creeping.
He's hunting it out.
He's hearing.
Yeah, but the question is, will they be able to catch him? This guy is going to be lightning fast, getting all the way away from them here in the sound cues. Got to keep the op.
That is absolutely maniacal from Smoggy and nobody. The lack of coordination on that play is baffling for a team that has otherwise been playing fairly well today.
Yeah, I mean, this here.
This push forwards, nobody's supposed to trade this, right? And instead, nobody backs up and throws a seize. I mean, get on the same page, please, if you're going to be making a play like that. They're chuckling about it now, but this gap is lowered to 3, and they're on an eco.
A little bit of bite towards the round, at least the Guardian, the rifle, the up, but as you said, Josh, the gap is narrowing. Odin spam away from Fallen just to cover the retreat. CNED dash expended nice and early.
I think the reason that this composition works for EDG, though, is that they have good enough players. Someone gets them around. And in a situation like this, the economy doesn't look good, but FUT are going to be cautious, they're going to be slow, and EDG are going to be taking risks. You will often see Thrifties converted in high-pressure moments like this.
EDG already trying to set themselves up to succeed. Looks like they wanted to commit to a push deep out here. Up onto the site, this is full committal occurring. Nobody. Right into the back of the site. Classic in hand, and Chichu. This position right here could do some damage. Potentially cause some harm, but
ค่อนข้างหนักอยู่
no worse for the way here from the FUT players. They do survive and get that plant down for them.
นี่นิดนึงจะเสียทรงนิดหน่อย
The question of what they really want to commit into this one was Simon's ult in the back pocket. Do you save this one still with the gap closing? Swap around with the weaponry. Rifle now into the hands of Kang. Smoggy holds the approach. Perch stop gliding forwards, an attempt to play off of that util, but now the counter spam
How do you get the op out?
And the counter play, how do you get the op out? It's hard committed, deep into the pit. Simon, where's this flash landing, man? Flicks it up to the side as well. Time is ticking away from it. Will collect at least the one kill, but the peak of the util is perfection. And right from behind with the wrap around, the op will not survive another day. Up to 9 now for FUT. The gap now just 2 rounds away from equalizing.
That's the risk of taking a weapon like that, heavily committed into an eco situation. You're unlikely to win. One player's coming in there without a weapon in hand. You don't want to use your big ultimate on Simon because you want to save that for the future. The same logic should apply to the op. So all right, they don't have that to work with. Can they make the ult work for them? The gap closes to 2. C completely open. I mean, look at this. The defensive side has holes in it every single round.
Insanely as well, this hard read. I don't know if it is a hard read, but FUT just already making a move over towards the C side. EDG wants nothing to do with the A contestation. He can feel the pincer. They tried that move on him before. He's not going to fall prey for it this time. He survives and tries to play for his life.
So last time, they also planted towards Mound, didn't take any spawn or waterfall control.
Doing it again. This time trying to play for Mounty here. So many footsteps, EDG, you absolute madman. Paranoid up though, blinded, he needs some help. Will be afforded and wrist played. Now as the squeeze is coming in, rolling thunder, at least to relieve that pressure. Smokey is ridiculous. Can't quite squeeze himself right through the doors. It just closes shut between him and the side. It's going to be flipped around once more. FUT though, only 2 of the players surviving. One way's blooming and blossoming FUT. Scrambling now. Players rummaging and rumbling towards the site. This is just absolutely absurd for Fallen to deal with. Damage done. Dodging and weaving. Phantom in hand. Seen it last one once, but not.
ทุกพี่เขาไม่ออกมาช่วยเพื่อน
ไม่ออกมาช่วยเพื่อนมันทำอะไรอยู่ในสโมกวะ
Can have seen that exact idea come out from EDG before.
เขาก็รู้ตำแหน่งเราอยู่ว่าเราอยู่ในสโมกแต่พอเพื่อนตายมันก็สวยอยู่ดี
It's perplexing.
That's bonkers to me. The door's going to get opened. You're going to get pushed from the back. Why not reactively yourself push forwards and plant for spawn? Go and take spawn control. Take waterfall. Plant for those positions.
ปาลินดึงอย่างสวยช็อตนี้
And instead,
ที่นี่อยู่ในสโม
FUT
ก
are getting caught both times, planting for Mound and trying to control
ดูหน้า
the
พี่แครกดิ
area, playing exactly into
ไม่
EDG's
ออก
hand.
วะ
That was the round they needed to put them onto map point.
It forces the timeout now from FUT.
And I mean, guys might just be saying the same stuff that I am, which is, guys, what on earth are you doing? Flip the map, you know, go and take some of their territory. You know it's undefended because you know they're all behind you. A back-to-back tactical timeout.
Back-to-back timeout?
EDG also taking a tac timeout off the back of this?
Not too sure. Could be some confusion from us in terms of actually who initially called it, but
possible.
We'll get it cleared up.
But it's looking long.
Yeah, it is looking long, isn't it? Yeah. Says EDG timeout.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, EDG up to, yeah, I mean, they probably need another strategy here, right? FUT are gonna learn from their mistakes. You can't just run the same push out B, push out A strat to get to 13, probably. So what do you do to be able to get over the line here? They've been winning about 1 in 3, 1 in 4 defense rounds. I mean, 1 in 4 puts them at overtime.
The pressure is settling in because EDG, they do just need the one. As you already mentioned, it can come from any one of these players. They're talented and skilled enough to be able to do so. Seen it. Rips it away. Stun connecting though, and a bit of counter spam. Just the rifles in hand. That's nice work. Spike's going to be dropped down hard, committed and past that point of really no return. FUT though have to make some compromises. EDG opening this door with a paranoia swing. Rifle play. EDG. This guy is a menace, and he is going to save the day, isn't he?
3 วินทำได้หรือเปล่า
Simon quick on their trail right from behind. Will FUT make the same mistake again as the doors open wide? Got to flip the side, and this time they do plan towards it.
Yeah, now they're planting towards spawn. But Mr. Fallen doesn't feel confident about getting over there. He has a teleport. They've actually planted for spawn and playing waterfall, and no one's playing spawn.
เอาแล้วดึงโดนด้วยเฮ้ย
Smokes in their face. EDG chances. Nobody's primed and ready, and now the ult's let loose. This guy might have found that chance. Follow the trail, and you might be rewarded just with the map win. But as it fades away, classic in hand. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Nobody. My God.
Oh my God.
That's how the map finishes.
Ridiculous fashion. EDG take FUT's pick of Lotus. It could come from anyone. It could come from anywhere. I think the C's that he threw pulled EDG off the high ground.
There's no way.
I think so.
There's no way.
EDG ended up being dragged down to the floor.
Listen, that's a 0.25 in YouTube jobber if I've ever heard one, but
ไปเจอเกม2
ซีเน็ตหนักจัดเลยว่ะยุคสมัยซีเน็ตมาได้แป๊บเดียว
ในติ๊กต็อกมีคนเจอพี่เอ๋ยด้วยเล่นโหดมากเลยกันในด่านบายโอ้ตอนที่ผมเล่นกับพี่เอ๋ยนี่ผมหัวบวมจัดเลยนะโดนกันระเบิดระเบ้อเลย
Lots of great moments.
วันนี้ลงเร็วดีป่าวะแบบว่าจบแล้วลงเลยอะไรเงี้ยหรือว่าอยากดูเกมต่อไหมรอบเพลย์ออฟของแชมเปี้ยนนี่เขาได้เลือกคู่แข่งเองไหมไม่แน่ใจครับยังไม่ชัวร์อาจจะใช่นะคิดว่าไม่น่าผมมีปืนพกพามด้วยเหรออันนี้ก็มีเนี่ยรำคาญเสียงเก้าอี้มากเลยเพิ่งมานั่งสังเกตว่าเสียงเก้าอี้แม่งน่ารำคาญจัดเข้าไมค์ด้วยประเด็นแต่ว่าไม่อะไรหรอกดูรูเมนต์ดูดีขอให้จบไวที่เถอะวันนี้2-0ไปเมื่อกี้ก็เด็ดทรงๆอยู่คมวันนี้คมเฮ้ยเอาว่ะ FNS เขาได้มางานแชมเปี้ยนอีกรอบดีจริง
แปลกๆอันนี้
นึกว่าไม่ได้มาซะแล้ว
รอบนี้มาในนามล่าม
มาเตอร์ที่แล้วก็มานะถึงแม้ NRG ไม่มาแต่ FNS ก็มา ทีมจีนพร้อมซัดกับทีมต่างชาติแล้ว
ปลอมเหรอ
สวัสดีครับ
เอฟนาติกเดมันทาน
เ
Great words there from Coach Gaius, but let's.
ด่านบายไงเอ้ยพร้อมเสมือนปะเนี่ยเอาวะ
Standard stuff, trying to really just mirror match it in terms of that metacom that's
compared to Lotus, where on Lotus we saw two clashing against each other, trying to figure each other out live. This is going to be who can come up with the better game plans with the bind comp at the moment. That almost all of to be putting their players onto. So now it comes down to execution.
These teams have had plenty of time to discuss and talk as well. I mean, there's nothing really to carry away too much from that initial map, as you know, we were hearing from the coach interviews. You know, barely a pistol round getting away from FUT that really would have made them even competitive to even drag it to OT potentially, but smallest of differences. And now we look towards Bind C. We will get that map number 3. Resolution end here for EDG, a nice, great beginning to be honest. They'd love to win this one in a 2-0 fashion after the kind of horrific beginning that they had in Shanghai.
That's absolutely true. And FUT did have a really strong Shanghai performance. They beat Leviathan, they beat Fnatic. These are big scalps for FUT to have taken. But they were 1-1 against the Chinese squads. Don't forget, FUT lost to FPX. And with Trace beaten Vitality and FPX close to Team Heretics at this event, might be time for EDG to take another big win of their own.
Let's get to it then. EDG with a setup here, nice early haunt up and over the top. That's not going to be pre-aimed. I mean, I think it's supposed to be landing on top of the grate as well, but ended up missing. Still getting the value here. Spam, shots fired, right now the smoke. Getting through a short, jump spot not punished. Kang though with a nade. Push them back and away on either side here. It's a battle on multiple fronts and a wrap around by Mr. Fallen. Unexpected. Here's the footsteps. Pitter-patter of it. Simon. Noise bait.
มีโอกาสที่เป๊ปจะทำทีมไปเป็น
หันมาเช็คเฉย
Can't quite manage to just get a handle on any of them.
เปลี่ยนเลยช็อตนี้
ผมรู้สึกว่าเป๊ปมันมูดไม่ได้
Pistol round.
ร้อยวะต้องได้แล้วเมื่อกี้
Distant dream for this
แซลมอน
team.
เราครอบเกิน
And yet J still holding on standby. Oh, with that fight lost, really no chance in hell. CNED would have to toggle. But the players' positions, EDG not giving anything away, just a slight jiggle, and Simon squares up to him. Enough to deliver that final blow, bullet to the brain, and a pistol round gained here for EDG.
Nice one from EDG, they kept it fairly simple. That haunt lineup actually, that is where that's supposed to land. Simon throws that one all the time. It is weird because you can throw one on top of the grate. DRX kind of do. But the fact that FUT weren't ready for it, to me, is a bit of a worrying sign for the Turkish team. Because,
red flag raised.
Yeah, because that's the one that Simon throws every single time on this map. And so if you're not ready to pre-aim that, you're probably not ready for a lot of the other stuff they're going to bring to bind. It's probably not a map that you've done a lot of anti on coming into this match. Because the middle of the map pools for both of these teams are very similar. It could have been Bind, Sunset, Icebox, any of those maps that EDG ended up picking.
Nobody just needs to survive with this rifle into his hands as well. He's got plenty of players that are trying to bring him down with a haunt, pointing him out. So offsets and hands that rifle. Here's the adjustment and reaction out of EDG.
Chichu could go down here as well.
Okay. It's already into their faces. Chichu could have gone down, but now he's going to be trying to sink this one up. CNED running them down with a shorty. Kang, quick to respond, dropping all of them. Bulldog here, it had a captain's grasp, but 2v3, you're smoked off. Horn's going to be available in at least 4 seconds, but predictable with the pathing, so EDG get the sightline set on it.
Ada Captain should want this Bulldog to remain out of EDG's hands. If they go for this and they die and it's recoverable, that's a problem.
Kang eager to hunt down these kills as well. Built up 3 already.
Ow.
Spikes ticking, yeah, you got to respect that one now at this point, but already steadily building up towards that ult.
ไงดีไปก็ได้
I think you farm up some quick orbs. If FUT were giving up extremity control that easily from what we saw on the pistol
2-0 แล้วพี่เอ๋ยว่า
And EDG
น่าจะ2-0
bit of damage done there to their
ด่าน
economy. Are going to be able to take one less gun into this next round. Somebody's going to
พุ
have
ท
to.
ด่านนี้ดูไม่ค่อยเอาทรงเหมือนกัน
They'll still be fine. They'll still put a pretty dangerous bonus. Kankan at the moment is finding a lot of value out of the sheriff. He's just running around body shotting everybody. He's finding value from it.
Yeah. They sit at the top. So bonus round. EDG looking to try and convert this one as well. Get off to a blitzer and start. CNED postured away. Sees Nade held here, but really, what's the contact? EDG already going to be offloading that one. There's a mosh pit through the TP, not much else behind it. EDG are happy to wait most of this out. Dizzy up and over the top. Nade rebounds. Smokey's all the way in there as well. At least the first point of the contact. Rifles though, that is ridiculous. The Turkish aim classic rears its head for a flawless
มันจะโดดเข้าอยู่หอแล้วบ้านหมดเหรอ
shut down at a bonus round.
คู่นี้ให้
Very nicely done there from FUT. EDG are going to mostly be running when they exec A, 4-1 execs. They have Chishu late backstab showers and the other 4 come down short. Slightly different how other teams do it. A lot of other teams will be running their fade kind of coming through showers like Simon did this time. It's not standard for EDG. But FUT dealt with it all the same. No problems whatsoever. But that was a weaker buy. And arguably the site that FUT are looking to lock down the heaviest. They've got 3 players on A defending. Whereas Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain quite alone over here on the B side of the map.
Very much alone. There's no punish as well on the ore pickup. Prowler and a boombot is going to be used to try and take that B-long control mosh pit on top of it. Nobody just making sure that they can hold on and take that space there. Chichu is also trying to feign like there could be the potential of the lurk, but it does lock 2 of the players at least onto that angle on FUT side. Wrapping all the way around. Is nobody going to try and sell a fake here? What's the play?
I think the fake might be on B here actually, and then they go through the teleport. Just judging by where Chishu is.
They don't have that prior showers control, and someone's going to have to break that.
That's not bad though. I mean, knowing that there's 2 players over there, Krax is still going to rotate though. He smells a rat.
Yeah, he feels it, doesn't he? With them losing that showers control, here's the TP now. FUT going to be asked the question, can they hold this one back? Nade's already rebounded nice and early with the C's. Good connection.
คอมโบลงแรง
เอาละเอา
Satchel's a little bit iffy there, not able to get out of dodge.
ไม่สู้แล้วชีวิตนี้โดดหนีดีกว่า
A little bit of control of this one. Yedaj will have to respond, and he will do so. Wrapping it all the way through. Beautiful
กำเนิดบอสคนใหม่ครับ
บอสนี่ก็บอสกัน
Gonna go straight back at him, blow for blow into the 1v1 time. Getting against him, Kankan gonna get this spike planted down.
He gets
But that puts
showstopper.
it online. Showstopper here and ready.
เราไม่มีหลอก
Away, still with the right ball.
มันของ
Now
จริง
lets
เหรอ
it loose. Another captain, you gotta be fearing for your life. Not a sound, mate, not a peep. Doesn't want to give anything away, just has to wait this one out along with the fuse, but the free fire into the corner. Misjudged by Kankan. It was a gamble. In the end, he does reposition with it now. Ada Captain, hello, stick in this. Half revealed. Bullets to the dome. Enough to deliver that 3rd round now for EDG.
ใช้ได้ใช้ได้ใจใช้ได้อยู่ตัวนี้
It's Kong there who wins the clutch. A little fortunate that he had that showstopper, because otherwise Ada Captain was breathing down his neck. But it's not Kong really that secures the round for them. The Smoggy 3K, it just comes out of nowhere. Smoggy over here, being able to get the kill onto CNED is fair enough. But then, beautiful 1v2 onto Mr. Fallen and Krax. And that makes the round winnable for EDG. Otherwise, FUT had the read. Their macro play was better.
เดี๋ยวชนหมัดผิดทีมก่อนเขาได้ไม่ใช่เหรอ
Online now for FUT as
กู
well.
ทันเหรอ
Make it a little bit less complicated for the defensive calling.
คือยังไงนะเมื่อกี้
That's been a problem as you've already highlighted.
It's the
Macro's been
rifling,
good.
really.
Yeah. Winning the fights out.
Yeah, rifling and also some of the micro stuff.
Now the captain is hyper committed. Over towards that B-long angle.
ชนปลอบใจอ๋อ
It's a nade used relatively early. To no avail, to be honest. I mean, EDG are happy to just sidestep it out. A bit of spam, though, and bullets. You can't really disrespect that. And here's an attempt that he executes. The motion it actually cancels the ult. Mr. Fallen loses control of it. The Thrash will get a second round of things as long as he waits it out. 7 seconds and counting, but EDG
Game
going
bin.
a bit slow and now attempting to speed it up. The tempo increase.
Ui.
Having from Kang.
Oh.
No results found. Rifles in the hands of FUT. They want to put a
Gột
stop
dai
to
nè,
this one. The
Khang.
battle lines are drawn into the sand with the TPs here, and now a thrash as well to try and at least collect a few more.
ได้เหรอชนเดียว
Before it can step past it.
2 spotted though, I think.
Yeah, and Chichu and
เอ้า
Smoggy.
เอ้า
The position
อันนี้เรียกว่า
is
ซวย
noted now. Just down to Smoggy. 41 health and the
โอ้
pre-aim onto the ankle. EDG.
แบบ3 เปล่า
Not a fan of that hookah flood from EDG. I think working the outsides of the map, making sure that they have B-long control is going to be crucial, critical against the way that FUT are playing. The defensive setups are remarkably good actually from FUT. This is the first time, well, not the first time, but this is, you know, a different composition to what they've played most recently. Almost all the time they've been playing this KO Gecko comp, where you're using the flashes actually to initiate off the back of. Here, FUT have to hold their ground a bit more and work that space denial utility, the mollies, the walls. Slow pace to open this round out.
Yeah, EDG just going to be focusing on farming up the ults.
And I think the outsides of the map should be favored to EDG. The way that they're defaulting at the moment, it's kind of like 2-1-2 approach.
Chichu even just going for a couple of peeks down a short. Now, there's not too many chances into this round for EDG, but with the more map control is given up for them, the more I might start to become a believer, even if they're working with the pistols. Smokes are now down and out. That's going to commit towards the mollies. The Dizzy did not get broken in time, so we're going to be pushed out of the back of the side here, but they still, EDG forced to respect most of the mollies coming their way. Plant from Simon is committed. The Cease does connect, but there's nothing else again to follow up with this one, so we see that extension into the post. The only difference is they don't have the rifles, but again, that might not stop EDG. Pawn, sees, I should say, Dizzy, Satchel, are put over now with a showstopper pre-fired. He was just following the trails there, and the rifle spray down. Kang, trying to relieve that pressure, falling, sticking, have onto the defuse, needs to be something to offload and push this one back, but sticking it all the way to safety. Despite the kills that are flooding in from EDG, damage definitely done to the economy, but a round win FUT will be happy to walk away with.
Absolutely the case. But FUT should not have allowed it to get that close. They also would have liked to win that round, have to use the showstopper, because now they have an enormous ult disadvantage heading into the rifle round. So I think, all in all, even though the scoreboard would disagree, that's a bit of a win for Edward Gaming.
Yeah.
EDG's ults in particular are the thing to be paying attention to here, but also a massive clash over towards Sand.
Yeah, this one is about to be a brawl in the skirmish. Prowler disrespected EDG. He's way ahead of it. He's traded. Thrash just biting at the heels there. The captain's going to be detained, caught, overstrike, collected, slapped to the core, and no more. Brought down. Not expecting this though. Mr. Fallen just anchoring, holding it down, locked down the position, but finally struck from behind. But it's a little bit too late here for Smoggy. Brings it to that 1v2.
ดูตำแหน่งหมดบอมตกกลางลานยังไงดี
Again, hard task ahead of him. Pre-firing away into the corners. Doubled up is all it takes from FUT. That discipline.
It's tough to criticize, but I think EDG, I mean, they're going to take a tag time out here, but I think they needed to call a cancel, a slowdown in the round once they got that ult combo.
Yeah.
They had an enormous player advantage, but they just made it super obvious which side they were hitting, and the rotates were already on the way from A. They also had a very late player coming up B long, and in the end, that anchoring player of Mr. Falling did
กลับบ้านไป
so
นี่คือ
much
เล่นเกมเล่นที่มือ
to win
เจ็บที่คอ
That's
ต้องเป็นเมื่อไหร่จริงๆนะใช้เสียงขนาดนั้น
need to see that Newcomer to the IGL role, step up for EDG.
EDG opted into the attack side operator here for Kang. This is... you do pull this out from time to time. The footage I've watched, the trouble is they sometimes don't really know what to do with themselves when they're not offered these easy pickoffs.
They do tend to play quite a bit slower with Kang's op. But okay, immediately it finds value.
Yeah, it gets it straight down.
โอ้ห้าวด้วยดิ
The map, A short.
4 การเช็คเลยแล้วกันเสียเปรียบ
Could make a few plays, but risks
โดนปะ
have to be played here by FUT as well.
ตีเน็ต
Seeking to offset the disadvantage. Chichu
วิ
was almost there, man.
ตีเน็ตอุตส่าห์กระโดด
Almost good enough
พลาด
to
ให้เลย
dance
นะ
around the bullets for a moment, but just couldn't reset the aim in time.
I like the call here to drive it quickly into B. Mr. Fallen's got to realize quickly that that's what's going on. Adacaptain might be screwed here.
Yeah, he's fully revealed up here. There's too much to deal with the Dizzy overloading him. Damage done potentially through the bodies as well. He's played Mr. Fallen in, but again, tip-tap at the rifles. Tip-tap at the shoes as well. Great movement from the EDG players. Enough to survive into this one here.
การอย่างลกอ่ะ
Lock down that sight line. Nobody to be able to step past that one.
การโดดลงมามอบเฉยเลย
CNED might be the playmaker. No, brought down to his knees. So just the one and it's cracks. They seem to be acutely aware exactly where he might be playing from. Chooses to back away. Knows it's an impossibility.
Bit of a misread from Mr. Fallen. He thought that the EDG team was going to react by going down short, the player where they just managed to take down Yedige. He was running over to the A side to try to reinforce that spot, didn't realize everyone on EDG barreling towards B. Nice call, right when we were just talking about the macro, nobody needing to find his moments. Mid-round in there ended up working quite nicely. A reaction to those two players pushing out showers.
Let's take a look at this one. Ah, beautiful.
Did you need the headshot?
Yeah. All off the back of that one. So when EDG do get those opening pickoffs with Kang, the operator played a slow round. It does work out for them. But now with a buy, a little bit all over the place. You know, you see CNED, he's got this outlaw. You'd have to be precise with it so you get real good value. Horn's not broken. EDG know that Showers has given up, but the timing's off in terms of FUT, just trying to make sure that they crunch that one. So mosh pit through. Alongside the C's nade, it's all committed nice and early. That's a lot of big tools that FUT would like to use to try and stunt and stop a fast exec. Not that's really any time coming soon with EDG playing his attack side op.
No, they're going to be slow. They're going to be looking for picks. And FUT at some point may peek for info. Similar to how Yedige was going for that jump peek, he'll have thought he was safe there, trying to take the safer option in the previous round. But of course, there's only so many ways that you can grab info without facing your body into a dangerous spot. Yedige is working his way forwards again. What a risk.
Yeah, super risky. Just don't know where this operator's going to be, and not just that, you don't know where the players are going to be. Chichu, there with a punish. Make him think twice about it. Yedige going to be paying with his life yet again. Cracks. So he's going to play spoiler inside the smoke. He's to dodge most of the util coming his way, including the bullets. Nobody with a plan as well. Here's that reload, but sprays away and does reveal his position. Seen it up and over the top. He's praying that the head will be revealed to him, but nobody graceful enough to oblige. So this Lamps controls the aim of the game here for EDG. Haunt wraps his way through into the back. Nobody's going to be spotted. Orbital straight from Adacaptain. Good to clear this one through and away. Dizzy, but over the top at the wall. Gives him that cover. Kang full running. Get the hell out of here. It's a ridiculous adjustment, and Simon's still locking down control. Have no more chances available to them. And CNED has to concede the space, has to concede the round.
FUT are giving away too many early kills. I mean, Yedige in this round taking an egregious risk, I think. Getting caught by Shishu. But then also, what a whiff from Adacaptain coming around the back as well. There are opportunities for FUT to be able to get back into these rounds or to, you know, stabilize and not give away the advantages at the beginning. But EDG are playing patiently, playing slowly with the op, and it's getting so much value because FUT are getting antsy. And it's forcing mistakes out of them. Maybe not even forcing the mistakes out of them necessarily. It's just the sheer lack of information. And FUT make the unforced error. We haven't seen a CNED Kang sniper battle yet today.
Yeah, not quite blessed with it. Might be coming up soon though. Both players in position. Much harder shot to land though. Warden to the face of Seedhead. You do not want to be peeking through that one. Kang looks his way up. Chichu was already there, way ahead of him. Making sure to cover. Firepower's there. First
พี่ซีเนี่ยถึงกับดุ้งเลย
slow and steady as you go for EDG. So far it's worked out in their favor. Just barely spots the leg. Damage done. The cracks drops him down to 5 HP.
And a captain incentivized to go aggressive. In a round like this, you've got to take risks. It's not similar to the previous, where you wanted to minimize. EDG putting the slow squeeze on FUT right now. It's working.
Both Prowlers going to be committed. They know that there's at least some presence out towards the hook angle. Util going to be used to push them back here. And the captain is very much alone in this spot. Without too much to work with. Another round where EDG to get this plant down. Ults are really starting to become a problem soon as well.
Yeah, massive issue. I was wondering if Kang would even get the plant here, actually, to get his showstopper online, but I'm pretty sure he feels comfortable being able to pick up an ult orb. Captain going for a dance, seeing if he can get any closer to a range where the Stinger's favored.
He'll advise, though, to really just tango with this guy, Kang. Again, just so keen to lock down those angles. Earns up the showstopper. One away from a multitude of ults now, too. Nobody close to the Thrash. One away from the orbital strike as well for Smoggy. EDG, at this point, are primed and ready to run away with a half.
Yeah, I think this should be them dominantly winning the half here. The last 2 rounds. They do have to drag some ults out of FUT. I mean, last time FUT pitted towards short. EDG might want to either have some counterplay around that, go in the opposite direction. We can see that EDG is going to try to mix it up and pit B long.
Very aggressive. Is he going to be using the showstopper? Smoggy shuts us down mid-air, but it's exchanged evenly. 4 versus 4 now, and with that play being made, you could call for the fast pivot if you are EDG. Simon, this time though, choosing the creep and crawl his way in through showers, taking back that control. Swapping it around with the weaponry, no noise made. Control gained, and as EDG just seeks to get that mid-round information, he will be punished out of captain. Molly has to rebound, and they know exactly where it is. It's blood in the water, and EDG are keen for it.
Another situation where EDG gets punished going for that. And EDG's ults looking insurmountable at this point. FUT backing up. Their economy's in shambles. They're about to enter the final round of the half. They need 5 rounds. It's not looking likely, though.
No.
Ever since EDG slowed things down, FUT have had no answer. Their ability to gain
ทำไมดูแบบ
information on the
ดูฟุต
defense
ไม่เหมือน
side
รอบ
has
อี
not
มีเลย
been
มันดู
through
แบบ
coordinated
ตี
util
เน็ตก็ดู
retakes and reclears
อะไรก็ไม่รู้
areas. It's just been
จานฟุก
peeking in. And I think that's
ถึง
because
จะมา
EDG have been doing so much contacting.
ตกลักไปหมดตอนนี้
Contacting around the map with Kang's operator as the tip of the spear.
You already know that's a bad idea. Money is blooming and blossoming. I mean, Kang does not care about giving his own life away. He just wants to get guns away.
เราดูอีมีมาใช่ไหม
Nobody dropped as well.
ไม่ดู
ไม่ได้
ปาก
ดูเลยแต่ฟุตมันดูเป๋ๆป่ะอันเนี้ย
โอ้ตอนอีมีคัดมาแบบซีเน็ตแบบเล่นโคตรดีเลย แล้วจานฟุกก็เหมือนแบบสเต็ปอัพ โอ้โหเราก็อยู่มานานแล้วนะ
อาจจะเจอสไตล์ทีมแบบว่าที่ไม่ใช่ EMEA ป่ะเขาเลยแบบว่าเก่งๆนะ
ปรับยังปรับตัว
เหมือนเมื่อวานที่ Vitality เจอ Trace Esport
ภาพอยู่
ฟีลเหมือนแบบสไตล์คนละโซนเล่นไม่เหมือนกันแล้วพอมาเจอกันมันรู้สึกแบบไม่ใช่ว่ะทามมิ่งอะไรประมาณนี้
ที่ถ้าฟุตไปอีมีวิกสุดเลยเนี่ยที่มาเนี่ยเหลือเอมนาติกทีมเดียวเนี่ยทูนมีหลอกเด็กเหรอนี่ FC ครับ FC
Swaps the strike, and then it's going to be so tough. Spot now.
Money's weaponry like nobody's business.
You get an op.
And they are grouped up fully over towards A here, so EDG potentially thinking about cooking up a play to punish a defensive pit if it was laid down by EDG, but he's nowhere near this A site. That gives free ground for EDG. Smokes are down. Thrash now going to be used. Orbital strike to clear just out that potential player. Snakebite up and around to the side here. There is no showers control for EDG. That is it in the danger zone. Plant down now. Nobody going to be aiming to get that one, but it's pre-fired down and away. And the pit, a bit preemptive here from EDG.
Very much so.
Yeah.
It's going to stop them from controlling really important sightlines. It's going to make it much easier for FUT to deny plant.
The A side is just entirely split up in twine.
If they go through the teleport, EDG is waiting.
ยังไงก็จะเอาแล้วเนี่ย
ผมว่ามัน
กลางอาณาเขตไปแล้วอ่ะ
มันวางวิงแมนวางวิงแมนเป็นแพนต่อ
as well, because I mean hesitancy to me right now is looking like a bit of just
เอา
uncertainty
แล้ว
into this spot here. They know that showers is a
Tower
problem.
มี
They can't quite clear it again. Nobody going to go for a second round of things. Wingman back online. Nightfall called, but what a
เอาแล้วไม่ได้วาง
this time held down. It's the
วิกฤต
rifles
อยู่
in
อย่างเงี้ย
hand.
วิกฤต
Running
อยู่
and gunning out of
วางยากอยู่
captain.
นะ
Brings down nobody right from
โอ้โห
behind
มัน
those
มาจนได้นะ
smoke. Strikes back.
ไอตัวห้องน้ำ
One left alone. It's EDG. Once more asked to do way too much. They don't even want the A side.
จังเลยเหรอ
Okay, I mean,
อ๋อยังไงยังไง
So tragic from EDG's point of view. He was in
คือถ้าเมื่อ
hookah
กี้
the
เย
entire
ดูเจ
round.
รอตัดตรงนั้น
If
จ
only
บเลย
he
นะ
waited there, maybe he could have caught
ยิง
Kankan,
เสร็จ
but of course he
กลางอาณาเขต
protected.
นี่จบละโอ้
He is going to be unexpected.
ใจไม่แข็งนะเพื่อน
Said that Smoggy's watching.
Yeah, he is. Might have even spotted him there.
ใจไม่แข็ง
Unorthodox angle.
แต่ถ้าเขายิงกันโคมคามแล้วมันไม่ไปมันก็แปลกๆอยู่เลย
มันเงียบแล้วไงแล้วบอมมันยังไม่วาง ตอนแรกมันคิดไปแล้วมันจะกลับ
แล้วมันก็ไป Another
สองจิตสอง
strong
ใจ
showcase here for Bind.
Lovely.
โอ้ย
User joined your channel.
พี่ก๊อฟแล้วพี่
ไอ้ท็อปก๊อปอะ
ฮะอารมณ์ไหนเนี่ยไปพี่อาร์ม2 คนเหรอพี่เอ๋ย
มีแฟนอาร์มมาด้วย ตอนแรกจะชวนอาร์ตชวนอะไรไปไม่รู้ยังไง
ฟุตทรงไม่ดีเลยฟุตอันนี้จะเป็นฟุตลองหรือเปล่า
39ปีนี้ไม่เลยคู่พลิกเหรอคู่นี้ก็ถือว่าเปิดกว้างอยู่นะไม่ถือว่าพลิกมากคู่ทีอีของจริง
ทีมจีนทำพี่ม่วงฝั่งวันนี้ผมนอนน้อยดิเรื่องกุ้มใจด้วยเดี๋ยวอันนี้เสร็จแล้วจะลงสตรีมแต่ไม่รู้จะขึ้นต่อน่าจะยาวๆเลยนี่น่าจะไม่เล่นเกม
We've already seen Trace do it with Vitality. Oh, yeah. This is another EMEA team here to the #1 seed from China.
EDG looking to shut down the naysayers, the doubters, but bullet straight to the dome into Kang. Be holding your breath a little bit longer.
Certainly looked from our perspective like that was through a smoke.
ซีเน็ตแตกครับอ่านยิงเรียกด้วยเรียกแขก
Seanad wants to square back to this one. He's trying to be cool, calm, and collected in the game, but not really enough to survive. He did get the one before the trade come through. Instant reaction for their way over towards B, but the spike is, I guess, different ideas about it. Mr. Fallen's moving in a different direction. They know that it's completely opened up here with the TPs heard and called. EDG now have lost all semblance of map control.
And FUT planning for backside here. Flipping the map in a way that they really struggled to on Lotus, but here on Bind, understanding how important that is. Krax is in a great position to backstab, as the rest of EDG should be focused on going down short.
You can hear the footsteps. Fallen catches it, sees the two of them. Mosh still available, ready and waiting for this, and striking from behind, Krax. Happy to deliver the death blow, at least the Chichu flashes in util, a little bit too much to overcome, tapping away with a ghost in hand. Smoggy is crouching for dear life, and even just returns the fire himself. 2v3 though. They need a lot more where that came from. Time starting to get away from them. Ada Captain again will ward them back. Dropping the two of them, pissed around for FUT, grants in that lifeline.
They needed that. If there's any chance of coming back into Bind, which would also be a brutal map for FUT. I think it's probably EDG's best, the decider here. A nice opener from Seanad.
Yeah.
Starts to get the job done. Seanad himself is going to pick up a Vandal heading into the next round too. And EDG full stacking the B site. Now, when I said earlier that their B defense is good, this is not the standard, but I think their B defense is going to be pretty potent here.
Drop it up holding. Even trying to take that fight straight.
โอ้ยนี่ไงมาจริง
มาจริงว่ะ
You have to worry about this. Cutting up these angles, Ada Captain, Molly at the feet of many of them. Smoggy, hello, that was not coordinated in the slightest. Ada Captain, having a field day, he's farming up.
นับหมดจังหวะนี้จานบอกให้จานบ้างโชว์ผลงานนิดนึง
He really does need the
จานตายแล้ว
reinforcements coming back along, so they might be able to recover this.
Okay.
Or throw it away, perhaps.
Suitable
FUT tried to supply the reinforcements and already did supplying the bodies. EDG now.
กลายเป็นได้สู้เฉยเลย
งงว่ะจานฟุกบอกเปิดอย่างสวย
Nice and open possibility for them. Backing away this time though. FUT want to play this one with more discipline. Crossfire set up nade. Just rebounding. A lot of angles to clear. Simon's going to be trying to take that first point of contact. Diffuse. Trying to stick this. Half. Dizzy dealt with again, but he just went in a rifle aim. Not quite there from the EDG players. Definitely did some damage, don't get me wrong.
FUT will be very happy that the Vandal got delivered back to them as well. Kanka picked that one up, and so FUT can save it into the next round. It is going to mean, though, that two players have got to sit there with pistols. Whereas if the bonus had gone a bit better, they would have had full 5 rifles online. EDG doing damage to the economy. The only downside was, Ada Captain got so many kills, he's kind of getting close to that orbital strike. He's only 2 away. Could get into a good position with it, and then make a very unwinnable post. What a shot from Seanad.
Okay, if he's firing like this, it's not just a chance, they might even be able to take this map. Shutting down a star player of China. Growler gliding past, could bait somebody right in here in the footsteps, maybe. Simon's back onto the angle.
He knows this is fake pressure in showers now. This is great information for Simon.
Right past it, Yeta J might be getting a closer look and a tango. Simon!
Simon!
Gave it those timings. They both thought that they had the read, but it's Yeta J who comes out on top. Even if he did just have that pistol in hand. Never to push this one back now. No plant denial, so Mr. Fallen gets that extension. EDG is scattered of only 3 of them left. They've already made the call to just not even play into it.
Wow. What a disciplined decision there to just save in a 3v5. I mean, obviously, you've lost 2 players. It's going to be very difficult. And I think the other factor that might be playing into it is that if you go for this, you take the opportunity and you lose. Well, between that failed retake attempt and the eco that would come afterwards, Mr. Fallen, Seanad, and Ada Captain are all going to get up to their ults.
Exactly.
So not only would you lose the round, likely, but you would also send yourself spiraling away.
If you've been watching Valorant at any point this year, you know It's going to be a death blow sentence. You can't let this composition get going, generating the ults, because at that point you're generating execs. Possibilities. Plays to be cooked up. FUT convert that bonus round. The economy booming.
ไม่ดูแบบอาการไม่ค่อยดีเลยสิ
This opener was fantastic.
ดูเหมือนบังคับมาเล่นเกม
Old moments from CNED today where he's missed some spots where you expect him to get it, but most of what we've seen from the Turkish superstar is excellence. I mean, he's been going around taking shots, opening sights up for them on the entry. It's the rest of the team that needs to step up around him, I think, if they want to make this comeback a reality.
Rolling back the years a little bit, CNED. These kind of performances. One of 4 players at this event that could potentially lift the second Champs Trophy.
If FUT are the team that lifts the second Champs Trophy.
I mean,
CNED wasn't favored to lift the first one. That one came out of nowhere with Ascend in 2021.
Very, very true.
But it is Champs. I mean, that just shows you the fact that CNED has that trophy shows you a lot of it is about turning up at the tournament. Having that form, having that excellence when it matters. That's what all the Chinese fans are hoping EDG can do as well.
Yeah.
But Kankan's going to get shut down. That light armor not helping.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication, I think, as well, that sightline was
เอาไว้พลิกเดมพลิกเดมต้องไปต่อครับ
They're pouncing on the chance. Another plant down, 2 players left to stand. Smoggy might just want to save this rifle. Simon can go hunting, poking around, maybe see if he can take some guns out of hands of them. But again, the question remains, do you want to be generating these ults for them? Because one away, CNED, Mr. Fallen, they're holding on to these angles. Fallen's got it.
And CNED could play for an ult orb, really. I mean, both are accessible to the attackers. So I don't think it's necessary that he goes and hunts this down, but he's going to go for it anyway. A death is fine here, by the way.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's got 5k in the bank, so ult for the next round, happy with it.
And EDG probably going to be able to get a buy together even if Smoggy does go down, so it's not do or die for FUT to chase this Vandal in spawn.
But the trouble is, EDG at this point are losing track and grip of the series, or at least the map, I should say.
The map, for sure. The series is still looking good with them taking away FUT's map pick on Lotus. Like I said, Sunset, EDG, they'll be feeling really confident about that. At the same time, you'd love to close things out in 2 if you are EDG, who are currently taking the attack timeout to make sure that this doesn't snowball even further out of control.
I mean, so it was already an 8-4 half at the beginning.
And you win pistol, you win bonus, and suddenly you're right back in it as FUT.
Exactly.
ไม่พลิกเดมพี่ต้องไปต่อ
เมื่อวานพี่พิกเดมถูกปะ
เมื่อวาน
โดนพี่เทรดสปอร์ต
โดนแค่พี่ไก่อ่ะทำแต่
เมื่อวานผู้พันโดนไก่กินใช่ไหม
โอ้โดนไก่กินเรียบเลย
พิกเดมหายไปครึ่งโลกแล้ว
of it.
พิกเอ็มวันนี้ผมผิดไปแล้ว
To them.
Yeah.
And anchoring against that. You're not going to want to do
ไปเลยไงไปละ
when the other team has massive attack ultimates.
That might be occurring.
Oh, what a read.
Yeah, this is a high-low setup out towards truck. They might be just trying to beam down CNED if he tries to make the move towards it. Mosh, unconventional location for it. Jump spot and Horn. Right, bound and through. Thrash is going to try and lead the way. Pave a chance potentially for them to get themselves into their site. Kang forced and pushed back and away. Chi-Chu playing spoiler. Rifle spray down. Barely escaping off to the side as well. This fight's happening all over the bloody place with a spike in his lap. Chi-Chu might have done enough. Just needs to back away and survive here. Barely getting around the corner. Rifle reload on point. Spam through the corner. This guy is low. But the damage done, as I said prior,
he's going to get caught.
Might be enough.
Can he take another
one? Yeah, I mean, there's fire from every single avenue. Reclear cord. EDG trying to go with this one. A bit more pace as well. That's a Dizzy and TP. Reclear around. CNED. He uploaded the ult as well. Now
CNED กูโมโหแล้วนะ
right
กู
to
จะ
the
เปิด
win.
วาร์ปเลยกัน
This is just sloppy gaming.
He's one shot as well, one Vandal body shot, and he goes
อะไร
down
มัน
in
จะแบบ
that situation.
ถอยขนาด
He's
นั้น
popped
น่ะ
the
เอ้า
ultimate
แล้วไป A
there
นี่
just to
โดน
try
นะ
to stabilize the round. So it's a 3v3 at the end of the day, and I think EDG will be super happy about how this one has turned out. As bonkers as it seemed, they've actually reset into a situation where they can win. They've even got the read correct. 2 players defending A.
แอดปาร์โดนพี่ไก่แน่บอกเลย
Time becoming an issue. Rotating away though.
ยากมากแอดปาร์โดนพี่ไก่อะ
See anything? He thinks it's towards B. And there is that marsh. Nobody waits it out. EDG's planting. There's nothing to clear this one away. He's just trying to walk up onto the angle. He does spot him weak enough. Bullet to the chest, as you already
เจ็บหมด
mentioned.
แล้วด้วย
Now down to that 2 versus 3. Mosh overhead.
เน็ตนี้สร้างชีวิต
Busy alongside it. All combined.
แมนอีก
Man, get that first tap. Force them out wide. Simon, that is a for a
นี่
round.
ฮะถ้าเมื่อกี้ยังเก็บอันติไว้อยู่นะ ตอนนี้คัดแล้ว
Straight
เนี่ย
to the defense, jumping, hopping up onto the box. EDG, they stem the bleeding.
Frustration for CNED. They had massive advantages in that round, and EDG took it away. Did they
จริงผม
play
ก็ไม่อยากให้
something
แอด
proactive?
ปาร์
I
เจอ
mean,
พี่
not
ไก่แล้วแพ้
necessarily
พี่
at
ไก่
the start of the round.
แอด
They
ปาร์
had
ลง
4
มา
players stacked
ข้าง
over
ล่างนี่
towards
คือ
A,
เรื่องใหญ่นะ
recognizing that Thrash Showstopper most likely going to be used either hookah or short. Pick one, short. All right, we'll stack A. But then the escapades through the teleporter.
โอ้คม
Yeah, cute of any hill theme, I think. That's just...
But it worked out.
It did. It did. Sometimes that's what you need. An injection of that Chinese chaos that the region is known for.
คนซ้ายนี่ผมถึงว่าไทม์ไทย
And now very different ults to come online.
ตอนเป็นโค้ชเขาจะอัพออนไลน์ไป
Foot
ด้วย
close to ones that are good in the post plant, not ones that are good to open
ตรง
up
ได้
the
อยู่นะ
site. Whereas EDG are just starting to get to their first of everything. Double stack up towards hookah here. Going for a push, EDG. It's all about timing.
No way. Trying to take this one again. Contact play once broken. Good adjustment with the rifle aim, but it's traded. So 4 versus 4. That's where we stand in round
กด
18.
ทำมาว่าอัพอ
Smokes up
อ
in
น
their face. Foot. They have the position. Could try and explode out into this one, and they're going to do just that now. Nobody's got to push this one back and away. Prowler in his face nade as well. Got to respect that. Tiptoeing around. Most of the util falling with the plan as well. That's Wingman sprayed. Down and away. Another chance here, but do they have a second wave of util? EDG might just try and put a stop to it. No, out of Captain gets that extension. Orbital strike.
ไปแล้ว
Into the next. It's good into this post plan. Foot might be favored.
They still have Molly as well.
Control over lamps. Held down. Pre-fires around. C's dropped. And players alongside it. This is EDG winning this one out. Forwards and away. Rifles crouch and spraying. Out of Captain. He has no time or rest to take this one. Simon with the top. It does force out. Over the strike. Kang. My God, man.
โอ้เราเจอสม็อกกี้
Down. And EDG, they take away another one.
Very tight spacing there from EDG. Good coordination, good discipline, and hitting their shots when it matters too. If Foot had maybe been able to respond in lamps, the round could have been very different. But they weren't. 2 players, one caught by the C's, the other flicked onto. CNED could not trade. In terms of the rifle skill today, EDG have turned up to a higher degree, I think, than Foot. Not every player, EDG and CNED still holding their own, finding
โมเมนตัมออกเกมเลยโอ๊ตเริ่มโมโหแล้วเริ่มมีแบบสามือภาษากาย
town crowd after the back of once where they just bombed out entirely.
อยากขายเนื้อแดดเดียวอ่ะปกติเขาจะจัดส่งแบบไหนกันส่งแบบธรรมดา
Out of the gates. is kind of
ไม่
necessary.
ต้องส่งฟรีใช่ไหมมันไม่เสียใช่ไหม
EDG 1 and 4 across Madrid and Shanghai. So that shows you how desperate they are for a win.
It's been dire this year. EDG drop down and lay down that pit. FUT do not have big ults to try and clear their way through this one.
And they're just kind of looking at the pit, wondering whether they should be going inside it, pressuring it. They have no showers control. Normally, if you're going to pressure a pit like this, you need showers.
And this is where I think the weaknesses in terms of the amount of time FUT has put into this comp
ดู
might
กับ
be
EDG
showcasing
ให้
wide
ให้
open just
G2
from
อะ
the
EDG
ability,
มั
I
นยัง
think,
เป๋
just to pass through some
ๆ
of
มันจะ
these
โดน
defensive
G2
setups.
G2 มันเข้ม
With the op posted back up. Chances now at a
หมู
captain.
ด้วยได้ไหมหมูแดดเดียว
Fountain. Needs to stay
ต้องหา
alert.
ร้านอร่อยๆก่อน
So which angle it's
หา
going
สู
to
ต
be?
รก่อน
Barely a leg spotted out and through.
Even if you're pressuring, though, he's got the showstopper in his back pocket.
Yeah.
So you can't run him down this time.
So we can afford to play this one a little bit more close. He doesn't even catch onto the corner. I mean, seeing it's failed to even clear this one here, it's used as a response. At least EDG going to be getting util pulled back out of them. B-Long control is conceded and given up. Wingman spots it. Nobody. You're really going to try and take this fight. Live and true here. It's a showstopper. It's already used preemptively. 25 seconds left.
เอ้าเฮ้ยอะไรอะ
It's open wide open FUT. Doesn't matter, man. Slow play all you like here.
โยกเลย
Stumbling EDG. Struggling to even put a stop to it. TP pivots though. Round and round we go. Smoggy. He's ADS'd. He's locked it up. Pit dropped down to try and get them into spot as well. But the Molly stopping them from even getting this plant down. Barely enough time on the clock to do so.
But now that they have secured the plant, the round almost
ไปกันต่อ
unwinnable.
ไปเซฟออฟให้อาคังไหม
Smoggy was the last chance, the last hope for EDG. Their B defense collapsing a little, and FUT with a nice pivot through the teleport.
I'm just scratching my head at that.
At which part of it?
I mean, EDG's defensive B, I think, is that they had every single tool necessary to stunt and just stop any sort of exec, and they used it all preemptively.
Yeah, normally, like I say, normally they're really good at being able to hold multiple
ซื้อ
cycles
สู้
of
ได้อยู่
that
นะ
util.
ถ้าไอ้นี่
I
เสีย
think
บ
the big problem in this round for them was that nobody tried to hop back inside. I mean, there's no
way. There's just no way, mate. Yeah.
Our first ninja defuse at a global event. I don't think that's likely. Yeah, the hop back into hookah from nobody, I think, was our first. Listen, the first that I've seen. First nobody feed of the day. I know he's 4 and 15 at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's he hasn't been throwing his life away too much. But this one, walking back into the horns, back into hookah, instead of backing off with the rest of your team, I think he was worried about maybe the Brim ult at his back.
It's a strange one. Bit of a head scratcher. EDG. Now they're the ones who have to make the risks. Deep smoke. Prowler. Dizzy. Through. Gets that connection. They hear the footsteps. Ring all the way around. Ring around Rosie. Mr. Fulham with a rifle. Tried to pre him onto the corner, but he's going to get postured and pushed back. Out and away. EDG have control. Deep flanks occurring all through the middle of the map here. Might be looking to try and take that fight, and the call is made by FUT to refight. They don't want to flip the map at all. Just trying to take it with the weaponry, but it does open them up to risky plays. Comes from behind. Prowler in their faces. Other captains watching. No way. Just about missed, and he hears it. Chaos incarnate occurring before our bloody eyes. Stingers away. Molly dropped down. Noise and time. And missed.
แล้วพี่ฟุกก็ขนลุกขึ้นมา
Kangan just cannot make it work. This is, as I said, all over the place. Chichu. You know where he is. They know they lost control of this one, but it is controlled in the end by FUT to bring it to that 10-10.
Both teams winning vitally important rounds, and then being able to secure follow-ups. So that the ults, I say, secure follow-ups.
One bullet left. Hey up, Chichu. There's no way, right? There's absolutely no way. 1v2. Taking a peek at it. Way ahead of it again. It pokes his head out. You can't be letting him get away with this. Not in the slightest. Pre-aim into the wall again. Another reload online, but this is so damn precarious. Retreat by Cracks. Backs away.
At some point, Shishu's got to go for the spike.
When does that timing come? Peeking through again. Uncertainty at the back of the mind of Cracks as well. Spot. But just to fade away. It is so damn messy.
Don't count him out of any round.
การฟุกเกือบวางงาน
My mistake there, assuming that FUT had got that one sealed up. Wasn't familiar with EDG's eco game apparently. 10-10 though. both teams have let slip opportunities. It looked like FUT had a huge one to be able to get back into the game, and it looked like EDG had it. You know, they were 10-8 up, ready to run away with things. Both teams fighting tooth and nail to stay in here on bind. And this is looking like it's going to be an A execute.
Or at least the showers take.
Well, the Mosh as well. Lineup thrown.
Now a Nightfall as well. Going to be used to supplement. In through the back of the side, Kang. It's an off-angle hold. In through Lamps as well. Has to be cautious, and he's worried, but still takes the peek and the timing. Trying to make a go of things here. The call is made to try and fight this one. Showstopper in the hands of Cned. There's a danger. Kang though, he's weaved his way past most of this, and it just glides straight past him. Whistles through, a tap away, yet a J, able to offset it, at least with the movement. Survives another day here. Chichu though, rapidly approaching out for the side. There is chaos. Again occurring before our very eyes. Chichu, he's isolated, caught into the corner, out through showers here, just trying to make this one a bit winnable. Nobody to defuse is going to be pushed back and away. No players are FUT surviving. EDG get that one round lead now, up to 11.
Another one of those scrappy situations where EDG come out on top. Eventually, situations like that just come down to individuals and how much you can get value from your position. Could you have imagined Kang getting more value from his spot? No. Swings out from Lamps, manages to delete Ada Captain, evades a Showstopper, gets another pick inside as well. Cned trying to make a similar thing happen by walking inside the one-way, seeing if he can surprise EDG. The impact difference from the two Raze players was enormous in that spot. And then FUT on top of that lost a bunch of just straight up duels. They're going to need another big one. And they're set up for a B execute. They have Thrash. Last time they tried to take it short. This time looking somewhere different.
You just got to be scared of this. Here's that one. Snake bite dropped. Let's break it with the Thrash there. A lot of bullets, though, going to be gliding right past, along with the Dizzy. That's a connection haunt. Nothing to offset any of this util. FUT getting full value from this one, but they can't get into the back of the side. Doesn't even matter. They let the util do the work. To seize, it's Molly's organ being used in conjunction of one another, and with the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that could steady the course. EDG got to put a stop to this. Uncertainty here still. Kang. Still in the bars. This guy unleashed and had a captain now.
ซัดกันมันดีกว่าพี่แล้วก็ซัดกันนั่งเนินนานขนาดนี้นะพี่เฟสก็ยังไม่วิ่งไปกลัวโดนเลิกอ่ะ
Haunts there, picks up the spike reload, not even tapping, didn't expect it, but now knows, isolating the fight into the 1v1. And another tap here, Smoggy. How the hell do you play this one? Ada Captain not expecting, still trained onto the angle, but Smoggy finds it. And the 12th round, eventually, it was a laboured course to get there, but EDG smiled on their faces.
Smoggy is putting on a masterclass in terms of his smoke utility here as well. The smoke that he's putting down on the left side towards Cubby is actually allowing them so much control over backside. Look how difficult it is in these replays for FUT to try to break through that when they peek. They're not going through the smoke. Smoggy pierces the Merc, is able to actually be able to deliver them the final kill in a 1v1 clutch. Kang back to the old classic, the old reliable of the op and the Showstopper. They're leaving him B side completely to deal with on his own. Everyone else on EDG stacks A, making the read.
Does he still get that connection?
มันซื้อออฟมาด้วยด้วยความมั่นใจ
Nobody will pick that one back up. They're leaving Lamps nice and empty just because of that orbital strike. Had a captain holding on to it. Don't want to fall prey to it.
เราซื้อ A เลยป่ะน่ะ
How are FUT going to get the read that there's 4 players on this site?
Nobody's hard committed. Smokes are primed, now going to be dropped down here, and now the orbital strike alongside it. So, space does have to be given up with the haunt up and over. Reveal onto the 2. Nade's going to rebound. Cned, you are so down. Up still trying to play off this util. He's been dropped. Orbital strike.
มันไม่อัตโนมัติเลยนะมีแอนติบิมไม่มีคนอยู่ในหอ
There's a skirmish occurring. Showers control is EDG's. And with it, the round almost inevitable. Ada Captain, a massive
ดีเลย
2-0 yes คือสายบนถ้ามันชนะอีกทีหนึ่งมันไม่ต้องไปชิงใช่ไหมมันก็คือเข้าไปแล้วใช่ปะ แค่เรามาชิงสายล่างอย่างเดียวใช่ไหมสมมติแฟนาติกสมมติเจนจีเจอเฮเลติกถ้าเจนจีชนะไปแล้วก็คือไปอยู่ข้างบนเลยยาวๆเลยไม่ต้องไปเจอใครแล้วใช่ไหม
ต้องชนะอีกทีนึง
อ๋อเฮ้ยถ้าอย่างนี้มีลุ้นนะเนี่ยสายล่างอะ
นี่มีลุ้นอยู่ ต้องชนะ2 ทีถึงจะการันตี
เพราะว่ามันไม่ต้องชิงที่ 1 กัน โอเคผมไปกันแล้วเดี๋ยวไปคุยธุระก่อน ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาดูนะครับ ขอบคุณนะครับพรุ่งนี้พักนะ เจอกันครับบ๊ายบาย วันนี้ก็อาจจะพักก่อนไม่มีสตรีมต่อนะครับ ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับสวัสดีครับ